All right. Good morning, everyone. It's 7:15 or so. We are set for a 7:30 start. We are going to start clearing the water, which should be easy since everyone's quite close to the shore this morning with the smaller surf. And yeah, 7:30 start. I know the first heat is checked in. Second heat, get yourselves ready. Maddie Stanton, Story Martinez, Ruby Stringfellow, and Riviera Hunter. That is the second heat. Surfers clear the water. We are same format, 20-minute heats, top two waves. Top two waves. We have the light blue barricade on the sand down to the north, a little off the sand dune. You can see it. That's kind of the edge of the competition area. So obviously, if you're riding a wave, you can ride past it. What we're asking the surfers to do, especially as it gets later in the through the day, not to be surfing off of that and riding farther north. So try to stay south of the blue barricade on the beach. What else? Have a good day. Waves are smaller. It's beautiful. Bud, good morning.
Good morning. Glad to be back here. Yeah, it's a little smaller, a little tighter zone today, but still going to be a lot of action, so I'm looking forward to it. We talked about grindy yesterday, but today will be a little interesting, less waves, maybe a little tighter takeoff zone for the competitors, so there's going to be a different kind of excitement today.
Well, I don't know. This one, it's reminiscent of the longboard event that I was here for, I don't know, a year or 2 ago when I was saying that it was so small and pristine, though. And I have a feeling through the different tide changes, the sandbar, the waves are going to hit that little sandbar. Nice. The wind, was way stronger earlier, really making the faces lumpy. But when it mellows out a bit, the faces are clean. And these young ladies surf this sort of stuff all the time too. So
Oh,
it's
yeah.
everyone's in the same boat, so to speak. Change up your equipment and get ready.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. In a chivalrous way, we're going ladies first, and they're going to show us what's capable out there, and they're going to set the tone for the day. So we'll get started here in about 9 minutes. And so if you non-competitors could start clearing out, we'd appreciate it. Yeah, we're less than 9 minutes from starting, so thank you for cooperation.
Well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us here at the SLO CAL Open Morro Bay 2025. We are into December. It is crisp. It is beautiful. You see that full moon setting over the bay right there. Good morning, Bud. How are you doing?
Good. How about yourself? I'm glad to be back here, that's for sure. Oh, I'm good. Thank you. How about yourself? I got to turn the microphone on. But yeah, glad to be back here. Another beautiful December day on the Central Coast. And thanks to everybody for showing up.
Yeah, what a day. I took a few photos of what you're viewing on the monitor. If you've tuned in early to watch this first heat of round of 32 women's, Sanoa Dimfly Olin, Sophia Gamboa, Zoe Pantiere, and Happy Sager. They will be the first heat of the morning, 20-minute heats, top two waves. Round of 32. This is stop 7 on the women's qualifying series out of 9 events. As we move through the day, we can go through the list of all the winners and champions of those events. But look at that full moon setting out there over the point.
Certainly, even if you're not a surf fan, there's plenty of photography, plenty of good stuff to take photos of down here. The morning light is beautiful. Like you said, you got the moon, you got the rock, you have the green hills of Estero Bay, off in the distance. And I'm looking forward to the girls setting the pace and the tone for the day. And we're going to get started here in just a couple minutes. So hold tight, ladies. Free surfers, we need you to please, now's the time to go ahead and clear the water, and we'll get going here in just a couple minutes.
Yeah, especially the surfers to the north. I know, well, it's hard for me to tell of who's in jerseys, but yeah, free surfers come in, and down to the north, there's that blue barricade with the light blue SLO CAL signs on it. That's the marker, the edge of the competition area, so please try to stay north of that once it starts, because where some of the free surfers are sitting, that left sandbar definitely is in play for the competitors. What a day was yesterday. It said it was 3 to 4 feet, and we do have these giant king tides. Today it says it's 2 to 3 feet, but quite a contrast from the size of the surf yesterday to today, even though of what it says it will be. But I think, Bud, as the tide moves, there's so many different sandbar levels within the tide swings that we're going to see more than we expect is what I'm getting at.
Yeah, that's what I was talking to a couple of the local guys, and they were saying, yeah, as the tide starts to drop out a little, things will change. Granted, we do have a king's tide, and we all know that high tide can be a little slow, but these competitors, they understand how to deal with that, and who makes the best adjustments is going to be the one to advance through their heats today.
Well, and they brought their quivers of boards. They all have a lot of different boards. They all have the right fins. They surf smallish waves probably more often than they surf big waves.
Certainly.
So they're in tune with it, and also, some of them, quite a few of them, small in stature. So,
well, that's going to be another story of the day is equipment. Definitely. I mean, there's still the offshores, and it's a little slower today, so we might see a little, maybe a step down here or there, maybe a little more epoxy than we saw yesterday, but we'll find out shortly as the girls are about to get started.
So we got 2 minutes till start.
oh, that makes a difference.
Try to help get the non-competitors out.
All right. Non-competitors, hate to quit harping on you, but please exit the water. We're going to get started here in less than 2 minutes, so we appreciate your cooperation, and I know the competitors do and the judges. So,
well, we see the 4 jerseys out there, color, and there we go. There's the last of the free surfers coming in. Try to stay well north, free surfers.
well, yeah, you want to get out there and get a feel for the conditions, and I'm sure there was plenty of people out here at dawn, so there's plenty of room. You could walk 300 yards up to the north and get a little free surf in, but right now we're about to, get the competition going, so thank you for clearing out the water and making room.
All right, surfers, 30 seconds until I count you in. Good luck to everybody. Have a fine day. And late, look at that little whitewash that came around the rock. Could this be the right time? So we'll count you in here shortly, surfers. There's a set. Counting you in right now. Under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And we're underway. Day 2, SLO CAL Open 2025. And right off the bat, here goes Sophia on her backhand.
Ooh, slams it up there against the offshore. So one quick turn for our surfer in blue.
Wide out front, wide up.
So that looks like Zoe right there, just up and down. I was told on up the beach we have Sanoa. So we have a Sophia, a Zoe, and a Sanoa. So a bit of a tongue twister.
Yes, we've got it all going on. All right, now Happy Sager gets herself in the act. I saw these young ladies checking in. Wow, nice turn, 2-turn combo, and there we go. Does well to establish riding towards the beach.
We talked about that yesterday. The judges really want to see you get your nose out in front of that water after the maneuver's complete. Otherwise, there's always a question. So she did a good job to get out in front of it right there.
Yeah, and it's tricky, especially when the waves are small like this and kind of gutless. There's not a lot of push, so if you're committing a lot of weight in that top turn, you know, the timing even more critical to ride out in front of it. Easy to get stuck in the whitewash and not complete it. Do all that work and not get a score.
Green on the inside. Green up.
Green staying busy. That's Happy again. Just a quick backup from her first ride, all taking place within about 2 minutes.
Red to the north.
Non-stop action. We got Red Sanoa up there, but that wave she didn't see much in. So a lot of waves being ridden in a short period of time here.
Well, I'm glad that we got to count the first heat in right when that set, so to speak. We saw the whitewash break around the rock, and we had time, that 30-second delay from the outside to call it on, and the surfers getting a few waves. We got scores to come in. So, Sanoa, your opening wave, a 4.0. Sophia, your first wave, a 3.25. Zoe, your wave, just a 0.75. Happy, your first wave, a 4, and your second wave, a 3.15.
So Happy, by way of 2 quick scores, has jumped to the lead with a total of 7.15. Blue is up and riding. Sophia on the backhand up the beach gets a bank, and she's looking to see if it comes back right on the reform. Little left go right and finishes it off. So milk that wave for all that it had, and she'll have a score coming. A lot of stuff happening. You know, yesterday we had a few, even though there's more waves, there was heats where there was a lot of sitting for a while. So I think these ladies have already figured out that it's get busy.
Stay busy, get busy. Well, we got some, some fair scores of obviously the scale adjusts all day, every day throughout each heat. And here we go, Zoe, who had first priority. There we go, one quick click. That wave offered a short section, but that will now get her in the mix after that opening 0.75. No.
That full moon out there is so neat looking, but that full moon's what's causing these giant tide swings. Yesterday we had a high tide of close to 6. I think it was a high 5s, and then the low tide was negative 0.6. So ginormous tide swings going on this week in Estero Bay, more specifically Morro Bay at the Rock, where we're at for this QS. So 16 minutes left on the clock. Right now, Happy, you're in the lead. Sophia, you're in second. Sanoa, you're in third. You're looking for a 1.25 to advance. And Zoe, you're in fourth. You need a 2.96 to advance.
We have that light box up on top of the midship container right above where we are in the judges, which shows and indicates the priority. That's real easy to see, very clear. We also do have the wooden disc hanging down from the judges' booth with green, and then the yellow, it's a round disc. So even though we're calling out the time, maybe you have a watch, maybe you don't, there's always those visual checks to know where you are in the heat.
And for those of you at home, if you see the surfers raise their hands over their head, they're asking us to bring them up to speed to where exactly they are in the heat. We are doing double duty. We're talking to you on the internet and the beach.
Round front green.
Split peak, though, a lot of action again. Red on the forehand, Sanoa, and then green finishing up happy over headed towards the rock. So we'll get a replay and break those down for you.
Yeah, I watched Sanoa go into that turn, and then I shifted to happy. Not sure if Sanoa rode out of the turn.
White.
And now we got Zoe on a small left. But look at the speed she's carrying. Nice. Weaving those two first combinations together, and this one giving her a little more to finish with. And rides out. So her best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, she found that little slingshot that kind of bounced off the rock and pushed her along right there. And, yeah, looking forward to seeing what the score is. She seems to have identified that as the zone she wants to hang out in, at least for the first half of this heat.
So my question was answered, Bud. So, Sanoa, your last wave was a 6.0, so she definitely hit the lip hard and rode out. You have a 4 and a 6. Sanoa in the lead. Waiting on Happy's last wave, but she's up and riding again.
And she got a nice backhand turn right there. The replay was on of her last wave, so.
Priority change.
But during live action, yeah, Happy just got another nice wave. We'll bring you that replay in a bit.
And in between that now, Zoe's last wave, the left with the 3 turns, came in at a 4.35. So with 13 minutes and 40 seconds left, we have one more score to come in for Happy's last wave. Then I'll give a complete breakdown of what the third and fourth place surfers need. Happy's last wave was a 3.7. So now, red in first, green in second. Zoe, you're in third, and you need a 3.35 to go to advancing. Sophia, you need a 4.45. Priority is red, blue, green, white. Just over 13 minutes left. So although it's small, it's definitely consistent. The surfers making the most of the little bumps coming in as the tide rises.
Certainly a strategy shift, like we mentioned. You can tell they want to stay busy. And since it is smaller, it's a little more compacted, the takeoff zone. They're not spread out. There's not whitewaters crumbling 50 yards out that are tempting them to, paddle out there. They're staying where the waves are actually breaking today, so yeah.
Which is hard sometimes because if you're sitting on your board and you're so far in, even though that's where you're supposed to be, your toes touch the sand and you're like, can it be any shallower? Now, I don't know if their toes are touching the sand, but they are way in, but that's where the sandbar is.
No, I appreciate that analogy, but and like you said, it is a difficult thing to make yourself paddle inside, even though you might watch, 5 waves come underneath you. It's just it's against your instincts.
Yeah, it is. So looking across the scoreboard, Sanoa has the 4 and the 6. Any takers? Well, here we go. Red staying busy on these lefts, moving with it on her forehand. So definitely it looks like she's got some foam under her board, carrying and gliding nicely in these small waves. And
yeah, like we said, equipment could possibly get changed up today from yesterday, but she was already out front of the heat. And now she's got another wave, and we'll see what the judges say. So I'm digging the start. A lot of waves ridden, and that's what we like to watch. I mean, I feel it for the judges. They've got a lot of work to do with all the juggling, but that's why we pick the best in the business to do it.
yeah, that's a nice score comes in for her. So betters her position in first, a 5.25. So judges incentivizing connection and the big turn. Obviously, Sanoa, super strong in the lip, powerful surfer. She's been coming to this event and the Pismo event for years and years. Nearly, I don't know, maybe 2 years in after they started in 2017.
Sounds about right to me. Yeah. The more reps, the more reps you get, the more it becomes second nature, and then you're just like we talked about yesterday. You go out and you're not thinking, you're just doing because you've done the prep, you've done the training, and so you can go out there and try to free your mind to some extent.
And don't get caught up in swell predictions. Just show up and be in the moment, right?
Yeah, and that is a tough one because some people defeat themselves before they get here, seeing that maybe the waves are a little small and then start thinking about that. I mean, it could be small and you could go out there and get every set. So, we talked about rhythm, we talked about getting in the flow, and a positive attitude usually helps to assist that search for flow.
And when you're standing on the podium with a trophy in your hand and the points earned and the money in your back pocket, no one remembers what the wave size was for whatever heat. It's just that you made it through heat after heat to the end goal, right?
Yeah, somebody's going to win at the end of Sunday afternoon, and unless you put your mind down and grind, then you're already out of it. You don't want to defeat yourself before you've paddled out.
Well, priority now with white, then green. First priority white, second priority green. Looking now, Zoe needing that 3.35. She has a 2.3 and then that 4.35, which in the play of the score line, other than Sanoa, is the strongest score so far, that 3-turn left she had.
Yeah, any 3-turn combo out here I think is going to go a good distance today. But as we talked about, with every heat that goes by, the level increases and gets better and better as we work towards finals day. So they're setting the pace right now for the day. They're setting the scale. First heat can always be a little tricky, but they've got out there and they've got the ball rolling. Looks like Sanoa has decided to move away a little.
Well, sitting there in first with 2 healthy scores, she has freedom to stay away from the pack. We were talking about how priority might become more of a factor today, being a little smaller, a little more condensed with the pack, where yesterday they could be a lot more spread out. No need to risk any problems when you're out in the lead and low priority. Stay away.
100%.
So does that balmy peak over there ever indicate things coming here, or is that a completely separate wave that breaks and it doesn't indicate that anything's going to bounce back in?
I guess it depends on direction.
Gotcha.
You would think if it's a little north, it's going to pop up over there a little sooner. If it's a little west, it's hitting straighter and should wrap around the rock. I mean, the west look like they wrap around the rock, whereas the north is going to, obviously push from that direction a little more. But this beach break does better on west swells than a lot of the other beach breaks around here because sometimes
it's sheltered
flat.
by that big headland out there.
And some of the other beach breaks around here, like Pismo and whatnot, the west just comes in so straight. It's just a straight liner. And but then again, you go down to Santa Barbara, and they love those wests. So 7 minutes, just under 7 minutes and 30 seconds left. So this heat is flying by, and Sophia's going to stay busy on her backhand, but didn't feel like that was worth the effort on the finishing maneuver, but she's right back out there. Well, this is the first little lull. Like you said, despite it being a little smaller, there's been nonstop waves this morning. Maybe taking a little breather as the sun rises, sun hits the ocean.
Yeah. Well, as the sun came up, right as it was really coming up, that side shore, offshore was so strong, it was really creating a bit of challenge for the free surfers when it was still dark. It seems like it's mellowed out a bit. It should calm down a bit more.
Yeah, with the less swell, I think they're glad to have a little less offshore.
Oh, yeah, you're just fighting it.
One less element.
All right, well, over here in the corner, we have green and white sitting next to each other. That's the tight battle at the moment. Zoe with priority needing a 3.35. No takers.
I'm okay. Looks like we might have a couple lines coming. I just spoke about it quieting down, but maybe the ocean is starting to warm up. It's got a little sun on it. 6 minutes left in the heat. Sanoa is still in first. Happy is still in second. Zoe, you still need a 3.35. And Sophia, you need a 4.45. And there goes Zoe right there. Hits the lip.
Oh.
Just couldn't quite connect to the next one.
Well, she had priority for quite a while.
Well, she's got some time left. So, yeah, she did get a turn on there. Whether that's a 3.35, I'm not sure. We'll tell you when the judges tell us.
And ironically, that set that came through really offered nothing other than the wave that she got, which kind of ran off on her. So no one behind her could better, so to speak.
Well, interestingly, they were all sitting on this little left wedge and got a bunch of waves earlier, but now things have spread out a little bit, so positioning is paramount.
All right, surfers, 5 minutes left. Priority is green, red, blue, white. Waiting on that score to come in for our surfer in white still. Happy. Looking sharp. She really does get her board up. Yesterday, she had a real nice heat. I think you had an interview with her.
I did.
Wide up. I know, but
Very well-spoken young competitor, and she's back
Ooh.
out there. Oh, yeah.
Commitment. Kind of a combo carve layback.
Well, she's still looking for to get into second place, so I think there's 2 scores coming in for her now.
Well, yeah, and because that battle between Happy and Zoe at the moment, second and third place surfers, does Happy better the 3-7, and we'll see.
Well, they both got waves right there, so yeah, it's things could change right here.
Sophia in the blue, still looking for a 4.45. That may change dependent on the score coming in for these last 2 waves ridden.
Thankfully, we have the replay system that helps the judges elaborate.
So, wow, bud, look at that. The scores drop in for both surfers. A change in position. Zoe gets a 4.7 and goes to second. Happy, your last left, a 3.85. But due to Zoe having the 4.35 in her scoreline, along with the 4.7 in second place, Happy in third needs a 5.05, and Sophia, now you need a 5.8.
A lot of shuffling up in this heat.
So the judges love that carve layback, holding the rail as long as she could, although it was a small wave, showing that speed, power, flow.
Certainly, and yeah, like you said, it was a small wave, and she probably did as much with that section as anybody could have done, and she got rewarded.
And I think there's always something fun about an element of surprise. In my mind's eye, I was expecting a tail slam into the corner. When she drove the carve down layback combo, I was shocked.
Well, it definitely adds more risk out here when the wave isn't helping as much as it was yesterday.
Yeah.
That was all her.
So that was a cool line that I wasn't expecting, and when the surfers are doing things like that,
the judges take notice.
Yeah.
Well, she needed the score. She got up there, and as of right now, with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, Sanoa and Zoe are in the driver's position. Happy, you are still looking for a 5.05, and Sophia, you are looking for a 5.8, and you've got 2 minutes left to find those.
Well, thank you to Best Western Hotel and Resorts for putting us up this week.
Also, thank you to Rudy's Rock Espresso up on Morro Bay Boulevard. They've provided breakfast for us the last couple mornings, so if you need some coffee or breakfast, go see Rudy's Rock.
Well, just under 2 minutes. Well, the surfers definitely see this. We see this.
Let's book in the heat with another set. We started with a set. We got 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Let's finish it off with a set and more action. The interesting thing about these little sets is it draws them out. And even if it's only 10 yards out, are the waves then going underneath them? The tide's coming in still till what, about 10 o'clock, I think?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All right, we're down to 1 minute, surfers. I'm sure the second heat is checked in. I see him sitting over there. Yep, thanks. Stay over there by the rock until the heat ends, and then you can paddle over and we'll count you in.
I love how vibrant the jersey colors look at, first light. The sun's right on them. Like I said, a lot of photo opportunities out here today, whether you like surfing or landscapes.
Well, the Dread is getting all kinds of photos for the WSL, posting away. Here we go. Green and red. Red has higher priorities. So our heat leader takes advantage. She doesn't ride out of that. Happy can't really maximize because she had lower priority. And now Sophia, she needs that 5.8
Check
with
1,
20 seconds.
check 2.
Stand by for the countdown. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Heat one's in the books. We're off and running.
All right. Well, we're going to go to a quick 1-minute commercial break. We will come back with heat number 2, round of 32 on the women's.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for
Riviera Hunter. So in this heat, this is round of 32, heat 2. In red, Maddie Stanton. In blue, Story Martinez. In white, Ruby Stringfellow. And in green, Riviera Hunter. So round 2, or excuse me, heat 2 of the round of 32 of the women. We're starting off with the women today, then going into the men's a little later this afternoon.
Red up.
But these women are showing us, they're setting the tone for the day, setting the scale, and showing us what's possible out there. And that's Maddie, just finishing up there on the inside.
White.
Carrying a lot of board speed across that section, and now we get Ruby Stringfellow. That wave fades out on her, not like Maddie's. Maddie's, she got a little glide and pop on that one.
She did have a little extra element of speed on that. And her score's in. Maddie, you got a 3.5 on that first wave. Ruby, you've got a 0.5. And Riviera, you got a 2.75. So Maddie is in the lead right now with that 3.5, followed by Riviera with a 2.75.
So how wild they were, you know, a lot of the surfers were here for the last few days, obviously surfing it when it was double overhead or whatever the day before the event, and then warm-ups yesterday, and here we are today.
You never know what you're going to get.
Never know what you're going to get.
$18 minutes, so we've got 3 waves ridden in the first 2 minutes. Looks like Ruby.
White up.
Staying so close to shore, but it's working out. This is her second wave, that pink board flaring off the whitewash.
That board does look like it's gliding.
Yeah.
It's on top of the water. And you know she's going to have 2 scores now. With less than 3 minutes in the heat, you know. Quick start, gives her a little bit of ability to relax now. Got a couple waves. Got the feet in the wax, as Mr. Martin Potter used to say.
Well, a quick score in. Ruby, your last wave of 4. Waiting on Story to get her
Check
first
1,
wave, and
check
here
2.
she is right now. Story Martinez. Oh, wow.
That's a nice
Vibey.
turn, yeah.
Some serious style there with the knock knees and
Well, in first wave, she hung it up there. She didn't go conservative. She went for it on that. And we talked about it the other day. Is with the kind of mushier, smaller conditions, is the backhand going to make it a little easier to get vert up in there, or is the forehand going to make it a little easier to draw out some lines and kind of see what's ahead of you?
yeah. Well, It will unfold. We don't know. Look at this, a little strategic change. Ruby going way down the beach at the moment. We do have a few hundred yards that the surfers can utilize.
Yeah, this is the biggest spread we've seen of the morning. They're all kind of in their own zone. I mean, green and red over here by themselves, but yeah, a little bit spread out. Not all on top of each other, at least to start this heat.
There we go. Story, your opening wave, a 3.75. Red from behind, can't get around the section. So priority is with Riviera green. Ruby, second priority. Story with third priority. Ruby's out in the lead with a 0.5 and a 4.0. Maddie Stanton in second with a 3.5 and a 0.5. Story, your first wave was a 3.75. You're in third. And Riviera, you have a 2.75. Down the beach. Finds that little runner. Oh, and it done the good work. Pokes the nose, sadly.
That board still does look like it's flowing. Yeah, she was off to a nice start, but yeah, that nose poke kind of derailed the end of that wave. But she's right back out there. It's about a 15-second paddle out today, I'd say.
Well, yeah, if that. And even though, had a little misfortune at the end of the ride, a 2.5 is the score she gets for the connection of the two turns previous to that. So extended her lead a little bit more, got rid of her low score. Obviously not what she's looking for, but it worked in a way.
And she's got her own peak. Everybody's leaving her alone up there, so she's got her choice of the waves up there and doesn't have to get in the priority minutia. She's doing her own thing up there. And so 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Ruby, you're still in the lead. Maddie, you are in second. Story, you're in third. You need a 0.25 to advance. And Riviera, you are in fourth. You need a 1.26. 14 minutes and 10 seconds left. Yeah, White's making a move. No. Yeah, White's sitting up there where that kind of left channel was yesterday, but the swell, twice the size. But she's identified that as the zone she wants to check out and stay away from the other three. And as of right now, it's paying off. So yeah, once again, thanks to Rudy's Rock, Espresso in Morro Bay. They've been kind enough to feed us the last couple mornings.
I love Rudy's. I go there every time I'm up here. The owner's so cool, and I didn't realize that yesterday because when I was getting coffee from our coffee pots, I kept thinking, man, this is good coffee. This is how I make coffee. What's up? And I go there. This cup I'm holding is from Rudy's. Had a little hoedown with him this morning. So thank you, Rudy's Rock.
Nice to have that familiar feeling when you come visit.
I love it. I've been going there for years. I used to go to the dog cafe up around the corner, but they don't open till 7. And that just doesn't work for me having to be here so early. So I found Rudy's around the corner. Plus, it's my style. So big ups to Rudy's Rock. All right. We are down to 12 and a half minutes, surfers. All right. Congratulations, Sanoa. Ripping it up. Surfing with the hoop earrings and everything. Priority is green, red, white, blue. Ruby, you're in the lead. You have a 4 and a 2.5. Story, you are in second with a 3.75 and a 1. Maddie Stanton, needing a small score to go into advancing, a 1.26. And Riviera with priority, you need a 2.01. Just under 12 minutes. All right, well, first interview of the morning down there in the frigid shadows. Sanoa and Bud, take it away.
I'm here with Sanoa, first heat winner. Welcome back to Morro Bay. First heat's always a little tricky. You're setting the tone. You don't exactly know what's going on out there. What did you pick up on out there?
Yeah, first heat of the morning definitely can be tricky, but it was a nice switch up because I feel like I've been last heat of the day for like the last year pretty much. Watching it beforehand, it's definitely much smaller, the smallest that I've had more on a comp, so got the epoxy out and just trying to find opportunity, find ways.
Well, that was my question next, was the epoxy. So you pulled out a little more of a, not a step down, but just a little more float to glide and deal with the offshore wind, I take it?
Yeah, I took out good magic epoxy that I've had for about a year now. When it's this size, it's an easy pick for me.
And you you started over here, you made your way north. Was that your strategy, or we kind of felt like you had a couple scores, so you just went to explore, then decided to come back and keep an eye on everybody else?
Yeah, my original plan was to stay wide kind of the whole time, and I kind of ditched the plan and went closer to the rock at the end after I got a couple waves. I don't know, just kind of saw the girls getting some fun little wedges, so I wanted to try and find some, but there's waves all over, so you just got to see where you can get them.
Well, plus once you get the lead, and you kind of have to mix it up with that priority game, so good job on your win. Go get warmed up, and we're looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Any shout-outs or thanks to your sponsors or family?
For sure. I'd like to say thank you to my whole family and to Matt and the crew that we have here and to anyone watching.
All right. Well, thanks for coming up. We'll see you again shortly, and good luck to you in the next round.
All right, congratulations. Nice work there done by Sanoa. Hails from the frigid northern region up in Canada, but she's on the road. She's down here often and all over the world. She is a force, and what a career she's already had and still having. White, way down the beach, finds that little runner left. Oh, look at that thing. One turn, there's potential down there. So Ruby Stringfellow, who's in second at the moment after Riviera's last wave that came during that interview. Riviera, your last wave was a 3.95. You jumped up into first, but now Ruby, getting that left down the beach, gets a 4.75, retakes first place. So now with that said, Maddie, you're in third and you need a 3.21. Story, you have first priority and you need a 2.96 because your high wave is a 3.75. Just under 9 minutes left. All right, well, Matt Myers tucked up on the hill, working well with his whole stable of athletes. Sanoa, first heat of the day, into the round of 16. That's a good, got to get through that first round as the high seeds. The Sharp Eyes looking great under her feet. Eight minutes left. Now Maddie's made her way down to the north end. Maybe as the tide is slowly creeping up. Nice interview, bud.
Thank you. Well, interesting because Sanoa mentioned, we talk about the first heat's always a little tricky, but she said that she's had later heats lately, so there's a flip side to that as you sit around all day thinking about it.
Yeah,
in the morning, you just go out and react.
Now she's free to do whatever.
Sure.
She's got the whole day to enjoy the Central Coast, go surf up and down, go to a maybe she does, go to a yoga class, go do some other stuff.
Yeah, there's a couple beach breaks around here that'll get a little more swell that you could find a little bigger wave, or like you said, take a nice little hike. I mean, we've talked about the beautiful green hills.
Yeah, that's the thing. Everyone thinks that always they're surfing, but sometimes there's that side that says, "Look, I need to infuse my soul with some other stuff. Go hike, take yoga, go to Pilates, do the things they do at home normally. That routine gets a little broken up when you're on the road. So how do you normalize and feel comfortable? try to click into the same routines you do at home.
Normalize, exactly. Try to feel a familiarity, a comfortability.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's other. I mean, you can
There's
keep,
so much to do up here.
yeah, and you can decompress by maybe getting out in nature and just breathing some fresh air and having a walk and taking in the views.
Well, I know down in Pismo, you know, crew go to the billiards room there, play pool. There's the bowling alley across the street. Like, you know, people go and have fun too.
Well, a little plug for Andy McKay. He actually opened
I
a
can't
Smash
wait.
Burger
Yeah.
spot right next door to that place. So there's that. You can play pool, get a Smash Burger. There's Pismo Preserve where you can hike and overlook the whole Pismo coastline. You know, there's a lot of good restaurants right downtown there.
Yeah, a lot of our crew have run those trails and hiked those trails regularly during the events.
Well, we got trails right here, like I said,
yeah.
straight ahead in Cayucas, over there at the state park in Montana de Oro. There's even a walk from the high school along Highway 1. There's a little estuary and whatnot. You can walk from here almost to those houses up there. So plenty of reasons to get outside and breathe the fresh air in Morro Bay.
Okay, to the north, white.
Our heat leader, Ruby, going on her backhand for the first time in this heat. Bobbing and weaving, completes it with a nice little crack.
Yeah, that ender was nice. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Maddie went down there thinking maybe one of those little lefts would come on in from her, but now she's back up with the pack. 5 minutes to go, surfers. Everything is still the same, except Ruby just got another wave that bettered her lead. She got a 4.25.
Yeah, so Noah mentioned that she had a couple scores, went up there to break away, but then she saw people getting waves, so wanted to come back and, you know, not only ride waves, but you got to play that priority game a little bit.
Yeah, well, as you're in fourth priority, maybe move away. Once you're getting closer to be back up at first, then you can establish dominance when you're in the lead using that priority, like you mentioned earlier, a little more cat and mouse because of the proximity and the size of the surf. It's going to be important to be wise with your priority ticket.
Like you said, play that game, cat and mouse. There's also a little bit of like scoreboard intimidation. You can, you know, she's leading the heat and now she's kind of circling, you know, around. I know some of the guys and the gals, the ladies will do that where if they get a good score, they'll ask for the update just so the other competitors hear the big score they hung.
Some of them, man, we've had some that we laugh in the booth because it's chronic. You're like, really?
You know you got a good score.
You
Just
need
you
the
rubbed
score
it in.
again? How many times do you need to hear it?
We could see that today.
Yeah. That one falls in the category of like certain claims.
Sure. And certain people have a propensity to do them more often than others. Fun stuff. A lot of little idiosyncrasies in surfing you don't realize until you really have that tuned eye. But
Maddie needing a 3.21. This one opening up for a small left, but running down the line. Two nice carves off the top.
she needed a 3.21. We'll see what the judges say. I like the way she added a little extra.
Yeah, Riviera's got to be a little nervous. I don't know if she's, you know, sometimes in the heats, the surfers don't look over their shoulder. They don't want to watch.
Oh, Ruby, you are in first place. You have a 4.75 and a 4.25. Story, you are in fourth. You have a 3.75 and a 1. You need a 2.96 to advance.
So waiting on this score for Red. Maddie using that priority, broke away and got a really clean shouldering left that she, got to do two nice carve downs, complete rail turns, and finish the wave strong. So in the scheme of things, it'll be interesting where the judges go.
Blue, you have 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in the heat.
And first priority.
And first priority, and you need a 2.96 to advance. So 2 minutes left. Heat 2. Feels like we're going through them pretty fast. There's so much action that the downtime it happens, but it's real limited, and then it's a flurry.
It's a flurry. Well, there we go. Maddie Stanton to first place with that last wave, a 5.50. So the judges taking a while to rewatch it and deliberate. Clean surfing, you know, no dirty rails as we were talking about yesterday, and the wave is a 5.5. Maddie Stanton into the lead. Ruby in second. Riviera, now you need a 5.05. And Story, now you need a 5.25. So that changed the game a lot, up the ante.
So yeah, the judges really like that the rail turn, a little something different. There's been kind of some bounces off the whitewater and end sections, but she actually, did kind of a rail turn snap combo twice.
Yeah, and that's what Sanoa was doing. That's what Zoe did to flip the heat in the last heat, getting that big layback carve down. 1 minute left. Maddie Stanton jumps up into first after sitting there in third for most of the heat.
Got a tight little bunch right there with green, blue, and white right there. Both blue and green looking to find some low 5 scores to jump into advancing position, but they've got about 35 seconds left to do so.
Here we go, Blue's opportunity with that priority. It's going to be a short wave, a quick wave, throws it up there for one hopeful bang. Looking for a 5.25.
But that gives priority to Riviera, who's also looking for a 5.05, but there's only 12 seconds left.
We'll all watch the clock.
Well, green is up. She got her opportunity. She got a snap, and she finished it
5,
with a little tail loose.
4, 3, 2, 1. Wow, where will this play out? That was exciting. She got the wave right on the buzzer, right before.
Next heat, you're on hold. We got to let the judges break down a couple scores, so we'll let you know.
She's got to feel good coming in, At least she got the opportunity. She surfed it really well. A 4.05 is where it falls in, so not enough. Moving through Maddie Stanton and Ruby Stringfellow into the round of 16. Congratulations. Okay, surfers, you guys can move over to the lineup. We'll probably have a...
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Round of 32, heat 3. In red, we have Dia McCart. In blue, Ava Wagaster. In white, Remy Todd. And in green, Gila Cohen. So no waves ridden yet. Sunny, glassy, high tide conditions here in Morro Bay, California. And these ladies, these young competitors are trying to gain points to find their way onto the Challenger Series next year. And we are moving right along. The conditions are a little smaller today, but there's been a lot of action, a lot of flurries of action. Like we said, we sent the women out first today. They're setting the tone. And so far, there's been a lot of good waves ridden. So beginning of the heat, no priority until someone starts taking waves, and then the judge starts assigning priority. Again, in red, we have Dia. In blue, we have Ava. In white, we have Remy. And in green, Gila. Apologies, Dea. I'm working out some of these pronunciations. So we see them starting to break up a little. Looks like white is having a paddle. White and green are taking a look, but this wave kind of pushed under them. We have king's tides right now, really high tide swings, so the tide will move in till about 10 this morning, and then it will fall out through the remainder of the day. No waves ridden yet, but that gives us time to interview last heat winner. We're gonna send it down to Jeff Baldwin and the last heat winner.
Yeah, I'm here with Maddie Stanton. So a brisk morning here in Morro Bay. Lots of big waves before. Now you come down, it's small, it's cold, and you're like, what do I do? What's my game plan?
My game plan was to just get the little lefts kind of by the rock, but it was pretty slow, and I didn't end up getting like a good score till the very end, so it was sketchy.
So you've had many heats like that before where everybody's stuck in that below 5-point range and anything can flip, and you sitting in third for most of the heat, then all of a sudden, finally, did you breathe some relief?
Yeah, I had fourth priority, so I was just kind of like hanging under everyone, and I saw the wave coming in and no one was really looking at it, so I just went and I got the score.
So to go from fourth priority down at the bottom in third up to first place, big flip. Did you breathe relief right after that? Did you paddle out when we delivered the score, go, oh my?
Yeah, I was just so thankful.
We really like your board. Talk about the board. It was flowing over the waves, the small waves, really easily.
Yeah, this is my 2-Point Pro. It's my favorite model from CI right now, and it's working super good in these conditions.
All right. Well, Maddie, congratulations into the round of 16. I like your pearl necklace. That's pretty. You want to say hi to anyone real quick?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my dad and my sister and my grandparents for watching. And thanks to my sponsors and my coach, Jason Kenworthy, and my mom.
All right. There we go. Maddie Stanton moving into the round of 16. Have good luck in the rest of the heat. It's coming up. Bye.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
All right, we're going to see Maddie Stanton tomorrow as she advances through that heat. Meanwhile, on the screen, we got a replay of Blue getting a 2-turn combo on her backhand. A little under 5 minutes have gone by in this heat. We're at the 15-minute and 15-second mark. As of right now, I'm seeing red in the lead. No, that just changed. A score dropped in for Blue. Blue is in the lead with a 5.75. And live on your screen right there, white Remy just got a wave there. So as of right now, with 14 minutes and 50 seconds left, Blue is in first with a 5.75. White in second with a heat total of 1.6. And in third, red has a heat total of 1 point. So early on, only one real score to speak of, and that's for Blue with that 5.75. It looks like she's paddling again at the north end of the beach on the forehand. Gets a bank off that end section, so she's going to back up that 5.75 and then get back out there and try to find probably an improvement on that backup, but at least she's got 2 scores now. So round of 32, heat 3. Some of these are the seeded surfers that showed up today. Some of them advanced through yesterday. And so we've got these women surfing today, and then the top 2 in each heat will advance, and we'll see them again tomorrow as we've got the men's coming up this afternoon after this round. So first place, Blue. You have a 5.75 and a 1.2. Your last wave came in at a 1.2. Second place, White. You still have that total of 1.6, and that's for 2 waves, so you probably want to replace both of those. And in this heat, you can see they are a little farther to the north, whereas the first 2 heats spent a little more time kind of in the pocket right underneath the rock. But as the tide moves around, the peaks will pop up in different zones. As mentioned, we have a king's tide, or up the beach, blue trying to get something going, trying to get the speed up, but that wave just did not cooperate. Like I was just talking about, the king's tide can make the waves a little flatter face, so finding the power pocket is going to be a premium. And that's going to separate those who advance and those who don't. A little bit smaller conditions today, but it's glassy and the sun is out, and all these competitors are well versed in surfing all sorts of conditions, so that's why they've been performing so well thus far and will continue to do so throughout the day. "12 minutes left in the heat. Blue is still in the lead, white in second, red in third, and with priority in fourth is green, looking to get started. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with the area, we are in Morro Bay, California. Right in the middle of Estero Bay, we have Montana de Oro State Park to the south. We have Cayucas and Cambria to the north, and San Simeon a little farther up. San Simeon is the home of Hearst Castle, which is a pretty famous landmark and tourist attraction here. But we got red up and riding on the backhand. Already got 2 turns, 3 turns, and the 3-turn combo has been a winning combination today. So we'll see what the judges have to say about that. She was sitting on a 1-point ride, and in third place. I have to imagine things will change when the score comes in for that. Meanwhile, we have white, green, and blue all kind of hunting around. Looks like Remy up and out. So here's a replay of red. Setup snap, second turn, and then finishes it off in the pocket right there in the critical part. So 3-turn combo is going to go a long ways today. She had a 1-point score. The judges are working out that wave. And there's that beautiful drone shot of the rock in the background and the beautiful blue water. And as it wraps around, you'll see where we're sitting in you'll see the container shortly. But yeah, from that drone shot, for those of you at home, you can see it just a beautiful stretch of coastline. We're real lucky to be able to utilize this for competition. And up and riding blue, Ava on the north end. Gets a little bank off the white water. She had a 5.75 and a 1.2, so that's going to help. Gila gets it going. First wave, but she's right back out there. 10-second paddle out, right back in the lineup. So we have some scores coming in. We'll bring you up to speed as soon as those drop, and they have. What do you see there, Jeff? Welcome back.
Well, I saw that wave of Daya in red. That was a beauty. The 3-turn combo, like you were indicating, judges loving that through the first few heats of the morning, or the first 2.
So yeah, that bumped her into second place. As of right now, blue, you're in the lead with a 5.75 and a 2. Second place, red, you have a 5 and a 1. White, you're in third place. You need a 4.91 to advance. And green, you are in fourth. You need a 5.2 to move into advancing position.
So free surfer down to the north with the soft top just paddling out. Can you make sure once you go through this wave, I don't know if you can hear me. Free surfers, please paddle way to the north. All right, we got Remy Todd. She clacks one, and we see green down the way. Gila, that pink board flaring. It didn't look like she rode out, though. Free surfer on the soft top, when you get out past that next wave, make sure you paddle towards the red kayak to the north, please, since our competitors are now on that sandbar riding the left in towards where you were paddling out. Thank you.
Here's the replay right here of green. on her backhand.
Just last night, so maybe if any of the family members.
Nice little backhand turn. So she did ride out. It was just a ways up the beach and hard for us to see, but the judges caught it.
Lewis Poncho.
All right, a little shout out. Who left the poncho? Riviera Hunter left a poncho, a big warm poncho on a bench last night. If anyone happened to grab it, it's one of those, it's an olive green and charcoal top, big warm fuzzy poncho, Lewis Apex poncho. Yosemite is what it is. So if any of the friends or family happen to scoop it up, she'd love to get it back in the frigid temperatures and be warm again. So searching for a poncho that was left yesterday from one of our competitors. Thanks to the free surfers for paddling down to the north. We appreciate that. We got 7 minutes left here in this heat. So, Bud, the surfers have all moved with the tide down to that sandbar left.
Yeah, this is a different look. I wonder if their if their coaches or advisors kind of were looking at that, or if they just picked up on it as they were out there. Because yeah, this is the first time a couple, let alone all of them, have gone down this far or that far. Granted, it's only heat 3 of the morning, so there's only so much precedent set, but it is a different look. Searching for Poncho, that almost sounds like a comedy movie.
Yeah, searching for Poncho Sullivan. Well, and a note to the competitors, too, we do have the light blue barricade there on the sand, under the sand dune. That's kind of the edge of the competition area, so try to stay taking off south of that at least. Once you go further north, it's really hard for the judges to see what you're doing on the wave.
Gila, you were asking for information. You are in. Hold on, blue's up and riding. Nice snap. A second one. Oh, here comes another 3-turn, maybe a 4-turn combo. So blue with a nice wave.
So both of the heat leaders, Blue, Ava got a nice one down into the bay there, and behind her, Daya got one too. It looked like one nice solid turn, and now White's turn, layback snap, quick in and out. She will paddle back out quickly to reestablish priority.
Gila was asking for information. Gila, you are right now in 3rd place, but there's some scores to drop. There's 5 minutes and 10 seconds left. When the scores drop, we'll get you more caught up. Yeah, she's not going to wait. She's going to stay busy.
Man, that is so tough what she just did. It
Yes.
was a short section. She had to get to her feet so fast, and that's that technique of paddling into the wave really quickly, jumping to the magic spot on the board, not going down the face of the wave, just executing your turn right away. But Ava seems like she got the best of the last 3 waves. So that's going to be a really healthy score for the heat leader, Ava.
Rapid fire action. Now red is up, and I'm seeing the judges have a bunch of scores to lock in still, so they've got their work cut out for them over the next minute or so.
Yeah, so hold tight, surfers. As we just were saying, four waves were ridden, and the judges have to catch up. We are down to 4 minutes. Importantly, priority is with white, second priority with blue, third with green. So, Bud, once the scores are locked in, and we can only go so fast, right?
Well, yeah, and those guys can only go so fast because they've got a lot of juggling to do. So, like I mentioned yesterday, if you see an official or a judge, give them a pat on the back because it's a tough job.
It is. To be, and you know, to do it 24 heats in a row all day. They do have, you know, they rotate the judges, so they get their breaks too. But right now, up and riding, Gila, not wasting time, quick up and out. That left kind of giving them some the magic potion.
That's kind of the end section of where the gutter lefts were tailing off yesterday. So I could see what they're searching for, where those double ups were on the inside yesterday, and it kind of seems like that's where the main game is right now.
All right, well, we're waiting for all the scores to come in. What has transpired? Daya, your previous wave, your good wave, was a 4.35. Ava, your last wave was a 4.5. Remy, your last wave, a 3.5. And Gila's 2 waves were small throwaways. So as it is, Ava in first, Daya in second. Gila, you're in third, and you need a 4.86. Remy Todd, you are with first priority. You need a 5.85. Priority is white, blue, red, green. 2.5 minutes left. So sometimes I wonder, we deliver a whole litany of what's needed and who's where, and it changes really quickly.
Yeah, 30 seconds later, it's a completely different ball game.
Gila, you are in third place, and you need a 4.86 to go into second. Red, up and riding. Daya, wow. If she can ride out, she cannot ride out. That would have definitely put some more pressure on our third place surfer with 2 minutes to go, but doesn't complete the ride.
So, yeah, Gila needing that 4.86 and Remy needing that 5.85, both doable. Remy happens to have first priority, so a little bit of an advantage for her, but she's still got to find that 5.85, and there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds left.
Well, with small conditions like this, there's a lot of shuffle. Third and fourth place surfers can jump up into the lead and into second. Everyone dealing with the same small conditions, and that's where the potential luck happens, coinciding with priority or under priority.
Luck is interesting, though, because you notice the most prepared tend to get luckier more often.
Well, that's it, right? Staying in the present moment, being open to those opportunities with and without priority.
Well, we're under a minute left. We've got a couple of swell lines coming in, so let's shake it up here at the end of the heat. Gila's looking to do so, and she's in third place right now. Nice turn. She's looking for the 4.86, and she gets the 1 turn backhand wave. We'll see what the judges say, but meanwhile, there's more waves coming in for the other competitors to try to hold her off. Well, it looks like blue got a wave too, but I missed it.
Ava was coming right towards us. 20 seconds left. White can't get into it, so she loses that first priority. First priority with red now, who sits in second place, waiting on the score for green, and we're waiting on Ava Wagster's last wave. We're under 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Rapid fire finish. All scores are in. Official result, Ava Wagner moving on through in first. Daya McCart in second. Moving into the round of 16. We'll go to a quick commercial, and we'll come back with heat number 4, round of 32.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
we're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Joining us here live on the webcast, SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Stop number 7 on the women's qualifying series. We do have a past champion in the water, Ella McCaffrey, who's won this event in the past, and she also doing well this year, had a victory over there in Virginia Beach. So points a critical thing at the tail end of the season here. There's the next event in Pismo in January, and then the Barbados event. That will round out who will qualify for the Challenger Series. And so this is that round with the seeded surfers.
White took a big paddle, got into it, and hits the lip.
And now Green inside.
Over here, closer to us, Green. Young Pinto, kind of on a mushier one, but she's right back out there.
Working on a quick start for sure. I mean, we've seen that it's not like you can sit there and wait for what you think is going to be some great wave. Some waves are obvious. Other ones have kind of turned into good waves, even though they didn't look like a good wave. So in the beginning of the heat, I think a good strategy to stay busy. We've seen that one good big turn can get you that 4-5, which really has kind of set people into a rhythm in the heat. No one's really getting anything over a 5-5 so far this morning.
Well, if you stay busy, it's going to be easier to find a rhythm. You're going to stay looser. Your body's going to stay warm, just kind of in the groove where you don't want to just sit out there and kind of waste away, especially like it's a little chilly. The nerves start building up. And then the small waves, you have to be light-footed, and, you can't slip up at all. One wrong move and you're out the back of the wave. So I think staying in the groove is the way to go.
Yeah, and earlier we were talking about that paddling into waves really fast, knowing the angle of attack and when you're going to jump to your feet and where you're going to engage that rail right away. We got White now, Auburn, excuse me. Nice completion there. 2 quick turns. Mia McLeish. So Mia got the better of that, little backhand jam. In and out, quick in and out for our surfer in green again. So we'll wait for these scores to come in for White. Talk about staying busy. So Auburn with an opening ride of a 3 and a backup of a 3.5. Those are your 2 waves. Auburn Hilly out into the lead with a 3 and a 3.5. Waiting for that score for blue, Mia.
That's one way to stay warm.
And Ella McCaffrey in the red with priority now. 16 minutes to go in this heat. All right, while we have a quick break in the action, we will go down and see what Ava Wagenser has to say about that heat wind here in round of 32.
All right, I'm here with Ava Wagster. You just mentioned it's a little chilly out there. Where are you visiting us from?
Huntington Beach.
So the water's a few degrees warmer down there?
Yeah, it's a lot warmer. Like the air too.
So it's kind of a combo cold.
Yeah, yep.
And we talked about booties. You're going without them. You feel like you get a better feel, a little better grip. Just, you could deal with it for 20 minutes?
Yeah, I don't really like wearing booties because it feels like I'm like surfing in shoes, and I don't really like that. But yeah, I just like going barefoot, even if it's cold.
And now yourself and the other competitors in that heat all went a little further down the beach, whereas they were starting out closer to the rock earlier. Was that something you planned, or did that just happen during the heat?
It kind of just happened because everybody was like surfing like by the rock, and I just kind of wanted to get away from everyone and catch a wave, and then it just ended up working out in my favor.
Well, nice job. Any shout outs to sponsors, family, friends you want to give us?
Yeah, shout out to my sponsors, Hurley and Stamps and Barefoot, and then hi to my mom and my neighbors and my grandparents.
Your neighbors, too. That's super cool.
Yeah, at Hula Circle.
All right. Well, never a bad thing to have a large support circle. So good luck and warm up, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take care.
All right. Congratulations, Ava, moving into the round of 16. In the meantime, during that interview, Ella got a quick wave, her first wave. A 1.85, Ella's what you scored. Yeah, Isla, your last wave, 3.25. So as it sits now, Auburn out in the lead, holding down the 3 and the 3.5. Isla with a 2.5 and a 3.25. Mia in the blue with priority needs a 2.96. And Ella, you are looking for a 3.90. Auburn staying busy up and down the beach. So will that last wave better her low of a 3?
So a lot of mid-range scores. No one's really busted out yet in this heat.
Or really any. I mean, I think through the first few heats of the morning, 5 have been the marker so far. Hard to really, carry a lot of board speed and find space to open up. Wow, that seemed a bit defensive there. Mia electing to go on that wave. Ella down the line with lower priority. Ella with first priority. And now green again. Isla staying super busy all over the place.
Yeah, she seems to, she has the most waves and...
She's gambling.
Yeah,
she's got a 2.5 and a 3.25. Searching around where contrasting Ella staying very selective at the moment.
Well,
sorry, that wave for Isla doesn't score. It's a 2.10, not in her score line yet. Priority is red, white, blue. There's 12 minutes left.
White situation, please.
Auburn, you are in first place. You have a 3.5 and a 3.2. And you have second priority, just under 12 minutes remaining.
Well, I do think you're right. I do feel like that last wave for blue was not only like a let's give it a chance, but also defensive to keep Ella, off the wave, because Ella seems to be, like you said, kind of has the anchor down right now, waiting for a set. So,
well, thank you to Crave Mini Donuts.
Oh, Crave Mini Donuts is here.
Yeah, I'm taking one in right now. Power pop. And that's what blue just did. Mia McLeish with a little lip time power pop.
Now, Kleiny's a big donut guy. I think I heard him on the Pismo a couple weeks ago talking about his donuts. Anyway, green slashing right there, closer to the rock. She's come back over to this off-the-rock kind of wedge peak. And that's Isla. She's staying busy, the most busy surfer in this heat thus far.
Yeah, on to 7 waves. Although it's not a wave catching contest, but when it's small, we've been talking about that. Certain surfers have their strategy of just they want to stay busy. Which wave is going to open up if they're a rhythm surfer, and that's helpful. Red with priority. Ella McCaffrey. It's a short wave, but she's just going to go for one vertical smash. Fortunately, it's short paddle out. She needed a backup score. She's looking for a 3.9 to get herself up into second.
And she is in the red jersey, so she is the top seed in this heat, correct?
Yep. Red jerseys are the top seed, and she's obviously been surfing a lot all over the world. Had a win this year over in Virginia Beach. I'm sure she's had other great results, but we're not looking at those now. But I know she did have a win.
Yeah, results are great, but we're in the present right now. So she's looking, she's feels good about that and going to carry some confidence. But right now, it's all about this week here at Morro Bay.
Okay, scores in. Ella, your last wave was a 4, but also, so you're in third now, needing a 2.7. In the meantime, Isla, last 2 waves, a 4.1 and a 3.8. So Isla to first. Auburn with priority in second with a 3.5 and a 3.2. Ella, you're in third, needing a 2.7. Your high score, a 4. Your low score, a 1.85. And Mia with second priority, you have a 2.8 and a 2.85. Most importantly, needing a 3.85.
So, yeah, the 2 most busy surfers in this heat, green and white, are in first and second place. So the strategy is paying off, and green's up again, trying to improve on a 3.2. Yeah, some of those waves find a little double up on the inside. So as mentioned, ride it out, see where it goes. You might get a little double up rib, a couple pumps to speed.
Red. Ella looking for this reform right. Oh, you could just see the cross grain of the left that went under there. So nothing in that wave for Ella.
You could see what you saw, the chance for that to come together, but it just kind of pushed off.
All it takes is that one quick turn over the knuckle and into the oncoming section is, I think, where her headspace was.
Sure. Well, you know, it is, if you're coming into it and you see the double up ahead, you know you've got speed coming, so you just got to get over that lump. And today, speed is a premium, so if you find one of those, it could be a heat winner.
Well, shout out to Todd Klein. I'm sure he's off bass fishing somewhere, leading a tour. He's been having a great run lately, but yes, he loves his Crave mini donuts. So here we go. Ella with just one quick smash. Blue finds a little two-turn combo. These are tight waves. It is so critical for the surfers to be paddling into them with the most speed that they can generate, get up quickly, and engage that inside rail. No time to, like, fade a bottom turn.
You know, like you mentioned, you want to be able to hop up and have your feet be in the spot, almost already into like a pump. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a whole technique, and when I used to coach some surfers, like engaging that rail with your inside hand to set the line early. As we look at the replay there from Ella, looking to see if this betters the 1.85. Ella needing a 2.7. Mia got a nice wave, and we just can't keep up with the frenetic pace. White drifts the fins there. Auburn keeping the gas on.
Yeah, as soon as a score drops and a replay happens, they're back at it. So like you said, frantic action. No shortage of work for the judges or the priority judge to do.
Oh, look at this wave now. Red down the beach. Big backhand jam. So a lot of one-turn magic happening out there.
Yeah, but Ella in red waited a while to get started, and she found that one was a nice turn, a really nice turn. So she's got to be feeling better about herself now than she was 1 minute ago.
All right.
And the score drops in. Ella, you've got a 4 on the last set. You got the 4 on the last wave. Excuse me.
Oh, on the right.
On the right. So
yeah.
We're waiting for another score. I got too excited.
Yeah, so Ella got that right hand forehand jam, got a 4. Now she has the left. The judges are going to score as there's a bunch of waves for her, for Isla, and for Auburn. So things could reshuffle again with 6 minutes to go. Surfers' priority is white, blue, green, red.
It's happening so fast.
Red up.
So Ella has found her groove in the second half of this heat. She's got a right now. She started with that snap, finishes it off right there. So started slow, but picking up the pace in the second half of the heat. There's 5 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Well, with the battle of the 4s and the high 3s, Mia McLeish with the high score of the heat, that 5.25, so got over the line. It is just a frenetic battle out there. They are all working so hard. Nice finish there for Auburn, who sat up at the top for a lot of the heat. Now she's in third. Ella goes to first. Her last 2 waves better her lower scores. The left with the big backhand reentry, a 5.25. Then that finishing right that she just had, a 4.45. So Ella in the lead in first place. Mia in second at the moment, waiting on a score for Auburn in white. Her last wave. Auburn needs a 3.71 to go into second, and she's paddling out after that last right on her backhand.
And you talked about how hard they're working, and that's what's sometimes you don't realize. The small waves, you are generating all your speed. You have to generate speed to set up a turn. You have to generate speed to complete the turn. It's a lot of it's more physical than you'd assume when the waves are small.
Very much so. Auburn, your last wave comes in at a 4.8. With that, Auburn goes to second. Now Mia, with first priority, in third, needs a 3.95. And Isla, who just had a last wave, was scored, wasn't enough. Auburn, another solid 2-turn combo. And Mia,
here we go again.
I can't keep up.
Yeah. Auburn had that nice little left right there. We heard some cheers off the beach. There's just under 4 minutes left, so that's got to feel good. She was already in second place, looking to improve on a 4.4.
Talk about play-by-play. I mean, every time, like you said, we deliver a score, watch a replay, another score drops in, the positions change again. Ella with the slow start, built, and finally now finds herself at the top of the heap.
Here's the replay of that last wave for White. She got a nice first turn and buttoned it up on the end, had some flow and a nice bit of speed on it, so judges are working that out. Yeah, we have to pick our spots of when to tell them the updates. You know, it happens so fast. You want to make sure all the scores shuffle through before you give them info, because you don't want to steer them in the wrong direction.
Yeah, at a certain point, they might get to that I'm just tuning them out mode. Unless I raise my hand and need information, and that's okay. 3 minutes left. Ella in the lead right now with priority. Ella, you have a 5.25 and a 4.5. Auburn waiting on that last wave could reshuffle things. It's a 6.0, so Auburn goes to first. Ella in second. Mia now needing a 4.46 to advance, and Isla needing a 5.60. Whew.
Well, we just saw that replay of blue, and the judges are working on that score right now. And it doesn't seem to have jumped her into advancing position. So still in first place, Auburn in white. Second, Ella in red. Third place, Mia, you need a 4.46. And fourth place, Isla, you need a 5.6. And there are 2 minutes left in this round of 32 heat. Tightly bunched at the top right now. A lot of waves ridden in this heat, too. This is the most waves ridden in the heat thus far today.
Well, Isla has ridden 11 so far. Auburn, 7. Mia, 6 or 5. Ella, 6. So, yeah, talk about we haven't had a voice break.
No.
It finally quiets out with a minute and a half.
Yeah, the swell has dropped, but this is the first calm moment in this whole 20-minute heat. I mean, there's been waves the whole time. There's been action the whole time. So Ocean taking a little breather, and then maybe we'll get a last-minute flurry, because I know both blue and green are looking to leapfrog in one of those advancing positions.
So Ella sitting in second place with priority. We see the surfers moving in the lineup.
Looks like Mia is the only one interested here on the forehand, coming towards the judges in the sun.
Wow, she went for broke.
She did.
Not a lot of easy lip to read there. Blew the fins and couldn't ride out. We're down to 40 seconds. Priority with red. Currently Ella in second. Auburn Hilly in the lead with a 4, 8, and a 6.
Yeah, she really lucked out when she came over here and found that little wedge left and got that two-turn to jump her up to the lead. That worked out well. Here she is again. She seems to have found the groove, and she's found the boards, and nice.
Oh, blows the fins out. A little air time. Little lip slide. 10 seconds left, surfers.
I wonder that could. I mean, her low score is a 4.8.
4, 3, 2, 1. That wave comes in at a 4.75, doesn't factor in. Official results, Auburn Hilly in first, Ella McCaffrey in second, both moving on through into the round of 16. We'll go to a quick commercial break, Bud, and we will see you all on the flip side.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast. with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
All right, welcome back. For those of you at home, this is women's round of 32, Heat 5. In red, Reed Van Wagener. In blue, Peta Kenworthy. In white, Scout Mitchell. And in green, Kiana Miller. So one quick wave for blue, just up and down, a 0.5. That puts blue in the lead for the time being, but that won't last long. The 0.5 isn't the score you want to hold on to at the end of the heat, and we've still got 18 minutes and 30 seconds left, so that will be a forgotten wave in time.
So a little shout out to our surfer in green, Kiana Miller, who's up at University here at San Luis Obispo. She won her heat yesterday and had to go take a final. Well, guess what? She got a 95% on that final yesterday. So congratulations to her. A little mini victory within the surf event.
Bravo, bravo.
Yeah, surfing in academics.
Oh, if you're at home, look at that view of Morro Rock. It's one of the Seven Sisters. It's one of the more famous landmarks here. Meanwhile, Peta Kenworthy gets her second wave, and that's going to be better than that 0.5 she had. She got a little frontside turn done, so that 0.5 score will instantly go away. Peta, that was a 2.5. You got a 2.5 on that. So with 17 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat, only two small scores. Meanwhile, we've got white and red. So white's surfing here next to us. Second turn. White on the backhand found a wave that had a little bit of punch to it. So Scout Mitchell got a couple turns done. And at the north end of the beach, Kiana, who we were just talking about, the student athlete, got a quick up and down. So now that some waves have been ridden, priority starts to get established. As of right now, Reed in red, you have priority. Blue, you have second priority. So early on in this heat, Scout in white leading with a 4-point wave. Peta in second with a 2.5 and a 0.5 for a heat total of 3 points. And in third, Kiana with that 0.85. And we're waiting for Reed to get going. She's got priority, so she's got her pick of the waves out there. Should a set come in shortly, she's going to take advantage of it. There's that drone shot brought to us by a very talented drone operator. He's picking up red on the north end. We got red on the wave, and then we'll cut down to an interview, but we'll see what red does here. Reed Van Wagener gets her campaign started, and now she finishes it up, and I think we're going to cut down to Jeff Baldwin and the last heat winner.
Yeah, I'm here with Auburn Hilly. A scrappy heat, everyone. You got a bunch of waves. Talk about what you were thinking as the waves were just bouncing around.
Yeah, I just knew I had to go out there and get a quick start, and my goal is just to ride a bunch of waves, and luckily I got those two at the end and got me into the lead. It was very grindy and stressful, but I got it done.
So coming here from New Smyrna Beach, it's very warm. You said it's 80 degrees there. You're freezing here, but you've been here for a little while doing warm-up surfs.
Yeah, I've been here since Tuesday afternoon, so I've gotten a little bit used to the water, but it's definitely way warmer at home than it is here, so just into the cold, but yeah.
Hey, but get used to it, right? The goal is to make the Challenger Series and the World Tour eventually, and you got to go to cold places, so that's okay, right?
Yeah, whatever it takes. On the grind, it's whatever. You can either go to 80-degree weather or 30-degree weather, and we're a little bit in between here, so it's pretty nice here.
So talk about it. You have Ella McCaffrey, who's won these events, kind of a veteran of the qualifying series here. Any nerves in going up against those peers?
Yeah, Ella's super good in these contests, and I've surfed against her a couple of times, and it was fun to get another heat with her.
Right on. Well, congratulations. Moving into the round of 16 to advance out of that's a big goal, correct?
Yeah, just take it by heat, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Auburn Hilly, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, Auburn, that young competitor understands that, she said she came from 80 degrees a couple days ago to this, and sometimes it's going to be warmer, sometimes it's going to be colder. Just enjoy the process. So that's one heck of a mindset for a young competitor to have already that she's working with, and she beat a top seed, and she's into the next round. So we'll see her again tomorrow. Nice job. Meanwhile, we had a couple waves ridden. There's 13 minutes and 40 seconds left. Scout is in first place with a single wave of a 4-point wave. Second place, Reed in red with a 3.25 single wave. Third place, Kiana in green. You have a 2.1 and a 1. You need a 1.16 to advance. And in fourth place, Peta in blue. Your high score is a 2.5. You're looking for a 0.76 to advance. So both green and blue just need small scores to get into advancing position. 13 minutes left. The sun is finally starting to hit the entire lineup and about to get onto the rock and onto this mid-state container building that we were provided with that is the mobile judging and commentary booth. So thank you to Mid-State Containers. So this heat's a little slower than the last one, but it looks like both red and green wanted to change that and get busy, get it going again. Yeah, last heat we had about 25 waves or so ridden between the four competitors. Thus far, at the 12-minute, 15-second mark, we have 7 waves ridden between the 4 of them. So, like you've probably heard about, there's one heat will be on for waves, the next might not. That's how the ocean works. We got the tide rising to about 10 this morning, so that's also going to affect the consistency. Big tide swings over these 4 days that we're here, competition. White, you are in second priority. I saw you looking up here, Scout. You're in second priority. You have a 4-point ride. That is the highest score of the heat thus far, highest combined and highest single wave score.
Man, it is nippy out there doing the interview with Auburn. She's probably 80 pounds and no body fat, and she's sitting there just shaking. So,
well, that's an adjustment. She said she just came from Florida, put on a 4.3, put on booties.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job. Way to adapt.
But like she said, hey, whatever it takes, when you get out into the big wide world, if you get onto the Challenger Series and beyond, you're faced with all kinds of conditions. So,
well, that's what I mentioned was refreshing her mindset. She understands could be 80 degrees, could be 30. This is right in the middle. That's where I'm at. Deal with it. And then she mentioned the process, just enjoying the process. And like we talked about earlier, you do your prep ahead of time, and then you come and perform. And she did just that. So 10 minutes and 35 seconds left. Scout still in the lead, followed by Reed, then Kiana and Peta bringing up the rear. Peta does have priority, so she's in fourth spot, looking for that 0.76 with priority. Kiana is in third priority. She needs a 1.16 to advance.
I'm watching a big old turkey vulture
Yeah.
soar around.
Yeah, I wonder if maybe there's a fish or something evidently has caught its attention.
Yeah, and there's one down the beach, one right out in front of us over the competitors.
I wonder what that means. Well, it means there's a set coming. I see a couple lines out the back, so it's been slow for the last couple minutes, but Blue's not going to wait for the set. She's on the inside, hitting the lip. Peta Kenworthy. So she only had a 0.5 and a 2.5, so that's going to help. I assume that's going to eclipse the 0.5. Way down the beach, way to the north. Red, green, and white all surfing at the same time. That almost sounds like a Christmas decoration, those three colors all at once.
Sorry?
I said red, green, and white were all riding at once, almost like a Christmas decoration.
Hey, well, it's nice, too, talking about Christmas decorations, driving along through Morro Bay, all the gas lamps, or the old-looking gas lamps decorated with their red bows up and down the coast. I stopped in Solvang on the way up here, of course. They do a really good job of presenting the holiday cheer.
Well, speaking of Christmas, I did see on the local news site this morning that for those of you visiting town that do want a little Christmas experience in the Morro Bay City Park, tonight is their Christmas tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, man, I'm going to go. That sounds fun.
Yeah, the festivities start about 3:30. I think they're going to light it up just after 5. So, yeah, if you want to take a walk around, maybe grab a bite and feel some holiday cheer, the city of Morro Bay's Christmas tree lighting is going on tonight.
So that's the park that's right up Pacific all the way, or I'm not sure which street. You're on your way to go to the roundabout and the freeways.
I
that
believe
park
so.
Through the middle there. Gotcha.
I'm not 100% sure. We could Google it a little later. I just saw that little blurb as I checked the news this morning, drinking my coffee, and I thought that would be neat to pass along to everybody. All right, 8 minutes left in this heat. White is still in the lead. Red is in second. Blue is in third, and green in fourth. Blue needs a 4.3 to advance. Green needs a 4.7 to advance. Seven minutes, 45 seconds, so we're almost to the last third of this heat. So blue and white on a collision course here towards the rock, but they steered clear of each other.
Yeah, 3 surfers were up on that wave.
And green was well up to the north end, so once again we got the full spread. The 150-yard spread between our competitor in white here by the rock and our competitor in green towards the north end.
Yeah, her wave didn't give. It was a short section up into the whitewash. Kenworthy got a nice backhand jam. That's going to be her best wave of the heat. A 3.5 for blue. Still in third. Looking for a 3.51. Waiting on Scout's last wave. Kiana, your last wave came in at a 1, so doesn't factor in. You are still looking for a 4.70 to advance. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Here's a replay of Blue's last wave, Peter Kenworthy.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Kenworthy family jamming along. Her older sister out there had competed in this event and Pismo since they were super young, and look what it did. Out onto the World Championship Tour last year.
Well, their father has been around good surfing for the last 2 decades.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
I mean, they've grown up. It's in their pedigree, you know.
Yeah. Well, it's so fun to have these surfing family stories, you know. And, again, back to giving Andy McKay shout-outs. Getting these events established since 2017 have been a launch pad for a lot of the surfers. Or at least, you know, it gave the West Coast representation. So Beyond Jacks and the Jacks event was the only one for quite a while down in Huntington. And this opened the door for 2 and 3 more events through the year.
There was the Jacks down there, or there was the Coldwater, which doesn't even happen every year.
Which had
so,
stopped, yeah.
So there was real dearth of competition here in the Central Coast. We've had some good free surfers, but just in the last few years when competition did get back here, did we get some Braden Jones guys and Killian Garlands who were knocking around, making some noise.
And what a cool story that. I mean, I didn't look at the men's draw, but yeah, to watch Braden, have so many great results in all those years, then go on and become a fireman.
Yep.
And get, in a crew up here. And even last year in Pismo, he was in the event.
Yep. He just entered matrimony a couple weeks ago, so congratulations if you're at home right there. I saw some pictures of all the boys at the wedding, so yeah, he's turning into a young man, a fireman, still competes part-time. I don't think he's here, but but he did carry the torch for a while, with the juniors and banging around in these contests.
And he surfed for the U.S. national team, and he, surfed under Ryan Simmons. And, and you were mentioning Killian Garland, who's had also a bunch of great results through the years up here.
Oh, yeah, and he dominated the amateur ranks when he was a kid for a couple of years. So, there's been a couple guys breaking through, but until this really came back, it felt like there was just kind of free surfing and stuff, but it's good to have the competition back.
All right, surfers, we are down to just under 4 minutes. Scout Mitchell in first with priority. Reed Van Wagner in second with second priority. Peter Kenworthy in third, needing a 3.51, and Kiana Miller needing a 4.7. So Kiana way down the beach, she really is like dialed in, just wanting that left that runs down the sandbar with the high tide. 3.5 minutes for one to materialize in front of her.
Well, as the tide comes in, you can see there's almost a little bay effect in here, so it's almost like she's sitting on the inside of a mini little sand point. So I can understand why she identified that area. But she is still looking for that 4.7, and there's 3 minutes and 5 seconds left.
Look at that beautiful panned-in shot. There is our surfer in green, Kiana Miller, who just got the 95% on her final up at San Luis Obispo at the college right up the road.
Well, with that view right there, you see the Cayucas Pier, and outside of that is that shot where you saw a lot of toe-ins from about 10, 12 years ago. There's a bommy out there that breaks and a little shelf.
Yeah, it was really good during the Pismo event. There was the day that it was too big, the first day of the event. People were up there. Here we go, Kiana Miller.
She said she likes going on her backhand.
Well, coming from Santa Cruz and now here. Needed a 4.7, giving the judges a good look.
Well,
2 turns.
If she can chip away, she's got a 2.1 and a 1. So if she didn't quite get there, she's still going to have 2 minutes left to try to get another one. So there's the replay. She gets a check turn, then finishes it off, and the judges are looking at it. The judges gave you a 3.75, Kiana. That moves you to third place. You need a 3.05, and that bumps Peta to fourth. Peta, you need a 3.51 to advance now, and there are 1 minute and 45 seconds left. So, Peta looks to break away with the third priority and needing the 3.51. She's coming back this way to try to find a little fresh air, a little open room to maneuver.
Well, the strategy in play. Look at this red. Reed Van Wagner hunting down Kiana, knowing, and Kiana's got some confidence after that wave and thinking, all right, I only need a 3.05. I got a 3.75 on that last wave. If I can find something anywhere close to that, red.
So this is how the game gets played. They are chasing each other around out there because both Reed and Scout know what Kiana and Peta can do if they get that last wave. This is its own kind of excitement watching them. Okay, green, Kiana, you need a 3.05. You're in fourth priority. There are 50 seconds left.
And as she was paddling out after the previous wave, a little bump came that she swung on and tried to go on, but it didn't stand up enough for her. And that was before Reed made her way all the way over. Here we go. Kenworthy can't get over that one.
30 seconds left. 30 seconds.
So at the end of the heat, the lower priority surfer always trying to bait the higher priority surfer into a wave with 20 seconds. You can paddle for a wave with 1 second left as long as you're to your feet in time.
Well, this could even come down to catching the wave. So if someone with higher priority tries to hold you up but can't catch it, well, there it goes. Reed just took care of her priority and
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's okay. Reed and Red did the smart move, held Kiana off, and unfortunately, the student athlete will be eliminated.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Good morning and welcome back to the SLO CAL Open up here in Morro Bay. A crisp, beautiful, sunny morning in the Central Coast. We are into heat number 6, round of 32 of the women's, moving on through. We just saw Scout Mitchell and Reed Van Wagner advance into the round of 16. In this heat riding right now, Marlo Harris slams that black CI into the oncoming section. So if you're just joining us, we've had a little tick down in the size of the waves from yesterday, but we know with the big tide swing, the waves are going to move in and around the sandbar. In the red, Talia Swindoll right now. She has been involved in these events for a long time. Surf for the U.S. national team, has had some amazing results along her young career so far. Vela Mativ also. Kiyokura Nauenberg in the white and Marlo Harris in the green.
Yeah, the surfer in white is the first of the morning to wear the hood out there. I wonder.
She doesn't want to hear us.
She doesn't want to hear us. She probably comes from a lot more warm climate. But yeah, you talked about that. Some people want to hear what's going on. Some don't. Maybe that's her strategy. She just wants to do her thing, put the horse blinders on, and go to work.
Maybe she's got like audio comms to her coach, you know, like how in the NFL the quarterbacks have stuff.
Has that been explored? I mean, guys are on the beach waving towels, pointing around, hollering.
There must be waterproof audio. I don't know. I haven't heard of it, but I remember during the before I get yarning into that, scores have come in. Talia, your first wave, a 4.35. Vela, your opening wave, a 4.25. Kiyokura, your first wave, a 2.75, and Marlo, your opening ride, a 3.25. So all four surfers have their first ride. Talia in the lead, Vela in second. We'll wait really for them all to get their second waves before we talk about positioning, but priority is blue, green, red. What I was going to say, back to the audio in the head, during the early competitions, the games that were pre the board riders, Brad Gerlach and I was involved, and so the different teams, there were water coaches, and we had walkie-talkies. So we were talking to the beach and then relaying that info to the athletes. Well, so that was the closest we got.
It sounds silly, and we're laughing about it, but the WSL might have to write a rule about that now that we mentioned it. I mean, why not? There's waterproof earbuds, and I mean, until a rule is written, I would assume it's...
Well, is it cheating if you are, listening to a coach? I don't know.
What's the difference between someone pointing you to waves with a towel? I mean, it's a gray area. I'm sure it'll get explored in the next few years. So I'm going to go down and see what the last heat winner is.
See what Scout Mitchell has to say. We have our surfer in white way down the beach coming right at us. So the judges love it when they're down there and they're actually coming at them. Ooh, blows the fins over the lip. The wind kind of pushes the board out. That'll be a throwaway, although it's her second wave. Priority is blue, green, red. Talia Swindoll, who opened with a 4.35. Wow, she's surfing big and strong.
Before getting ready for interview.
Thanks, sir.
Can't wait to see where this score goes for Talia.
Mitchell, Scout Mitchell. Okay.
Watching the replay. So she had to kind of push through that first section, but this is where she got busy. 2 very clean turns.
Maybe lower this just a hair.
Well, we'll go throw it down for our post-heat interview with Scout Mitchell, and then we'll come back with the score for Talia.
All right, yeah, I'm down here with Scout Mitchell. She won the last heat, a very efficient performance. I believe you rode 3 waves and got 2 scores. Yeah, was that your plan? Because it feels like everybody else has been of the get busy mindset.
I definitely think I could have gotten a little bit busier, but the waves went a little slow at the beginning. And then at the end, yeah, I just tried to shut it down.
Any different surfboard you're riding today, or just a standard shorty?
I'm just riding my normal board. It's a Ruminer, little round tail fun board for the mushy waves.
Is Roundtail your usual jam? I mean, it's kind of offers the best of both worlds.
Yeah, this is my first board with it, and I've been liking it. A lot of drive off the water and off my turns. Yeah, so definitely ordering more in the future.
And odd question, but you got a cool name. Is there a story behind the name Scout?
Yeah, Scout's my middle name. My first name's actually Riley, but my mom named me after To Kill a Mockingbird, the book. So and always wanted to call me Scout.
Well, that's pretty cool. So it sounds like your mom's one of the people you want to shout out. Anybody else you want to give thanks to or say hello to?
Yeah, my mom working at school. I'm sure she has the video up in our classroom. So shout out to her and my little sister. And then my dad, who's supporting me here. And then, of course, my coach, John Daniels, who's been with me for so long. And then, of course, Ruminer, my surfboard company. And then I like to shout out Big 20 because he's always a good, fun supporter here and keeps the good, positive vibes alive.
Yeah, Big 20's kind of been a common theme amongst heat winners the last couple of days. So good job to him and good job to you. We'll see you tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. I like it. A little backstory on the name. To Kill a Mockingbird. And if Mom's there, yes, Talia, the interview just finished up. Your last wave, a 6.5. You were in first. Vela, your second wave was a 0.9. Kiyokura, you have a 2.75 and a 1.25. You are needing a 2.41 to go to second. And Marlo, you need a 1.91 to go to second. Your opening ride was a 3.25. Just under 12 minutes. Priority is white, red, green, blue. So, Talia, you have a 4.35 and a 6.5. Vela, you have a 4.25 and a 0.9. So, touch and go in that second place position, but a lot of time at the moment. Priority with white, and white only needing a 2.41. And then Marlo with that opening first wave of a 3.25. Needing a small 1.91 to advance. Well, Vela not wasting time. Way down the beach on her forehand. Rips into that oncoming section as Kiyokura also, but she slid the fins and doesn't ride out. And down the way, Talia throwing a ton of spray, looking like she has put some work in the gym, surfing very strong. So we were talking about it yesterday, and here we are, Talia, the high seed in this heat at the moment, came in ranked 14th on the qualifying series. This is stop number 7. So White's wave comes in at a 1.25. We're watching the replay of Talia navigating those kind of ribs down the line, but still Did some strong work on that wave, generating speed the whole way through. 10 minutes left in the heat, halfway through.
Yeah, Talia, the top seed, looks like she's proving why thus far in this round of 32 women's heat. So, yeah, like we mentioned, the surfers in red are the top seeds. Kind of refreshing to see Scout in the last heat take a top seed down, you know. That's kind of fun stuff, but both of them are going to be back in the later round, and we'll see what happens then. Well, there she goes again. I was just talking about her. She's on that far bar up there to the north. Finding some speed. Oh, and finishing it nicely. Just kind of fell off at the end, but the intent was there.
She's flowing. She's found this little rhythm on that right, coming across the deep spot, but knowing she can hit the oncoming section.
Did you just see that? We talked about how close they are to shore. She went to duck dive, and she realized that she was touching the ground with her foot.
Oh, no, I didn't. I looked at the monitor.
Yeah, it was interesting.
So Talia, just the wave before was a 3.8, and your last wave a 1.6. So situation pretty much the same, other than Vella's last wave. Your last wave came in at a 4. You extended your second place position. Kiakora, now you need a 5.5 to get into advancing, and Marlo with priority, you need a straight 5 to go into advancing because Vella bettered her low score. 8 minutes and 20 seconds. Priority is green, blue, white.
Looks like green up on the north end of the beach, using that priority on her backhand on that black surfboard. Looking pretty sharp out there.
Well, that's only her. She finally got her second wave, so 12 minutes off the clock, and she's got her second wave, her backup. She needs a 5. That was interesting to know that Scout's name isn't really her name, but it's her middle name.
Well,
and then, the mom wanted it, so she snuck it in as the middle name, always knowing I'm going to call her Scout no matter what.
Well,
so,
yeah, that really caught my eye. I thought that was pretty neat. So
Yeah.
that was a neat explanation, and sounds like
from a historic book, To Kill a Mockingbird. Look at this, Talia again.
Wow. Okay, top seed. That's why when you see a turn like that.
So everybody looking at lefts, and she's found her rhythm on these rights. I wonder if she's going to change up her game now and maybe show. She started with a left, that 4.35.
Here's the replay of it. So she finds the speed and gets to the end, and bang, nice, crisp, speedy off the top on the forehand. And on the forehand, it's facing the judges, so they got to see a lot of the bottom of her board.
A straight 5, Talia, your last wave, a 5. So Talia extends her lead. Vella in second. Marlo, your last wave was a 2.75. You're in third now, needing a 5.0. Kiakora, you need a 5.50.
And now it looks like Red is kind of separating herself. She's got the lead. She's going to get out of the way, keep an eye on the rest of them, and then maybe decide to re-engage as the priority thing shakes out a little later.
Yeah, and maybe, she went down to that sandbar and was finding the rights coming towards the judges. Now she's over here where the left features alone. White way down the beach. That wave's not going to do much.
Well, yeah, like you mentioned, now she can kind of separate herself, and she's the one with the rhythm in the heat. So when you got that going, you just kind of go where your mind tells you to go. So take a couple paddles over here and look at might get a wave. Things are just going well for her right now. Here you go, Red again, up and riding, another nice top turn.
Well, she got a lot of redirect, although it was just the one turn.
That snappy redirect pivot.
Yeah.
Yeah, she had that in both those turns.
So the CI looking good under her feet.
Yeah, Channel Islands, a lot of good Channel Island surfboards we've seen out here. A lot of good surfboards. The Lost, the Channel Islands.
Those ruminers. As Scout was
yeah.
saying, she just got on those and really enjoying them. She's going to order some more.
Where's Ruminer?
I think it's San Clemente.
Okay.
I could be wrong, but in talking to Giorgio Gomez, he's got those. And
all right. Well, he's got a couple good pilots, whoever that shaper is, to give him some feedback. Meanwhile, way up the beach, Marlo, second turn. So, yeah, you said it took her a while to get started, but now she's making it count. Kind of like I said yesterday, like a diesel engine. Start slow and build up power and momentum throughout the heat. So blue down there on that same bar. Another black board, getting 2 turns on the backside. So most of those blackboards are all going to be an alternative construction. Rarely do you see people just spraying them black for the heck of it.
Yeah, just some kind of a lighter carbon composite.
Those technologies are coming out so rapidly. Every 6 or 8 months, there's a new version of it, and every shaper, every big brand's got their own different take on it. So, yeah, it's pretty neat to see so many advancements and so many choices you have depending on the conditions or your own style. Here's the replay of a green on that black surfboard. Gets a couple nice turns right there and then finds a little double up on the inside to finish it off.
So those last few scores, Talia dropped in for you, didn't change anything in your score line. Vela, your last wave was a 3.85. This is a critical wave for Kiakora. She needs a 5.5 still. It's tough when it's just one section.
Sure, she needed that 5.5, but she's sitting on a 2.75 and a 1.25. So even if that helps out Talia, you're in first place. There's 3 minutes and 5 seconds left. You have a 6.5 and a 5.
Yeah, I know the especially last year and the year before, the different black composite boards definitely trended up.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes
green, you have a 3.25 and a 3.55. You need a 4.7 to advance. You're in third priority, and there are 2 minutes and 35 seconds left. As you were saying?
Yeah, so they sort of trended in, and obviously watching a lot of surfers ride them, and sort of that pressure to have one in your quiver. For me, it only translated in a handful of surfers that they were surfing better on them.
Yeah, sure.
Some of the trend or the surfers wanted them, but it seemed like it was pulling their surfing back. It wasn't making their surfing better, so I don't know.
I don't disagree with you there. Hold on, we'll continue with that after the heat leader continues to, dare I say, dominate thus far. Here she goes. Top seed, heat leader. Not going to be her best score, but she kept a couple other surfers off it, so offense and defense at the same time. So, yeah, back to you were saying, that doesn't translate for everybody, and then also at that time, the people are getting real short and stubby with the composites. So it kind of took away some rail surfing. I know recently some people have gone back to PU, some people have gone back with another inch and a half, just for that, to make those rail turns that much cleaner, that much longer, elongate them.
Show a little more drive.
So, yeah, that's I am with you because it got a little flat and pivoty for a bit, and now it's a little back to the driviness. But like we said, you have to be able to do that. You got to be able to pivot, you got to be able to air, but you got to be able to gouge too if you're really going to get to the top level. And that's what all these surfers are working towards. They're trying to qualify to get to the Challenger Series. And
well, I was going to say, like, a couple examples of me, like Samuel Pupo got on them from JS, and you saw his surfing go up with the board. He was doing new things. Here we go, Talia Swindoll. She is surfing really good. Finds a nice open face left, small but clean, and waxes 3 backhand turns. Will that better her low of a 5? She's out in the lead at the moment with under 30 seconds to go, surfers. Vela, you have first priority. Marlo still needing the 4.7, and Kiakora needing the 5.5. I don't know if much is going to change in the last 10 seconds here.
Well, White's taking the paddle right now. She needs a 5.5. She's on her backhand at the north end of the beach. Gets a turn done.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good effort for White. We're going to go on hold for a second for that score to drop in. She's looking for the 5.5. So here's the replay of Red, which shouldn't mean much because she was already out in the front in the lead.
Well, just Talia, so you know, your last left was your second best score. It was a 5.4. So your two top waves, a 6.5 and a 5.4. Scores in for everyone. Nothing changed moving through. Talia Swindoll and Vela Mativ. Thanks for joining us. We'll be back in a minute for heat number 8.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome back. As you can see, round of 32, heat 7 for the women. In red, Alana Lopez. In blue, Kaden Persadoc. In white, Lola Fleming. And in green, Izzy Gomez. So no waves have been ridden. We got this heat and one more in the round of 32. So yeah, the ladies have been dominating the morning, and red is up and riding, the top seed in this heat. Starting off the way you want to start a heat, with getting a quick wave, a couple turns, and with 18 minutes and 30 seconds left in the heat, she's already got a score. That's Alana Lopez. So
the red jersey top seeds, you know, doing work. Coming up in the next heat, Eden Walla, Brian Lee Beckman, Marlon Glaub, and Kira Huntress. So we've got Aiden Walla, the number 2 seed of the event, coming up next. Again, in that red jersey. I'm sure they're getting checked in.
Speaking of the red jersey, we just had a replay of Alana Lopez. First wave, we're waiting for the judges to drop in a score, but it was a nice start. So we'll let you know when we see that. But right now, we've got Lola Fleming on the forehand. Lola in that white jersey and purple wetsuit with a lot of flair in those colors. And she's got to have a score on the board shortly. So we waiting for the first score of red to finalize. And once again, this is the round of 32 for the women, heat 7. So we're almost through this round of 32. And red, surfer in red, you have 2 scores actually now. You have a 4 and a 3.5. So Alana in red in the lead. Second place, Lola in white with a 2.25. Lola Fleming up on the far bar with a nice snap, but just the wave kind of passes her by. But the intent was there. It was crisp and it was fast, so she'll be right back in the lineup to try to give it another whirl. But as of right now, only her and only white and red have ridden waves. So by default of having 2 waves, they are in the lead, but it's early on.
But, you know, like other than Talia's last heat with the 5 and the 6.5, those 4s and 3.5s have been keeper scores.
Sure, there's been a lot of tight scores in that 10-point range.
And there's Talia.
There she is.
I'm going to go interview her.
Yeah, see what she's got to say. She's a top seed. So 16 minutes left. Only red and white have got scores on the board. So Caden, you need 3.25, and Izzy, you need a 3.25 to jump into advancing position right now. But that's just for right now with 15 minutes and 30 seconds left. Here in Morro Bay, California. Stop 7 for the ladies on this qualifying series. White and blue both up at the same time. Borderline synchronized surfing. White on the backside, blue on the front side. Judges, we'll watch some replays and we'll bring you some scores in a minute. For white, that's going to be her third wave, and for blue, that's going to be her first from what I'm seeing. So everybody has activated except for green. We're waiting for green. Izzy Gomez, but she's got priority now, and here's the replay of blue. Gets a nice turn to start. Little float over the whitewash. And yeah, blue's on the board. Here goes the replay of white. Lola Fleming backhand with that purple wetsuit. A lot of colors on the suit, on the board. Easy to identify out there with a suit like that. Waiting for a score to walk in for Lola. White is up and riding. White staying busy. White, this is going to be her fourth wave already.
All right, I'm with Talia Swindoll, one of the smiliest people we know at all these events. Talia, you were saying you're loving that swallowtail, and you hadn't ridden it in quite a while.
Yeah, no, I woke up this morning and saw that the waves are pretty small, so I switched boards. But yeah, my boards feel great always. So thanks to Channel Islands.
Well, you've been riding those a long time, and you've been competing your entire life. Another great result coming in the red jersey, a 6.5 and a 5. I was interesting. You were riding those rights down into the left sandbar and then separated. Was that the strategy?
I kind of just went out there with like an open mind. The waves are so tricky, and it's not breaking in one spot. So I kind of just adjusted as the heat went on, and yeah, I was able to find a couple waves on the beach by myself. So always fun.
Well, it was a good, strong result. Moving into the round of 16. Do you want to say hello to everyone? You've been traveling a bunch, it seems like, too.
Yeah, totally. My parents at home watching, and I'm sure some friends are tuned in as well. Grandparents maybe, and yeah, my sister. Miss and love you guys.
I have one question. Yesterday, there's this young Grom, Giacomo. He's from Malibu area, too. Do you know him? Do you surf with him? Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyway, he was just ripping. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Talia Swindoll, congrats. Into the next round. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Thank you. Cheers.
All right. Always a fun interview. And take notice of what she said. You know, it's hard to go out there and have too much of a plan because the waves are uncertain. So she went out there, she freed her mind, and she got a heat win. So we'll see you tomorrow. And now we're back to round of 32, heat 7. We had some waves ridden. We're waiting for a score to drop for red, and we're waiting for a score to drop for blue. And I'll get you all up to speed once that happens. There are 12 minutes and 15 seconds left. Here's a replay for blue on the screen. Gets that first snap. That's that one she rode a little bit earlier. Snap to float combo on the north end of the bar. Judges are still working out some scores. 12 minutes left. Priority white, green, red, blue. And it looks like some waves are moving in. Everybody's kind of spreading out, trying to find their spot. Their entry into this little Morro Bay set. Red is up, and ooh, nice. That was a little extra flare in the tail end of that for Alana Lopez, and she is the top seed, so that's to be expected. Welcome back, Darren.
Good morning.
Good morning to you. First time on the mic this morning. Good to hear your voice.
Well, thank you. I know that Jeff wanted to take a little break, a little time off, as we see Ryder up and riding right now. Our surfer Lola Fleming on her backhand.
A lot of energy there. You can tell she's got a lot of energy. She's fired up, and that's going to be her 5th wave, which is 2 more than anybody else has ridden. So she's the one staying the most active out there.
And looks like, surfing a little bit further north than everyone, as we see the replay here for our surfer Alana Lopez.
That was a nice little turn, one turn, but you made a lot out of it, and the judges are still working on that, so we'll get you up to speed once they do. Looks like, Alana, your last wave dropped in at a flat 4, so first place, Caden. Second place, Alana. Third place, Lola. You're looking for a 3.9 to advance. And in 4th place, Izzy, you need a flat 5 to advance, but you've got priority, and there are 10 minutes and 5 seconds left. And just as I say that with priority, she's at the north end on her backhand. Nice turn started off, but the wave just kind of didn't help her.
Yeah, pretty strong offshore winds. I wasn't expecting gusts of 15, 20 knots today. It looked like the winds were going to be pretty mellow, but it's blowing pretty good out there.
It just kicked back up again in the last 15 minutes or so, which well, White with a right-hander coming towards us. And once again, the action surfer of this heat, Lola Fleming, blows that out. So, yeah, that's going to be her, 6th wave? So that's still going to be 2 waves ahead of everybody else. It's not a wave-catching competition, but the more she rides, the more opportunity. Yeah,
exactly. So, you touched on this yesterday with the dropping swell and with this high tide. It's a king high tide, close to a 7-foot high tide, which was about 20 minutes ago.
Okay.
And yeah, it looks like we have update real quick. Surfers are asking for an update. So we're down to 9 minutes, and Blue, you're in the lead right now with a 4.8 and a 4.1, and it does look like all scores are in. Red, Alana Lopez in that 2nd position with a 4, with a pair of 4s. And to take the lead off Blue, you're looking for a 4.9. And that means Lola Fleming in the white jersey needs a 3.9 to get into 2nd. And Izzy Gomez in green needs a 5.0. So that's the situation in the water right now. And as I was alluding to earlier, is with the higher tide and the smaller swell, it's on that inside bank that you mentioned. The surfers are really close to us compared to, they were at least 100 to 150 yards further out.
Yes.
When the swell was bigger, or even at the lower tide.
Well, that's what I was hoping for with the smaller swell and the tide. At least it's focusing on the inside. It's not kind of fluffing up out there and tempting people to go into no man's land. It's at least focused. They know where the waves are going to break. It's not. There's not too much chasing going on.
So I'm curious, as the tide drops and goes into that negative, it's going to be a 1.3 on the negative side. What the surf's going to look like then?
I am too.
You don't know?
Yeah.
You're from here.
Do we really know? I mean, it's going to line up a little more. There's probably going to be a little more running lefts, and there'll definitely be more impactful sections. Yeah, not a lot of opportunities for airs this morning. I'm sure the guys will find some ramps this afternoon as the tide drops. So whatever happens, these guys are good, and they're going to rip it, and I'm going to enjoy watching it. So just hopefully the wind stays off it all day. I mean, that's the one thing we really don't want to see.
Yeah, I mean, it looks, looking at the windy app, it looks like the winds are going to be pretty mellow out of the west, as it, kind of shifts a little bit more on the onshore breeze. Well, here we go. Our surfer in blue on the backhand here, heading towards us.
Nice flow. The way she kind of flowed through those last 2 maneuvers, it was no chops or miscues in the middle of them. So that's Caden right there in blue. She was already in the lead. She's looking to improve on a 4.1. Should have that score shortly, because that's the only one they have to look at right now.
And where the girls are surfing right now, as you see the replay for Caden, So again, we're waiting for the score to come in. Judges looking at that replay. Where the girls are positioned much further north than where they were at yesterday. Although in the afternoon, it looked like everyone was kind of shifting a little bit further down where they're at. So they're pretty much on the borderline of the boundary. Red, you're in second, and you're looking to replace one of your fours. To take the lead off, Caden, right now you're looking for a 5 for the lead, as that score did come in for Caden, a 4.2.
So she did, so she did improve. She did improve. And then in third is Lola. You're looking for the 3.9. And in fourth is Izzy. You still need that 5 to jump into advancing position. Green is way up there to the north. So, yeah, it's been an evolution throughout the day. They started over here by the rock, and then about 4 heats ago, everybody started moving that way. I'm thinking as the tide starts to drop out, there might be this little left wedge again where they started this morning, because the tide is a foot or two higher now than it was at 7:30 when we got here, and they were starting out close to the rock. So that'll be something to keep an eye on throughout the day, where the surfers are sitting.
Yeah, I mean, strategy plays without a doubt today, because I mean there are still scoreable waves straight out front here, closer to the event site. But I would say the most consistent surf and opportunity is where the surfers are at right now. Here we go, Lola Fleming on her backhand. She's bouncing through that one. Nice little jam in the pocket there, and going down, looking for that 3.9.
If she catches that many waves in the heat, imagine her in a free surf, buzzing all over the place.
I appreciate that.
The energy of youth, to be young and vibrant.
We all are, aren't we?
Well, score is coming through. There it is. Not enough. She came under a 2.25. So, Lola, you're still looking for a 3.9. Izzy, you're looking for that 5.0. Time call just under 4 minutes. So no changes to the standings. Caden's still in the lead there with a 4.8 and a 4.2. Low scoring affair in this heat number 7. Alana Lopez with the pair of 4s, and looking for a 5 to take the lead off Caden.
Yeah, the highest score I'm seeing is a 4.2, so just kind of a, dare I say, pedestrian. I mean, nobody's running away from each other, so can someone separate? I mean, one good score at the end of this heat could take Izzy or Lola from out of contention into first place, let alone maybe a transferring position. So, yeah, we got 3 minutes left right now, and it's anybody's ball game with a couple lines coming on the horizon. But priorities with red, blue, green, so we'll see how that all pans out. So
yeah, you can see him on the screen there with the drone shot. And here we go. So coming towards us, Lopez on the forehand. Nice jam underneath the pocket there.
Well, white, Lola on the other end also got a nice turn. So a lot for the judges to break down. We'll get a replay here, and we can break it down for you at home.
Well, Alana needing...
Here's the replay.
Yeah, so, well, here we go. So this is Lola on the backhand here. I didn't see this wave live, and she got a nice turn to finish there.
She needed a 3.9, and then here was red, which kind of had our eye because she was coming at us, the top seed.
Yeah, and
nice.
And she was looking for a 5 to take the lead. So, I mean, we'll see how this shakes out with 2 minutes to go. But our heat leader potentially could need a score depending on what these scores come in at.
Yeah, this would follow the theme because there's been a lot of shakeups in the last couple minutes so far today. Izzy Gomez wants to keep, nope, she can't get that one, but still waiting for scores. And yeah, Lola might have shook things up right there, but Alana is going to try to hold her off.
The requirement will most likely go up. So Alana Lopez, was looking to replace a 4.
Correct.
And if she got a 5 or better, she's going to take the lead. And then that requirement for Lola will be more than what is on our screen right now, 3.9. So judges having a real good close look at this one because it's potentially going to change the outcome. White, we're still waiting for the scores to drop. So we're just under a minute to go.
Yeah.
And there it is. So 5.5 for Alana Lopez. She goes, well, she went to first, but now Lola, your score drops to 5.5. So situation, white first, red second, blue drops to third. I thought that was going to happen. Blue, you need a 4.71, and green, you need a 6.5 with 30 seconds to go. I didn't think Caden's lead was safe.
No.
By no means, just because of the 2 rides that we saw by Alana and Lola. Down to 20 seconds. We got 3 surfers up and riding. As you can see, showing Lola on the screen there with 10 seconds. I'm going to catch the countdown here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, yeah, we saw 3 surfers right there at the end, so the judges are going to have to make some calls. Next heat, we're on hold, so hold your position. We got 3 scores to figure out.
Yeah, so, and Caden wasn't part of that mix, so she is in third and not going to advance. So it's really all about Izzy. I didn't see her wave, but indications doesn't look like she's going to get the score she needed. So,
and you can see Lola on the screen just waiting for the news. So here's a replay of green so the judges can iron everything out. But yeah, the surfers just have to sit out there and kind of wait until everything shakes out. And once we get that, we'll cut to a commercial. And
well, we know Alana is safe
with
the heat win. Unofficially, I believe Lola's.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
Welcome back. For those of you at home, we are in Morro Bay for the QS 2000 stop number 7 for the women. My name is Bud Aquino. I'm in here in the booth with the boss, Darren Brillhart, and this is round of 32, heat 8. In red, the top seed, Eden Walla. In blue, Brindley Beckman. And in white, Marilyn Glaub. And in green, Kira Huntress. I beg your pardon?
Yeah, it was Marlin.
Marlin, okay. Apologies, Marlin.
Yeah, it's all right. I just had, know all these girls.
You're so familiar, yeah.
From surfing, the USA surfing primes, the Grom searches, and now here on the QS level. So,
yeah, some good surfers. And like we talked about, they've been doing it for so long that they're young in age but old in experience, so to say. I mean, they're so much farther along than we were, at this age as competitors, with the coaching and the training and the advice, and let alone surfboard design. I mean, back then it was, here's your one board and go figure it out and good luck to you. Whereas now they have, workout regimens, probably watching their diet. They got coaches overlooking them, video analysis. So it's the sport's advancing, every day. And these surfers are showing us the fruits of it.
Well, Eden was here last month for the USA Prime event. It was pumping. Her and her brother Zion.
Yeah, both of those names are always making noise in these contests. I mean, these.
The Wallas.
Yeah.
Great family.
Yeah. It's a family affair. It's really cool to see or hear how many of these surfers in the interviews talk about their families at home. The grandparents are watching them. Even Scout was talking about her mom's an educator and probably has the webcast on in the room. So she's actually influencing a whole new crew at home.
Well, I wonder if Corey Lopez is here, made the trip. But Alana taking out the heat win. I know you got to go down there and do a little interview.
Yeah, quite a pedigree she comes from. Yeah, we'll go down there and see what she has to say, and I'll be back in a few minutes.
Yep, sounds good. And we're going to bring Jeff Baldwin back in. All right, Jeff Baldwin. How you doing this morning?
Good, Brillo. How are you? Holding it together for the team.
Doing great.
Yeah.
Been a great morning. I know the surf is small, and but you know what? It's not. It's very contestable. There's a lot of waves. We talked about that earlier. With the higher tide, and there's just it's small, but there's just a lot of opportunities, a lot of waves. It's not like you're waiting around and trying to get 1 or 2 waves in 20 minutes.
Well, hyper consistent, and we're proving it on the mic because we never get a break. We just ramble on.
Ramble on. That's all we do is ramble on. That's all you guys do. I just come in for a couple of heats throughout the day, give you guys a little bit of breaks.
And thank you so much for that.
Sure, of course.
We need it. 20 minutes goes by quick. Seriously, do an interview, get a cup of coffee or some water, regroup, sit in the sun for a minute, and all of a sudden the horn blows and it's the countdown into the next heat. You're back on.
Back on. But what a place to be up here in Morro Bay at Morro Rock. Just, I enjoy it up here, and fortunate to be able to, come up here for the USA Primes and then now for the WSL QS events.
Well, yeah, and we've heard so many of the surfers, or I've talked to them before interviews or whatever, that were here for the USA Prime, especially here when it was massive and they were, nervous. There was lots of little reels that the different surfers posted about how scary it was going to be and highlights of their best waves and getting stuck over in the corner behind the rock with bombing 10-foot plus surf monsters beating them down. All right, well, take it away with our number 2 ranked Eden Walla.
No, it's Lopez. Alana Lopez.
Oh, sorry, my Alana Lopez. Excuse me. Red jerseys, ripping.
Yes, I am down here with Alana Lopez. She won that last heat. How's Morro Bay been treating you?
Morro Bay's been great. It's really cold. I just got back from Hawaii, so it was a bit of an adjustment, but it's beautiful here, and we're lucky to have some waves. Yeah, I'm stoked.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question is I'm sure you're on the move, so you just came back from warm water, how many days ago, and how many surfs have you got in the full suit before today?
Yeah, I've been in a full suit for about a week now, but down in San Clemente, much warmer than this. Up here, it's like frigid. But, in a heat, moving around, blood's going. You're not even thinking about that, but...
It is funny how it's cold when you're static, but in a heat, you've just got so much energy and you're buzzing around. So did you have a strategy? Were you kind of with that get busy mindset out there like everybody else has been?
Yeah, I was kind of just hunting around, looking for waves. I didn't really have a specific spot that I really wanted to sit. I was just hoping that I would get a few waves and be able to put up some scores.
Well, red jersey, so you're the top seed, and you proved why. I see you got your sunglasses on. You got any sponsors or people at home you want to shout out?
Yeah, I see sunglasses. They're great. Go get them. And, yeah, of course, Law Surfboards, Matt, always providing for me and my parents and the Todds I'm staying with. Thank you guys all so much for supporting me.
All right. Well, not only is she surfing well, but she's representing her sponsor as well. So, Alana Lopez, we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Take care.
All right. Thank you. Congratulations, Alana, moving into the round of 16. The big points come after that next round. So tomorrow, obviously the goal is to get into the finals day on Sunday, get to the head-to-head matchups instead of 4 people in the water, just 2. That happens from the quarterfinals on, generally.
Well, Jeff, we had quite a few rides ridden during that interview. Right now, this is live action. So Marlon Grubb, and that was her second wave. But we'll get some replays here on the screen, and we'll go through the scores. We have Eden Walla got a 4-point ride for her opener. And then a 3.25 for Brenly Beckham. And score in now for the second for Marlene Grubb, a 3.6. And then Kira had 2 scores, 2.5 and a 3.4. Busy. I mean, it was just a couple of minutes, and already we got 4, 5, 6 waves ridden.
6 waves ridden, and I was just looking. It's 10 o'clock, and from when we got here about 6:45 with the really dark, cold wind, it's kind of mellowed out, so a bit warmer to get in the water now. The men's round coming up next, round of 64, heat 1. So we'll switch gears, and that will be the next 16 heats after this one. Green, Kira, your opening ride was a 2.5. Your last wave, a 3.4. You are in first place at the moment with third priority. 11 minutes left. Marlon, you're in second place after your last wave of a 3.60. Your low is a 1.25. Eden, your one wave of 4. You have second priority. You need a fractional score to go into second, a 0.85. And Brinley with priority needs a 1.61. And Brinley, your first wave was a 3.25.
Kind of feels like the wind is starting to shift, right? Out of the west just a little bit. You see the crumble.
Oh, no.
Which is good in
Is
a
it
way.
good? The west, the little onshore maybe?
Yeah.
Slight onshore?
It looks like it's going to be slight onshore for most of the afternoon, which I think is a little better than the stiff offshores when it's small.
Well,
like
yeah,
this.
they're fighting it. You know, it's hard enough to paddle into the right place and then to have to fight that oncoming. You're like an umbrella or a sail just in your chest. Note to the free surfers down to the north. It's hard to tell from here, but please try to stay well wide of our competitors. Green up, our heat leader, Kira, finds a nice right, open face to drive off the bottom, flares the tail. Oh, commitment. Looking like she was going to ride out and doesn't. So the judge is hypercritical on making it or not making it, and you definitely need to ride established out into the flats in front of the whitewash.
Well, that was a really nice turn. She blew the fins out.
Yeah,
she
committed. Aggressive finish, and that's the tricky part in small, powerless waves.
Yeah, and only getting 1.7, so deemed incomplete. And here we go. So Eden, she's going to go on the right, heading right towards us, and she blows the fins out.
So there was a good example of riding out in front of it, cutting out in front of the whitewash. So that's her second wave. She needed a small score under a 1. That will definitely do it. And straight away, the judges give Eden Walla a 5. Kira got a 1.7 on her last wave. It would have been much more, probably in that range of what we just saw from Eden, had she made it or more. So with that, Eden goes to first. Kira in second. Marlon in third with second priority. You now need a 2.30. Yeah. Brenly, you have priority. You need a 2.66. Free surfers, we need you to move farther north. Even in that last exchange, well, right now, up and riding, though, our surfer in blue, Brinley, looking to get herself into it nice. I like how she just really compressed and tucked into that corner. She needs a 2.66. Close heat right now, Brillo.
Yeah, it's super tight. But
the free surfers, please move farther north. Even when Eden was paddling for her wave, I saw her looking over her shoulder at the free surfers paddling as if, do I have to give right of way? So
Well, the surfers are on the edge of the boundary.
Yeah,
but
I
we're
know.
asking kindly if the free surfers can go a little bit further.
Maybe we have to move the boundary.
Yeah, that could be a potential, but then also it may be too far down for the judges to see. Here we go, heading towards us. This is Kira on a nice-looking wave.
Wow, she wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. So that one she bangs off and cuts out, establishes that ride.
And we're watching the replay here for Blue, so nice little check turn there.
Well, all
And
these
slashes in the pocket. Sorry about that. And then she's going to finish here pretty strong. So a little 3-turn combo, Jeff.
All these young women finding their pace on those rights. So some good scores about to drop in for blue and green. And, you know, of course, right as... So Brindley gets her score in first. It's a 5.25. She goes to second, but Kira has a wave that the judges need to score, so that might flip it again. With 6 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock, priority is with White. Marlin, you need a 4.91 at the moment. That might go up depending on the score that comes in for Kira's last wave. There it is. Kira, your last wave, a 4.10, stays in third. So Brindley did enough, the separation, because she got the 3 turns and a 5.25. So the heat is how it is. Kira, you're in third. You need a 4.41. Marlin, with first priority, you need a 4.91. Eden, you are in first. You have a 4 and a 5. Brindley, you're in second with a 3.25 and a 5.25. I thought it might be a double flip, but Kira's score wasn't enough to match how much further Brindley went on her last wave. Marlin, I see your hands waving. You have first priority. There's just under 6 minutes. You need a 4.91.
And time call, 5 minutes, 40 seconds, 5:40 on the clock. So Marlin with priority, needing that 4.91. She's in a good spot. That's where the waves have been consistently coming through. I mean, the playing field, Jeff, is pretty large. If you look from where we're at, next to the, I wouldn't say the rocks anymore because we're not that far out, but next to the rocks all the way to the boundary is a good, I'd say 100 yards, maybe 150 yards. Or maybe more.
Maybe more. It's hard to tell, right?
You know,
I know that when we've had other events and it's big and the surfers have to do the runaround and they find themselves down at the bottom of the bay, it's like a 6 minute plus turnaround, running back up the beach and having to paddle out.
Well, here we go. So paddling, committed. This is Kira, and she kicks out. So yeah, I mean, I kind of look at it as golf terms. So from where they're at and where we're at, that's a par 3. So that's about 200 yards, I would have to say.
So that's your pitching wedge?
Yeah, it's my pitching. No, it's probably my driver. What are you talking about? Yeah.
I miss golfing with you. That was always so fun down at Pismo. Hopefully once it's light longer, maybe during the next event, we'll get a sneak out there.
Yeah, that would be fun.
You guys go here sometimes, but there's not enough light to get out on the course here at Morro Bay.
But up here in Morro and Pismo, there's beautiful golf courses.
Yeah.
This one, the Morro Bay course, it's just right around the corner from here. We played there quite a few times, you know, in the past years.
Sometimes you've come up because you're up
we'll come
early.
Up a couple days early.
Yeah.
But this year I'm actually part of the production.
Yes, that's
so
right.
I don't have any time during the setup days, but prior I was a judge.
You were locked down now. You're locked down now. You weren't then.
Yeah.
Plus, we all had Matt Shadbolt, our super caddy.
Right.
our in-house pro.
Our scratch golfer showing us the ropes there. All right, here we go. This is Eden on her third wave. So it's kind of a smaller wave here. But she's going to, you know, try to squeeze out something better than a 4-point ride.
Well, her surf level is so high it doesn't seem to matter. So White trying to squeak in the second turn doesn't work out. But, yeah, Eden obviously coming in ranked number 2 on the qualifying series. At the moment, it's stop number 7 of 9, and big or small, she is in form.
Well, time call, 2 minutes, 40 seconds, 2:40 on the clock. Just waiting for a couple of scores to drop, and there is White score, 2-point ride. White, you still need the 4.91. Once again, White, 4.91, and Green looking for the 4.41. Last of Eden, Walla scored, it doesn't factor in, so she didn't improve on that 3.35. I didn't think so. I mean, the wave was just too small, didn't offer any steep sections.
Well, and when they've already given her the 4 and the 5 on waves that are just a little taller, not that, that always matters, but she just had more spark on the other ones.
Exactly. So down to 2 minutes, 2-minute warning.
So Kira with priority in the green, still looking for a 4.41. Marlon, third priority, needing a 4.91. There's under 2 minute surfers. Well, it's good to see the public coming out on a warm morning. It's cold in here, but it's beautiful and sunny out there. And it's always like this at this event here and down in Pismo. The public comes out, you know, people are on their bike rides, they're on their beach walks, they're with their dogs, with their families. Good family environment up here.
It's just good outdoors to be out, you know, here at Morro Rock and Pismo. It's beautiful places. All right, 1 minute, down to 1 minute remaining. And here we go. So this is Kira on the backhand. And that wave just let her down. 50 seconds to go, still needing the 4.41, and Marlon needing the 4.91. Not, you know, big scores to ask for, but just need the opportunity. 40 seconds.
Well, little priority changes there. White still holding that first priority under 30 seconds, so it's all on the line right now.
Now it looks like priority switched to red.
There we go. Priority with red. That's not going to be enough for Kira. We are down to 10 seconds. White up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Marlon Glaub had a last-ditch effort. I don't know if that was going to be enough either. We will lock in those two scores for green and for white, and we'll see where it ends up. So it looks like the competitors in the next heat they're all electing to paddle out down there now.
Yeah, it wasn't enough for Marlon, so it looks like Eden and Brindley advancing on till tomorrow.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
The SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. As you view the screen, we are into men's round of 64. Heat number 1 in the water. Lucas Cassidy from Mexico. Parker Cohen in the blue. Henry Rothy in the white. Dylan Sloan in the green. And blue is up and riding right now. Parker Cohen on his backhand. So that concluded the women's 8 heats, a round of 32. Established round of 16 for them tomorrow. So we got 16 heats. That will be our day as the tide is probably peaking at high or just around there and starting to make its way out.
So yeah, we started with the women this morning. They set the tone for the day and kind of gave these the men's an idea of what's out there. So now the men are out there to interpret it and show us what they can do with these Morro Bay, I guess you could say, waist, stomach high rollers.
Stomach high, yeah, waist high rollers. I was looking at the buoy reports. Obviously, the surf forecast is one thing when it says wave face height, but you know the difference from yesterday to today is quite a lot, and that's due to the swell and the interval. So both surfers, white and green, up. Green finding like an open face, really expressive. Beyond 6 to 12 there for Dylan Sloan.
Yeah, he found a way to get it up there high and tight on the backhand. So yeah, into the men. Exciting stuff. This is where the top seeds start to show up. It looks like we have Lucas Cassidy from Mexico in red as the top seed in this heat with, blue Parker Cone, white Henry Rothy, and Dylan Sloan in green. So this is where some of the, here's the replay first off. Parker Cone got the heat started on his backhand. Nice turn to start it off. We'll get you a score when it comes in. But yeah, so these are some of the surfers that advanced yesterday against some of the surfers that were waiting for them to come to them today, the seeded people.
So those high seeds sit in wait. Here we go. Parker Cone now working his way. Wow. Powering through this flat section, making a lot of speed out of nothing. Blitzing through on that knee-high wave.
That's the second wave he's ridden. He got that quick start, so he's automatically going to have a slight advantage early on just because he's ridden two waves. But here's the replay of Dylan. We talked about him on the backhand, so there's his start. Again, we're waiting for scores to lock in. 3.5 minutes gone, so that means there's 16 minutes and 25 seconds left. Some more replays going on. And now we're back to live action. Green with a long paddle. He really, really put in the effort, and I guess the wave wasn't worth it after all.
I know it's deceiving to think shortboards can plane and paddle so well, but you know some of them have such a perfect entry that they can carry speed in the paddle.
And these guys,
their paddle power.
They paddle 1.5 times as fast as most mere mortals, they just spend so much time out there in the water, and you know they're so in tune, like you said, with their equipment that they're catching waves on shortboards that I'd have trouble catching on a mid-length.
Yeah. Here we go again, showing his paddle prowess.
Yeah, he's quite the paddler. I mean, I remember some of the guys I grew up with were swimmers, so they had a little extra paddle power. Then you got guys like Huckabee that have, or Killing Garden that have super long oars that just, have twice as much pull. But yeah, all these guys are scooting along pretty good on the water. Here's Parker Cone replay. He already hung a 4-point ride, so this is going to be his second score when it drops in. Early start. We talked about that this morning. A bunch of the women talked about going out there and trying to get busy, trying to get started early. So we got some scores dropped in. What do you see there, Jeff?
Well, we indicated Parker opened with the 4. Backs it up. That last right, Parker was a 5. So it's good for them to know, what the scale is with the judges on what they're performing, the waves they're choosing, and the turns they're getting. We're waiting now. Lucas Cassidy with that priority in the red. So 14.5 minutes to go here in the first heat of the round of 64. Same format, 20 minutes, top 2 advance.
So yeah, Parker Cone, by way of that quick start, he's got a 5 and a 4, so that's 9 points. Dylan, you have a 2.5 and a 4. Henry's got that 1-point wave and a top seed. In red, Lucas Cassidy's got priority, and some waves are coming in, so we'll see if he can't get the ball rolling here.
Can you make a head judge ask not to move down more? Red. Announcement after.
Looks like red Cassidy, no go. He had priority, and that switched priority now to white, white, blue, green. But, yeah. A lot of time left, 13 and a half minutes. It looks like red, he's on the screen. White and green both on a paddle. Green up and riding, coming towards us. That's Dylan Sloan. And then further down the beach, Lucas Cassidy did get it going on his backhand, and that's turn number 2. And electric into that ending section shows why he's wearing the red jersey and is the top seed. You probably recognize his name because he's been making a lot of noise in these competitions. Parker Cone on the backhand, the north end of the beach, slashing it back, looking for the double up, finding it, and finishing up with a nice incomplete maneuver, but it looked good until it didn't. Green up and riding. Going for the big air reverse and can't quite bring it down. We're getting set up for an interview with last heat winner, Eden Walla. So in a second here, we'll take it down to Jeff. We got a replay going right now, and then we'll cut down to him. So yeah, this is Lucas' first wave. 2-turn backside combo, and yeah, he's on the board. So here's the drone, and we got Baldwin setting up downstairs with Eden Walla, heat winner, last heat winner.
Yeah, I'm here with Eden. So small and clean and crisp, different than being up here last month for the U.S. Championships or the U.S. Prime.
Yeah, last month I was outside of the rock, I think, and this month we're on the very inside, but it's all good, and I'm enjoying my time.
So that was a scrappy heat. You guys are way down away from the judges, hoping for that little left sandbar or those rights coming at you. Low scores and no one really able to establish like the lead. You had the 4 and the 5. You were hoping for more?
Yeah, for sure. It was a little tricky, especially in the beginning. We really didn't catch many waves, but I had fun, and I'm stoked to make it on to the next.
So you're riding this sub driver today. What were you riding when it was 8,000 feet during last month's event?
I was riding my step up, maybe an inch or two bigger than this board, just for the paddle power, but yeah.
Well, probably nice not to get cleaned up by a bunch of massive, terrifying sets today, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, congratulations, Eden, coming in ranked number 2. You got some big goals ahead of you. You've been chipping away year after year, coming to these events year after year. The year is going well, obviously. Into the round of 16, what's next?
I'm just going to focus on my next tee and have fun, enjoy my time.
Well, that's the way. And who are you working with? You got your coaches and team here?
I have my dad and my brother, and then my mom's filming me, so shout out to all of them. They're the best.
Well, there we go. Beautiful smiles from Eden Walla. Congratulations. We will see you in the next round. Go get warm and have a good day.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, we'll see Eden coming up tomorrow. In the meantime, free surfers at the north end of the beach. We are asking you to please go about 50 yards north, 50 to 100 yards north, please. Free surfers at the north end of the beach, please paddle north. We appreciate your cooperation. Want to make sure that the judges aren't getting confused. So once again, free surfers, please give us another 100 yards to the north. Thank you very much. On the replay at home, we've got green had that wave, but then red with the higher priority took it off him, but they both got a score. The judges are ironing out the scores right now, and we'll get you a situational update here shortly. Looks like blue or red and white at the north end having a look. Henry Rothy and Luca Cassidy both up and getting turns done on that far bar left.
Well, as soon as a score gets locked in for Lucas, another wave is ridden by Lucas. So Lucas was asking for situation. Red, you opened with a 4.75. Your previous wave came in as a 3.5. Now we're waiting on your last score. Also waiting on Henry Rothy's last ride. 9 minutes left. Priority is blue, then green. So our goofy foot down the way, Henry, something seemed like it happened, and here's the replay that we're watching of two tight, quick turns. Lucas Cassidy riding one of those black composite boards we were talking about earlier, so that being his board of choice.
Okay, I was just informed by the beach marshal we're looking for Dylan Horde in the next heat. Dylan Horde, you're blue in the next heat. Come check in because there's only 8 minutes and 15 seconds left in this round of 64 heat 1. So Dylan Horde, check in.
Well, we remember yesterday I guess there's no alternate list. They're all here.
Yeah.
So if a surfer doesn't show up, it's a 3-man heat.
So here you go, Parker. You're in first place. You have a 5. Or excuse me, things changed. Lucas is in first place. Parker, you're in second. You have a 5.1 and a 5. Dylan, you are in third. You need a 5.65 to advance. Henry, you are in fourth. You need 8.6. There are 7 minutes and 40 seconds left. Parker, you have first priority, followed by Dylan, Henry, and Lucas. Are the waves kind of standing up a little more right now in the last 5 minutes, it feels like?
You know that as the tide already peaked, anytime it starts to draw, maybe it's giving a little bit more cup at the bottom, which then allows the surfers on the better chosen waves to have a bit more speed.
Lucas, you are in first place. You have a 5.5 and you have a 4.75. You're in fourth priority, and there are 7 minutes left. Now, Green, you are in third place, Dylan. You have a 4.45 and a 3. You are looking for a 5.65. You have second priority. Kind of nice. They can hear us out there today. Yesterday was a little dicey with the conditions, a lot of wind, so we're able to relay the information to them pretty clearly. As you can see on the screen, thank you to the Best Western Hotel and Resorts. They help make this possible and give a nice place to stay for the traveling judges and support crew for this WSL qualifying Series 2000 event. So thank you to Best Western, one of our local sponsors.
Yeah, and it's so conveniently located right there on Pacific, just a block away from sort of a lot of at least the stuff on Main Street is right around the corner. Rudy's Coffee right around the corner. Thank you to Rudy's Rock.
Yeah, there's some cool little restaurants. There's that bar called the Siren that has a lot of live shows. So
I've been to a few events there over the years. It's kind of the iconic old sailor bar.
Yes, sir.
Here we go. Henry Rothy looking for that 8.6. So chipping away, nice. That offshore making the spray extra large there.
So he's chipping away.
Good placement of the finishing turn.
Yeah, he has a bit of a hill to climb right now, but he's chipping away at it. I guarantee that made it a little bit easier for what he's looking for. But we'll tell you when the score comes in.
Yeah, it's deceiving. He needs a high score because his 2 waves ridden up to that one were so low. So he will be making his requirement easier on himself.
And there's the replay on the screen. You can see he got it going with a couple of check turns and then found the speed to where he can get going, actually let loose on that end maneuver. Yeah, like you said, the spray, the offshore, and the sun really accentuates that.
I liked the way he had to adjust his back foot right as he went into the last bottom turn. He got to shuffle his foot back a bit, knowing he was going to be able to find the corner pocket and, go into attack mode. Henry, your last wave, a 4.3. So with that, now you need a 5.8 to go into second. There's 4.5 minutes left, surfers. Priority is blue, green, red, white. Dylan, you need a 5.65 to advance.
So, yeah, just over 4 minutes left. 4 minutes and 5 seconds to be exact, and things are pretty tight at the top and in the middle. So, yeah, Dylan needs that 5.65. Henry needs that 5.8.
As we look down, I'm looking at 4 of the young female competitors, the future. They're all hanging out, loking together.
Yeah, like we said, on land they're friends, and then when the jersey comes on, they got to kind of shut that down or suspend it for a 20-minute period. Suspended friendships in surf competitions.
Even this morning early, the first heat had it had Zoe and Happy, and they were checking in together, and they're all smiles, and they're giving each other big hugs, because it's a family. Surfing is a global community, not only regionally, but everywhere. We travel around the planet, and everybody is, banded together with this common interest of the ocean and surfing. So, yeah, they're friends on land. They're friends in the water, but they know how to compete with that steely merit. Then they come in and they're all smiles and giggles again.
Well, surfing's a weird thing. Like I've said before, you want to see your friends get good waves, but also you want to get that wave of the day as well. So it's an interesting. Everybody enjoys it. And everybody understands the feelings that they're getting off it. So yeah, it's cool to see the camaraderie, but then they know how to turn it on when they have to.
Dylan working hard. We're down to 2.5 minutes, surfers. 2.5 minutes. Priorities still the same. Blue, red, white, green. When the surfers are standing on their boards, spying out to the horizon, they are like really hoping something's coming.
Yeah, that's not saying they're comfortable. That's saying what's coming. Give me something.
Help. Here we go. Henry Rothy separated. He's up here on his backhand. Needs a 5.8. We got 3 surfers on this wave.
Well, behind him, Parker got a nice one-turn wave. So judges, enjoy the replays and break it down. But, yeah, you followed white. I followed blue. And then also red at the north end got a wave too, but I think he got the least of it. White with a quick rebate. Henry Rothy back up and riding. Yeah, that's not going to do it. And you could tell that he knew that when he kicked out. Like we said, body language, especially with the small conditions today, you got to stay in that mindset of not letting it frustrate you, but just keep plugging along. There's the replay of Lucas.
Well, he had a great opening turn, and then there's just no finish turn for him. Henry down close to us, who I was following. He had some nice ones, and then it's Parker in the blue. We're down to under 1 minute.
So situation, Lucas, you're still in first, but there's scores to drop. Parker is in second as of right now. Dylan is in third, and Henry is in fourth, but there's still 3 scores to drop, so 35 seconds left.
Yeah, it might wind out to the end of the heat before we know the scores, but as soon as they're coming, we are delivering them.
You had a bit of uncertainty with the judges still deliberating, so these guys are a little bit on their own right now.
We're down to almost 10 seconds, and I'm going to be counting it out. Carrying a ton of speed in the green. Dylan, air reverse, can't ride out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So surfers in the next heat, hold on. We've got 4 scores to lock in. We're going to go to a quick commercial break after these replays, and then we will come back with the results and Heat 2, round of 64.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morro Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morro Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morro Bay and book your trip now at morrobay.org.
View of the now defunct power plant. You can see Morro Bay City proper, the bay, and then here in the foreground is the rock.
And the Morros going back, like the
Morros.
dragon's spine, so to speak.
We'll explain those a little later, but we're into the men's now, round of 64. This is heat number 2. In red, Grayson Grant. In blue, Dylan Horde. In white, Max Asher. And in green, Gabriel Arturo Vargas. So got some, Grayson Grant's got Sweden next to his name, and Gabriel has Peru, so we got some international flair here in this round of 64 heat 2. No waves ridden yet, so you're just in time to tune back in.
It's funny now, well, with the the ISAs and the Olympics. Here we go. This is Max Asher. Checking his way down the line. Sticky wave, tough to get a bunch of speed on it. So the surfers kind of separated. We see Grayson Grant in the red, more in front of us, back over, tucked into the bay a bit more.
Looks like we might have Mr. Dylan Horde having a look at running left up the beach. So Goofy Foot's like lefts, and he's up and riding. Couple slashes to start, working his way down, hoping for it to double up, and it looks like he's getting some on the inside, so he finishes it up with his opening wave, Dylan Horde in blue.
These are the grindy heats. I mean, they can only do so much, right? There's only so much small wave training you can do. When the waves are gutless, and it's just tough. It's tough to find speed and power in the, especially when it's going from flat to flatter to steep to flat.
And you really have to take advantage of any little opportunity you get. It's not like yesterday where there's a bunch of waves coming through. If you get a wave and it does stand up, you got to make it count. You got to make it count. You might not get another one that stands up for the rest of the heat. So fleeting moments, and got to get it done when the opportunity presents itself.
Well, I was saying with the Olympics now and the ISA and everyone playing towards the Olympics through the ISA and establishing what flag they're surfing under, it's kind of deceiving because a lot of surfers have, heritage and parents from different countries, so they've claimed a nation to surf under. I know Grayson's from down in Encinitas area where I am, so he surfs CSAT all the time, but surfing for Sweden, and he has been for a while.
Well, with the Olympics, too, that also gives you another avenue to be able to represent.
Right.
Yeah,
so it's amazing.
Yeah.
So why not take advantage? I mean, we know
Kanoa's
a great example, and you can imagine the financial wonders it's done for him surfing for the nation of Japan.
Yeah, I think he was doing well there prior, but now I'm sure it upped his profile over there.
Yes. And that's the case for a lot of the surfers.
Erin Brooks, Canada. She's representing Canada. I know there's a few of those that are happening. So, yeah. More opportunities to... Well, here we go. Here's Gabriel Arturo Vargas on the forehand. He looks energized. He looks like he's got the speed, and he looks like he's got the energy. So, nice right-hander coming towards us.
Man, I'm hyperventilating watching. That was insane. So there we go. We saw the speed of the blackboard staying on top of the water.
Yes. And, just the energy. We talked about it. You got to have energy. You got to be excited about it. You can't come down here and let the conditions bum you out before you head out. Talia talked about that earlier. She went out there with an open mind. She found the rhythm and won the heat.
All right, Gabriel, your opening wave, your last wave, a 4.75 puts you in the lead. Dylan, your first wave was a 2.75. Max, your first wave, a 1.5. Grayson in the red with priority. 15 minutes on the clock. Second priority is with white, third with blue. There's a nice overview, a nice drone angle showing three of the competitors looking out over the bay towards Ragged Point in the foreground there. Max Asher trying to get through the stickiness right there. Dylan Horde finds his way ripping into this little reform. Here we go. Grayson on his opener now. Had to put a bit of weight on his front foot to get up and through that lip ride. So all four surfers in the game now. Dylan, your last wave, a 4.25. With that, Dylan Horde in the blue in first. Gabriel, you have first priority, and you're in second place. Waiting on Grayson's score. We see this little white crumbler. Surfers paddling out to it. White looking like he's in a really nice spot with second priority. Will he get in? Oh, the wave goes into the hole and doesn't stand up enough for him to get. Max Asher now back to the fourth priority after paddling for that wave. 13 minutes left on the clock. Grayson, your first score, a 2.25. Now everyone's in the books. Grayson, you need a 2.51 to advance. Max, you need a 3.26. Dylan, you're in first with a 2.75 and a 4.25. Gabriel, you have one wave, a 4.75, and you're in second place. We do have the priority light box on top of the judges' stand so that you can turn around, easy to look at. We have the time disc in front of the judges, so it's mostly green. Once there's 5 minutes to go, we flip it and it's yellow, easy to spot. Looking down from the drone, there's all four surfers. Very clear water. I think the whole California coast is just really benefiting from whatever's been going on. We've got clean conditions up and down the coast. Fall is an amazing time of the year. Even though we're in December, winter hasn't really hit. But right now, with the break in the action, we will go down to Lucas Cassidy with Bud for a post-heat interview.
All right, I'm here with Lucas Cassidy, round of 64 Heat 1 winner. Welcome back to Morro Bay. Tell us about the conditions out there.
Yeah, to be honest, it was pretty hard. A lot of waves look like they're going to break, and then they don't, and I was kind of a victim of that. And but I'm just happy I made my heat and moving on to tomorrow.
It almost felt like, you had a little bit of a slow start. You kind of watched everybody get a wave or two before you, but then you got it going, and then you took that one wave off someone with priority. So slow start, but you found the groove in the middle. Is that kind of the way it felt to you?
Yeah, I definitely blew it at the start, and that wasn't part of the game plan. I wanted to get a quick start, but it just, if it doesn't happen, you got to adapt. And I'm happy I got two good waves at the end and made my heat.
Well, we are going to see you again tomorrow, but not to get too ahead of yourself. But you've got a contest of pipe coming up in a few weeks. Yeah, you looking forward to that? I mean, Morro Bay to Pipeline is going to be quite a contrast, but I got to imagine that's exciting.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've never really surfed pipe. I've never really caught a wave out there, so it's going to be exciting for sure. And yeah, I'm ready, I guess. Kind of.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. I think you're going to do great. Any sponsors or family or homies you want to give a shout out to?
Ya, saludos a todos en Cerritos y Todos Santos que me apoyan siempre en todos los torneos. Muchas gracias a mis patrocinadores. Mis tablas están increíbles. Muchas gracias CI Surfboards. Y sí, pasamos a la siguiente ronda y muchas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias y buenas tardes. This is Lucas Cassidy. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right. Well, I like the honesty. Good luck going into, well, through this event and a pipe coming up. We'll get back to that. Dylan, you have your last wave was a 3.45, so you're in first with a 4.25 and a 3.45. Gabriel, your last wave, a 2.8. You're still in second. Grayson with priority, holding down just the one wave so far. And Max, your last wave, still not in by the judges yet, so we'll see where that goes. You were looking for a 6.05. It comes in at a 4.7. You're in third place now, needing a 2.86. Grayson, you need a 5.3. 9 minutes, 10 seconds left. Priority is red, blue, white, green. A quick up and out for Max Asher.
Interesting note I just found out about Lucas. Jeremiah Blackwell, our beach marshal, actually was living in Mexico 10, 12 years ago and remembers surfing with Lucas as he was a young lad.
A super grom.
So yeah, he might have had a little insight on how to ride Morro Bay. But right now in this heat, the energy guy, Gabriel Arturo Vargas from Peru, he had that 4.75, and he's looking to replace a 2.0. He was in second place prior to that, so if he improves on that 2.8, he stretches that second place position out a little farther from third.
Man, keeping Energizer Bunny on the inside.
And then White's keeping it going down the beach on that left. That's Max Asher, the goofy footer.
Interesting how with the tide drawing out, they're taking off on even smaller waves than we've seen just because of the way that they're hitting so far in. And then there's those ones, I'm wondering what surfer is going to be the first one to paddle out 50 yards and get those cappy whitewashes that have been rolling through that then they can't carry the speed to catch them in the hole.
It's going to be a high-risk, high-reward maneuver, and I think as the tide drops out, someone will take that risk. I imagine it'll be someone that has already got a couple scores.
They'll decide to go sit out there. Interesting note with Lucas, obviously you were on the Challenger Series going into pipe. Like so many of the surfers that haven't been able to really establish themselves over the years at pipe. Well, here we go. Critical wave. Grayson Grant, who's sitting in the basement at the moment, slips off on that one. He will get his second score. He needed a 5.3. That won't go that high, though. But, yeah, so many of the young surfers, especially if this was their first year on the Challenger Series, haven't been able to go and sit at pipe and surf pipe. And so, oh, my. You know, make or break. They might have the luckiest heats of their life and sit in the right spot and get perfect waves if they've got good coaching or someone that's on the inside there helping them. Or they could just be lost at sea and their stomach in their throat.
Well, you could tell he had a little bit of nervous enthusiasm, but at least you're not paddling out with 70 other people. There will be priority, you know. He has a better chance of paddling into a good one in the right spot than on a normal day.
Both surfers coming together. Blue had the higher priority. Our heat leader, Dylan Horde.
All right, non-competitor on the fun shape. We need you to paddle a good 100 yards north, my friend. We don't want you to get tangled up with these guys and interfere, so we appreciate your cooperation. It sounds like you heard us. Thank you. So give us 100 yards, and we'll leave you be. We also do have the lifeguards on the beach that will enforce this, so all the better that we ask you than they come out and ask you. So thank you again. Appreciate it. Meanwhile, the competitors see a little bump coming in, and there's 5 minutes and 15 seconds left. As of right now, Dylan Horde, who's on the replay right now, is in first place. He's got another score to drop in. We are at the 5-minute mark, so we're 3/4 of the way through the heat. 5 minutes, you guys. So scores are in. Dylan, you're still in first. Your low is a 3.45. Gabriel, you're in second. Your low is a 2.8. White is up and riding on the forehand. White got a nice front side turn. He was in third place. He was looking for a 2.86 to get into advancing position.
Grayson, this one standing up for him. This one's guttering out.
Wow.
Nice two-turn combo. That was big for Grayson. He needed that. Slipped on his last wave and looking for a 5.3, but because it's such kind of like grindy one-turn waves, that wave definitely showed a bit of difference in the heat so far.
Yeah, that last turn was impactful.
Yeah.
A lot of spray, a lot of whip.
So we'll see where this goes. 4 minutes left in the heat, guys, waiting on that score for Grayson, for Max. Score drops in for Dylan's last wave, a 0.35, doesn't matter. Grayson now going down on his forehand. That's not going to factor in, so it's really about his last wave as far as does he get the score to go up into second from fourth.
I'm eager to see that score because he had that slip, and then he came right back and got that good one. So here goes green, the energy guy, Gabriel Arturo. And, yeah, you can just see the energy he's emitting.
So he pushed it so hard, didn't get a complete. So that's not going to, I was thinking, where's this score going to go for Grayson? Will this better if Gabriel makes that? He doesn't, so no pressure in how that affects the score for Grayson.
So 3 minutes left, guys. We're waiting for a couple scores to drop in, and then we'll get you up to the minute standings.
Priority is with our heat leader, Blue. Second priority with Red. Still waiting on the score for Red's previous wave, the good wave, the right. The left will be a throwaway.
It looks like
he's just staying busy surfing. He's found his rhythm. He's probably fired up. And this wave looking good too. Little grindy one on the inside. So now Grayson owed 2 waves. That would probably better one of his low 2-point rides. 2.5 minutes left. Dylan, you have first priority. Grayson, your previous right that you got the 2 backside whips on put you up into first. It was a 6. Dylan, you're in second. Waiting on the last score for green and for white, and then the last left of red.
2 minutes, you guys. 2 minutes left. I see priority blue, white, green.
Holy smokes, bud. We are just up here rambling on.
There is so much action that it's you snap your fingers, it feels like, in the heat's gone by. Yeah, free surfers, we need you to paddle north. Free surfers, paddle north, please. Free surfer on the inside right there with the red rails, we need you to go north, please. On the backhand, red coming towards us, that's Grayson. Well, that didn't work, but you know what? He got the momentum going in the last few minutes and jumped to the lead, and we still got another score to drop. Max Asher on the forehand. Nice finisher.
Wow, big time. So that last score for white dropped in the 3.55 and got him up into second. So the full rotation, both Dylan and Gabriel holding down the heat the whole time. Grayson now screaming down the line on the left. There's under a minute, bud, and a complete flip-flop of the standings in this heat in the last 4 minutes.
It's never settled until the last scores come in, it seems. There's just a lot of shuffling all morning, a couple little feathering peaks coming in out back. So 30 seconds left. Can Dylan get that, Dylan or Gabriel get themselves in an advancing position?
So is that blue down the beach
No.
coming?
That's a
free surfer.
free surfer.
20 seconds. I'm going to count it out. Surfers grinding it out, hoping to get into second position. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my gosh, but a ton of scores to come in. Grayson got the right. They gave him a 6 and put him in the lead. Then he backed it up with a left way down the beach of 4.2. And all of Red's scores are in. He's in first at the moment. Scores coming in for Max and for Dylan. Dylan needing a 4.31. His last wave doesn't do it. Max holds on in second. So there we go. Complete flip of the standings. Grayson Grant and Max Asher moving into the round of 32 coming up tomorrow. We'll go to a quick commercial break, Bud, and then we'll come back.
All right.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Round of 64, Heat 3 in red, John Mel. In blue, Kai Gail Grani. In white, Tommy Granger. And in green, Lucas McMahon. So this is the third heat of the round of 64 where the top-seeded surfers enter. You'll see that red jersey on John Mel because he is the highest-ranked surfer in this heat. And
well, he's been involved in these events for a long time. Past champion from down in Pismo, putting his aerial antics at play.
Super familiar with this zone he is.
Oh, yeah. And here he is again. A quick up and out for John Mel. Opens up with a 5. John, your first wave of 5. I'm going to go interview Grayson Grant, and then I'll be right back.
I'll see you in a bit. All right, yeah, John Mel, you got a 5 on that first wave, and that second one, as you know, is just an up and down for a 0.25. Only 2 minutes down in this heat, so early goings. John to the back of priority since he caught that wave, but it's open priority still for Kai, Lucas, and Tommy. Looking to get their round of 64 campaign started. We're here at Morro Bay today. Lovely December day. The sun is out, a light little breeze, but the conditions are very contestable, and the surfers are making the most of it. So thank you for joining us if you're out there on the World Wide Web. Tommy Granger starts it off on the backhand, then brings it back on the forehand. Crispy backhand, got a little foam finisher. And we've got a paddle battle for green up and riding. Lucas McMahon on the forehand. Little tail glider. He'll be on the board soon. He'll have a score. All right, and we're going to go down to Baldy with last heat winner. Take it away, Baldy.
Yeah, and with Grayson Grant, that was a scrappy heat, and everything shuffled with like 6 minutes to go. Let's see, you couldn't get really past a 2. You had a right with an opportunity slipped, and then that dream right came.
Yeah, can't really believe it. I didn't catch a wave till like I think 8 minutes or something, and I had a game plan, and then I just like completely just aborted the plan and just blocked out like everything and just started surfing. So it was grindy. Yeah.
And we were talking before the interview. You were saying, did I advance? Did I make it? So I was wondering if you could hear us, which you probably could, but you said you just went into overdrive of I need to catch waves and go on autopilot.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, like, the waves were, like, pumping, and then, like, today I was, like, there were waves, but the tide's going out, these big tides, so it just slowed down, and then, yeah, I kind of just had to block it all out and just catch waves. That's all I needed to do, and then it worked, so.
Well, what a relief. You're into the round of 32. The sharp eye was looking good. You did get a 6 on the right and then a 4.2 on the left. And congratulations, brother. You having a good year so far here? Stop 6 of 8.
Yeah, I'm stoked. Ready. Let's keep surfing. Yeah.
All right. Grayson Grant into the next round. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a fun day.
That was pretty cool. He almost sounded pleasantly surprised because, yeah, he had a slow start, but then he got it going at the end. So see you in the next round, Grayson Grant. Nice job. But we are currently in Heat 3 of round of 64. Right now we've got red John Mellon first. He's got a combined heat total of 5.25. Second place, Tommy Granger in white. Single wave score, 3.75. Third place, Lucas, you've got a 3.5. And in fourth with priority is Kai, and he's looking to get going. Like I said, he's got priority, so when this set comes, whatever wave he wants, everybody will have to get out of the way and let him go. So 14 minutes, 45 seconds. Fair amount of time left. A lot of time left, actually. There goes White on the backhand. Tommy Granger gliding down the line, gets just the wave. That little crumbly lip was kind of deceiving. He thought it was going to push back, and it didn't.
Yeah, well, that was interesting. Yeah, Grayson went into hyperdrive, and although he could hear us, he just was like tuned us out because he was so frustrated that his game plan, went out the window. He went into overdrive and autopilot and just thought, I got to catch waves. I got to keep riding.
Well, if you're frustrated like that, yeah, tune everything out. Don't let any more like stimuli come in. So it worked. Good job. Hyperdrive. That's a new term.
Yeah.
Went into hyperdrive.
Well, he caught like 5 waves in the last 4 minutes.
Yeah, he got on the carousel for a bit.
Well, and fortunately for him, he got that 6.
Yeah.
All right. Well, John Mell out in the lead with that opening 5.
Yeah, a little quiet for waves this heat. I mean, last heat started a little quiet, and there was a flurry at the end, and that seems to be the order of business right now. 13 minutes, 30 seconds. So, yeah, about a third of the way through the heat. Only one real score, that John Mell 5. Otherwise, the next highest score is the 3.75 that Tommy's got. So I imagine we're going to see some higher scores by the end of the heat. But as of right now, that's where it stands with 13 minutes left.
So what do you think? Yesterday, we had nonstop calls. Today, we have twice as many nonstop calls. And got to find a good pace.
Yeah, it's like interval training right now. It's a little bit of a calm and then a real, like, a lot of things happening at once, and then it calms back down.
Breathe. So Kai Gale with priority needs the 5.25. We talked about earlier in the last heat, every once in a while there's those little waves that come and cap 50 yards out that if you were risky enough, you could paddle out there and maybe get them and ride all the way through. Right now up with that priority, Blue making the most of it.
He did a nice job to get that in turn. But back to what you're saying, yeah. Go ahead.
It's so hard for the judges right now. I mean, the surfers are doing what they can. Everyone's doing what they can. It gets a little redundant because, of all the waves ridden lately, that Grayson right was something that was a separation. It opened up. It felt easy. Everyone else, it's just grindy. These are the workman's heats.
That backside turn he did was one of the crispest ones I've seen. And yes, it is a lot of similar stuff going on, but that's just what the waves are offering. But, you know, John Mel right there, top seed, making the most of it. And to your point, as the tide drops out, someone will venture out there. It's going to be high risk, high reward, so the timing's going to mean a lot. But I'm looking forward to seeing who the first one is to do it.
Well, that's going to help John Mel that wave, 2 turns, and, you know, his character of surfing, he gets a lot of board above the lip every time. A 3.4 for Red. He was duck diving. Kai Gale with another wave that opened up. He started with a 3.75 just recently on his last wave, and now another score. So seems like he will get what he needs to go into second over Tommy Granger. John, your last wave was a 3.4. You're in first place with a 5 and a 3.4.
Yeah, Kai kind of started slow, but then got those 2 right there, so maybe he's finding the groove. Green and red, split peak. John on the backhand, Cohen right, and then green is Lucas on the left, and Lucas looks strong on the finish. I just looked up and saw an explosion of spray, so we're going to get a replay in a minute for that.
Yeah, both him and John on their backhands ripping through it.
It's hard because I want to watch both of them, but we almost have to just pick one, at least during those split peak kind of situations.
Yeah, oftentimes the camera might go with whoever is surfing, but we will watch the surfer that the wave is really critical for via, are they going to advance into, you know, second from third with this wave? So
sure.
John, your last right came in at a 3.25. Your previous left was a 3.4. You're in first place with your opening 5 and that last left of a 3.4. Waiting on Green's last wave. Kai, your last wave was a 4.4. You're in second place. Granger, you need a 4.4 to advance. Lucas, your last wave was a 4.6. You're in third. You need a 3.55. Priority is white, blue, red, green, and there's 9 minutes left. Coming up in the next heat, Ryan Huckabee, Teo Granny, Taylor Tice, Giorgio Gomez.
Yeah, they had a nice little piece on Huckabee on the WSL site, specifically mentioning this event, that he's had some pretty good success and that he's on and around that bubble for the Challenger Series. So they had a nice little piece on him I saw the other day on the WSL site. So if you're a fan of his, go check that out. Meanwhile, that's the next heat, but right now this is heat 3 of round 64. And like we said, right now John Mel in the lead, followed by Kai, then Lucas needing a 3.55 and Tommy needing a 4.4. So there goes John Mel again on the forehand. Got that Channel Island surfboard, throwing spray out the back.
Big, tall, and powerful.
Yes, but light on his feet. He does a lot of good airs, too.
Oh, wizard above the lip. I've seen him do massive rotations.
Yep.
I've seen him win that event and Pismo doing that and make himself, you know, consistently feature in the semis and quarters. That was tight there. White and green coming towards each other.
White had the priority, so Lucas and Green had to get out of the way, and seemed like there was no harm, no foul, so all good. We like to keep it clean. 7 minutes, 15 seconds left. We've got 4 scores still to drop, and we'll get you up to speed once they do. So, John, your last wave was a 3.80, so you did improve slightly. You are still in first place, John. You have a 5 and a 3.8. And we've got 3 other scores. Lucas, your last wave was a 2.25, so didn't change anything. You're still in third place, Lucas. You need a 3.55, but there's another score to come in for second place, so that may change. So 6 minutes, 30 seconds left, waiting for a couple scores to drop. John Mel, who's in the lead, is up and riding again on the forehand, just staying busy. And could this be?
Oh, this one had the speed. He had priority, and it looked like he might get to go above the lip down the line. You could see that foot placed way back on the board, and then it kind of flattened out and ran off on him.
Watching blue. Just blue up.
On the backhand, blue coming towards us. Setup snap. Second little better snap. Another third snap, so 3-turn backhand combo for Kai Gale Grani.
Well, Kai went to first with his last wave, not that wave, but the one previous, a 5.10. The score just dropped in, and now we have this score up and riding. This is the replay for Tommy. He had the higher priority over Lucas in that exchange there where they were kicking out. Still waiting on that score, Tommy. A 4.2. And with that, you have a 3.75 and a 4.2. You are still needing a 4.61 to advance. Blue waiting on your last wave. You're up in first place at the moment. John, you're in second. 5 minutes to go.
This heat felt like it went by really fast. They all are, because I think there's so much action that it flies by. It's fun. It's fun stuff.
How are we going to hold on through 16 of these? So that wave, very nicely surfed, still deliberating. I wonder if they're going back, maybe looking at Grayson Grant's wave.
Well, it locked in.
It locked in, so doesn't factor in. Kai, your last right was a 4.35, but you're in first. John in second. Lucas, you have priority. You need a 4.21. Tommy Granger, you have second priority. You need a 4.61.
4 minutes and 15 seconds left, so we're getting down to the end of it here.
The crazy part is there's so many waves being ridden, we don't even have time to wax and yarn and talk about all the beauty of this area because we're just so locked in. But I know, it slows down a little bit tomorrow, and then once it gets to the head-to-head matchups, there's a bit more space, a bit of pacing. Look at that beautiful drone shot, and now back to the beach land shot.
Yeah, the action's a lot more frantic when there's four guys battling for the same wave. Like you said, you get to the finals day, and the man-on-man's a little more spread out, we'll say.
Well, plus, small, high tide, inside.
Yeah, they're all on top of each other. They're crawling all over each other for every wave.
And they're grinding.
Well, that's surf competition in a nutshell. You got to grind it out. You got to try to impress the judges and do it more than the guy in the other colored jersey has. So these guys have dealt with waves like this. They've dealt with waves that are smaller than this. So this is just another day at the office for them. 2 minutes and 55 seconds left. So priority is green, white, red. And Lucas, you're still looking for a 4.21 to advance. And Tommy, you are looking for a 4.61 to advance. John, you're in second. You're looking for a 4.51 to get into the lead. Two and a half minutes left. Couple lines. Whether they'll turn into rideable waves or not, I'm not sure, but you can see on the webcast right there, the light offshore is kind of grooming those corduroy lines, making their way in around Morro Rock.
Yeah, yesterday we saw as the sun and the moon are on different axes. I was saying this morning how the moon's setting over the bay, but the sun's setting way south of the rock. So yesterday the sun got to a certain point and the shadow from the rock took over the whole surf break. And then as the sun went further out, it lit it up in the late afternoon. Nothing doing there for Lucas on that last wave. A few waves have been ridden and nothing has changed the stats. We're down to 1 minute and 40 seconds. Priority still with white, then red. Tommy needing a 4-6-1.
Yeah, Lucas and Tommy definitely want to get one more opportunity to try to jump into the advancing position, and 1 minute 15 seconds left. Hopefully they get that chance. I mean, John and Kai might not want them to get the chance, but it all depends on what the ocean pours in. So it looks like people are starting to keep an eye on each other. John's kind of keeping an eye on Lucas, it looks like. And then White down there, Tommy with priority gets to take that wave unimpeded on the sharp eye surfboard going backhand. Couldn't quite find the speed. Looks like he took the leash off for less drag. There's a little bit of that going on today.
Yeah, don't need a leash. Tough to find the score he needed when you're having to hop and hop and hop.
Yeah.
Now look at these. So here's those. Here are the waves that we were talking about that start to cap on the outside as the tide maybe draws
But
out.
I'm about to count it out. Will it get here in time? I mean, we are almost into the countdown. So, guys, get ready. We are at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And no one got up in time.
So moving on through, Kai Gailgrani in the blue and John Mell in the red into the round of 32 coming up tomorrow.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat. You could get the wave of your life out there.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. The tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Well, for those of you at home, welcome back. My name is Bud Aquino. I'm here with Jeff Baldwin. This is round of 64 Heat 4 and SLO CAL Open from Morro Bay. It is a qualifying Series 2000 event. Like I said, the round of 64 with the seeded surfers. This is Heat 4. In red, Ryan Huckabee. In blue, Teo Grani. In white, Taylor Tice. And in green, Giorgio Gomez. So no waves ridden yet. But they are looking, looks like Ryan Huckabee, the top seed, is having a paddle. But no go on that one. So yeah, we're here in Morro Bay, right in the heart of Central California. We're about 10 minutes west of San Luis Obispo and Cal Poly. That might sound familiar to you. And we are basically 3 hours from LA and San Francisco, right in the heart of California. And up and riding.
Smack dab in the middle.
Taylor Tice up and riding. Coming towards us in the white with that black deck and the white bottom of the surfboard. Working that one over. The waves not really giving him much, but he did what he could with it, and we'll bring a score to you once the judges deliver it. So the tide's starting to drop out. We had a king tide of nearly 7 feet. It's falling out right now, somewhere at mid-tide right now, and everybody's up at the north end of the beach. Like green right here, Mr. Gomez on the forehand. He advanced yesterday to show up here today and gets a little freaky on the end section there.
Well, that Rubner doing him the good business there. Yeah, we had a great interview yesterday. He's feeling very comfortable riding those epoxies. He loves them. Working with Wave Key and Brad Gerlach. Nice pop on that opening ride there for him. A 4.5 quickly drops in for Giorgio Gomez. Tyler, your opening wave was a 2.75. Giorgio, your opening ride, a 4.5. Yeah, Titus. Well, thanks for joining us live on the webcast, doing double duty here. The SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay. We're having a fine time. The waves are small, but we've got a lot of action. So right now we will go down to our heat winner, Kai Gelgrani, who is with co-host. Bud, take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Kai Gelgrani, the winner of the last heat. Interesting to know, he said it was hard to hear down there, so he didn't have all the information, but he still managed to win the heat. So was it a little different not being able to hear, not being up to speed?
No, it's happened a couple of times. So usually when that happens, you just want to stay focused on yourself and not let that bother you too much. But yeah, the wind's a little strong, so it's a little hard to hear. But yeah, no, I'm stoked to be able to found 2 waves out there. It's pretty grindy, but stoked I made it.
It is pretty grindy. And next to your name, I saw what country of origin or what country are you representing?
I'm representing Panama. So I was born in Panama, but my mom's from Italy and my dad's from Argentina. But I was born and raised in Panama, so yeah.
That's a pretty cool mix. I see the Rivia projects on your board. How long you been sporting that sticker? Julian give you some support over here in the States?
Yeah, Julian's the man. I've been riding for them for like 1.5 years now. And yeah, it's a cool brand with one of the best surfers ever managing it, which is really sick. So yeah, I'm stoked to be riding for them.
Super cool. Any shout outs besides him? I see you ride one of Matt's boards. Any other sponsors or family you want to thank?
Yeah, I want to shout out Luciano for the boards. I get my lost boards in Brazil. Really good boards. And yeah, shout out to my family. I know my dad and my mom and my little brother watching. And yeah, I love you guys.
All right. He's got a fan support at home. We'll see you tomorrow, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care.
All right. Well, congratulations. Quite a story there. He's got the great sponsor, Julian Wilson's brand, and coming from Panama, but Colombian and Italian parents. So we had a lot of action going on. Looked like Ryan Huckabee way down the beach. And then we had a situation with blue and white. I'm waiting to see or hear from the judges and surfers. I think it might be a little hard to hear us because the wind's coming against the audio. So please raise your hands if you need anything. We're trying to deliver the scores, priority, and time. So the judge is deliberating on priority. Giorgio, you have first priority. Your opening wave was a 4.5. Yeah. All right. So here is the recap. White interfered on blue. Tyler, you interfered on blue. Blue is up and riding. He had first priority, but now Giorgio back with first priority. So everything's worked its way out. Green, you have first priority. Taylor, you interfered on Teo. So moving through the heat, it is your top one score. Ryan, your first wave was a 4.
So we had a little mix-up while I was down there doing the interview.
Yeah.
Limited resources out there. There's only so many good waves, and everybody wants to be on them. So, yeah, unfortunately, that happens sometimes. But here's a replay of top seed Ryan Huckabee.
Tyler, you interfered, priority interference on blue. So right now, it's your top 1 wave score. Here we go. Giorgio Gomez up and riding on his forehand. Skipping on down the line, carrying speed. He's going to make it into a whole other bay.
Oh,
blows
nice
the
job.
tail. Will he ride out? Oh, he's trying, petting the kitty. Can't get in front of it, though.
He was gliding across that section, and I was hoping something would stand up for him. It did, but then it just kind of did that feather lip.
Yeah, feather lip, and it was moving through the deep spot.
Oh, Ryan, you're in first place. You have a 4.75 and a 4. You're in third priority. Second place is Giorgio. He's got a 4.5 and a 1. Third place, Teo. You need a 3.21 to advance. So, yeah, Ryan, you have a 4.75 and a 4. That last wave was a 4.75. Blue, Teo, you have a 2.8 and a 0.65. You need a 3.21 to move into advancing position, and there are 10 minutes and 25 seconds. Got a text here from Kleiny and from Walt Cerny. They're all watching at home, so.
Hello, boys.
Hello, you guys.
I thought Todd would be out on the boat somewhere, leading one of his amazing fishing tours.
He says to say hello to you, so hello, Jeff, from Todd.
Giorgio, your last wave, a 1.5, so Giorgio would look to improve on that, no doubt.
Well, is that the outside bomby risk?
At some point, someone's going to paddle out for one of those, you'd think. So here we go. Teo in third, needing a 3.21. Grinding through to the inside. Almost looking like that wind and the current. He's fighting it, but this thing's standing up nice for him.
Yeah.
And Giorgio got that outside left that's going to run into this gutter. Oh, this one a little bit taller, getting a lot of pop out into the flats. He has those on lock.
Well, he had that last wave with the feather lip that wouldn't let him back in, and he got a nice section on that one, and he performed. So both of those waves seem to have a little more umph than what we saw maybe earlier in the heat.
Surfing light and nimble, too.
Yeah. Got to in these conditions.
Well, and I think, his equipment, like he said, he loves those epoxies. It's riding on top of the water really nicely for him.
Here's the replay for Blue. Hold on 1 second. Blue gets a nice finishing. Hopped over that double up and finished nicely. So that's Teo. And then here's that replay, like you said.
Right here, the board just skimming along. Woof.
Well, like we talked about, those epoxies do sit on top of the water more, which can help in these conditions. Flip side to that is the chops do a little more to them. So if there's that little breeze or a little rib in the face, they kind of want to go their own way sometimes when they hit those ribs.
Well, and I think, though, because he elects to ride that type of board all the time, he's so used to it. He's not switching up between and getting different feels from a PU and epoxy.
I ride a fair amount of epoxies, and you do feel it when you get to a certain size. Turns into a bucking bronco. What do you see?
I see. Giorgio, your last wave, a 6.75, so one of the higher scores of the day so far. Great wave for Giorgio. Pushes him out into the lead with a first 4.5 and now a 6.75. Ryan, you're in second with a 4 and a 4.75. We see that the pit outer bomby mushing through. Wide up, finally catches one out there. Tyler, he's up against it with that priority interference, and only one wave is going to score in the end of the heat. But if he can get an 8, an 8.5, something like that, he has a chance.
Well, that's why it makes sense for him to go out there and explore that bomby out there, because it's high risk, high reward. But Blue setting the tone for the afternoon with 3 big backside turns.
Well, that is a wave unique to itself this morning so far. That we haven't seen a wave gutter like that one.
I'm not a judge, but that is going to be up there.
The quality of the wave was unique.
Here we
and
go.
As the tide's dropping a bit, this thing showing itself on that sandbar.
He found a way to hit the button on that mushy wave, got the right in the pocket, right where it throws the most spray, and projected him into 2 more turns. So, yeah, that was a really serious combination. I am looking forward to that score.
So the excitement level went up there on that one. And look at the score coming in. Easy to define.
He needed a 4.11, and early indications are he's blown that out of the water. Tell us, Ryan.
Wow. Well, we got green. Giorgio's up and riding. So we'll wait for this. Screaming down the line. Looks like he's going to go chuck the tail. That one's not going to better his situation. Good news, Teo, 8.25, Teo, on your last wave. So he found a wave like no one has the entire day. That wave hugged the sandbar, stood up with size, totally unique. And like you said, he just hit it on the button, turn after turn.
Well, what is the highest score we've seen yet today? Maybe a 7 something? Because
No.
not even a 6. Yeah.
Yeah, in the mid-6s.
So he is setting the tone now. He blew the high score of the day out of the water with that backside runner.
Yeah, so the universe came together for him at the right time in the right place, and he maximized.
5 minutes and 30 seconds left. Ryan, you need a 6.51 to advance. Teo's in first with 12.9. Giorgio in second, 11.25. Giorgio, your low score is a 4.5. And Ryan, you need a 6.51 to move into advancing position. And we are at the 5-minute mark right now as I finish this sentence. So 5 minutes left. There's Huckabee. He needs that 6.51. He found that kind of balmy right, and he's got the inside, building up the speed. You know he can chuck the air. And there it goes. Yeah, that wave just didn't help him. He did all he could to get to that zone. He's got 4 minutes and 35 seconds left to get back out there. But, yeah, that's probably not going to be what he wants.
It's tough. I mean, you see the difference between the left and how it bend and wrapped into Teo, and he could just sit on the heel side and slam each oncoming section as they're taking off on that mushy ride. It's bending out and away from them and then bending back in maybe. Really hard to keep the gas on and settle in.
Yeah, that had to feel real good when he finished that wave. You could feel when it clicks clean.
Well, and he's like,
repeatedly.
Wow, did I just get the best wave of the day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Here we go, Taylor, and he's got that interference, so he's going to throw caution to the wind. He's not going to, take it lightly if he gets a section.
Just throws a little flat rotation off the shoulder.
Yeah. Good surfing, but he's got a big ask. Big ask. Actually, now he's entered looks like combo realm to advance. So disappointing, but he's still showing out right now. He's still putting in a good effort for us. Okay, Blue, you're in first place. You have an 8.25 and a 4.65. There are 3 minutes and 20 seconds left, and you also have priority. Giorgio, you're in second place. You have a 6.75 and a 4.5. Ryan, you're looking for a 6.51. So the leader right there, finding a nice end section. He has low scores of 4.65. Will that improve and make him feel all the safer? We'll let you know in a moment.
So now we're going to see the cat and mouse. Giorgio with that higher priority in second place. Ryan Huckabee, the high seed, in third, needing a 6.51. And
yeah, but we got 2.5 minutes left, so that could be enough time to sell a wave to the priority guy. So that's actually some of the decisions are, Giorgio's got some of the tougher decisions to make now to let Ryan go or hold him off the next waves that come in.
He's cagey. He won't let him go unless he knows it's not a 6-5-1, something like that.
And you can see him right there sitting off him.
So
okay.
there we go.
There it is. We just spoke about playing the game, and that's how you play the game. So Huckabee is in third place. There's 2 minutes left. He's got priority, and he needs a 6.51.
Well, that was interesting. The way the rights have been breaking, I thought he would maybe let him have that one, knowing they really haven't given much to offer. So Huckabee now with priority and the potential to find one of these waves that opens up, gives him the ability to smash it to a 6.51 or better.
1 minute, 25 seconds. Priority red, white, blue. Just kind of letting it breathe for a second. I think I'd like to see some more swells for the last bit of this heat. You don't want to just sit there and let the time go out. You want to at least get an opportunity. I know that's what Ryan's thinking. You don't want to just watch the time tick away because we all know everybody out here is good enough to do it. So all you want is the opportunity to take your chances.
Says the third played surfer.
Certainly.
The Giorgio's thinking.
Giorgio's like, quiet down, dude.
Yeah. Well, and he battled for a couple of other waves, so he's down in fourth priority now. 30 seconds left, surfers. Teo out in the lead. Giorgio holding on to second. Huckabee with priority. Taylor has that priority interference, so he's in a combination situation.
Well, Huckabee backed off that one, and unfortunately, 10 seconds. So I'm about to take you into the countdown right about now because it's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and that is it.
So the high seed not getting through. Teo Granny with the high score of the day, an 8.25, finds a gem of gems out there, and Giorgio Gomez coming through yesterday, and now he's on into tomorrow.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
All right, welcome back to the break.
Priority and into this way.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston Webb. She comes out. She comes out.
That seems to be one of the bigger scoring zones are those lefts at the north end of the beach. So in this Heat 5 of round 64, we have Owen Moss in the red, Titus Santucci in the blue, Jacob Zeke in the white, and Yago Ramos in the green. So a lot of flavor in this heat, a lot of personality.
A lot of flavor, a lot of personality. Owen Moss, one of those high seeds, coming off a nice win recently.
That
He
board,
had that Virginia Beach win.
that board looks like it's got a nice glide to it. Between his turns, he had time to actually set and reassess his next move. Here we go, White. Out of San Diego, La Jolla, Jacob Zeke off the hook. You know he's going to want to look to take it to the air, but he does some really good surfing on the face too, so double threat.
So free surfers, please move north. A couple of free surfers there next to the competitors. Please move north another 100 yards, 50 yards.
So, Owen, your first wave came in at a 6.25. Owen, that was a 6.25. You are in third priority. So 6.25 for Owen, and yeah, Yago's up and riding on that yellow board, kind of flashy. You can see it from a long ways away.
Well, that magic Xanadu that he loves. He was talking about it yesterday, and here's Owen Moss again. Just banging through, gets to this inside where it's standing up. That one looks like it had the face like Teo's wave.
Well, he took off from behind. You notice that? He took off kind of behind the peak, saw it building down the line, and by coming from behind it allowed him to get a little more oomph into his turns.
Find that critical positioning, yeah.
So, Jacob, your wave came in at a 3.25.
All right, so Surfer in Blue, young Titus from down my way, Seaside area, waiting to get on the board. He's got priority. Owen opens with that 6.25, and where will this next wave go? The replay will be nice to watch. So here you're saying he looked right, but went left, came from behind the section, had to bounce to get there, but that first check turn then sets it up with this. Okay, from back here, it looked like the wave was more vertical.
I think it was that first pump like we talked about. He got that first pump, bounced off the section, and then he had the speed to flow through those last two turns. So, I mean, he knows what to do in these little waves, it feels like.
Well, he knows what to do to the tune of a 7-point ride. Owen, your last left, a 7.0. So out to a healthy two-wave total right now, 13.25. 6.25 and a 7 for Owen Moss. He's got 16 minutes to hang out and just look for something better than the 6.25.
Yeah, talk about a dream start when you're hanging 13.25 points in the first 5 minutes. It's got to feel good. Here we go, Blue. Titus gets it started. He's got the glide. That wave's flat and he's flying across it, but he's coming towards the section. Nice, Titus. Nice finish for Blue. So Titus is going to have a score coming in, but right now, Red Owen Moss type seed is way out in front with that 13.25 total. Okay, things have straightened out. Owen still in the lead. Titus, second place with that 4.5. You got a 4.5, Titus. Jacob, you've got the 3.25, and Yago just a 1.5. And we are at the 15-minute mark. Priority is white, green, red. So, yeah, Yago Ramos from Brazil, just with that small score, but second priority, he's looking to get going. Owen with the dream start. Yeah, free surfer, please paddle north. You're getting a little close to them. Please paddle north. Looks like Owen is on the paddle. All right, we'll take it down to Jeff Baldwin with last heat winner. Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here with Teo Granny sparking and getting the wave of the day so far. You were in third most of the heat, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere.
Yeah, no, that was fun. Kind of a rough start. White just chipped at me at Pryor, so I was like, whoa, kind of a little weird start, but I knew last Pryor how to get away from the people, so I was like, I couldn't believe it when that little left came in. It was like Ronnie Ball on the North Shore. I was like, whoa, like this is crazy. I safety surfed it, but the wave was just so good that the score came by itself. So yeah, it's like.
Well, yeah, surfing in the flow, you didn't need to do anything but just lock in the pocket and rip is what you did. 8.25 drops in. That beginning with the interference, it's always hard to regroup after that. Plus the psych of your brother just winning his heat before you.
Yeah, for sure. I was like in my heat, I was listening to my brother's interview, which was funny. So I was kind of all over the place at the start, but I had to regroup after my brother's interview, after the interference. So yeah, psych, that wave came at me. Always fun times, Morro Bay, staying with Cannon, my brother and Jim Hogan, sharing his knowledge, which is sick. Yeah, can't wait to get warm. can't wait to surf again. Psyched. Good crew, good people.
Well, that's epic that you get to tap into Jimmy Hogan from down in Costa Rica, and that's where you are. But, yeah, congrats, man, moving into the next round. Who do you want to shout out?
Well, I want to shout out to my little brother. I want to shout out my parents. Supported me a lot. I want to shout out my older brother as a good role model. Cannon Car, too. Looking up to him, looking up to my bigger brother. Just, yeah, trying to follow the big boy steps. But, yeah, having a good time. You.
There we go. Take it home. See you next time.
Well, Teo definitely has the stoke. He's amped up. He made it through that heat. And he said he was safety surfing, so can't wait to see him unleashed tomorrow in the next round. Meanwhile, the blue jersey in this heat is Titus. He already had a 4.5, and now he's getting a long one with a lot of turns, giving him a little extra on the inside. And, yeah, Titus Santucci going to have a nice score after that. He already had the 4.5. He was already in second place, so looks like we got a score from, here goes Jacob. On the backhand, got a nice left, too. A lot of work done, and he likes it. That was the replay, so we'll get him a score in a minute. And Yago finally got going. So Yago even farther up the beach, mixing it up with the free surfers. Grinding that left all the way to the inside. You see that yellow chartreuse deck from a long ways away. So we got some scores coming in. We'll get you up to speed. 11 minutes and 30 seconds left in this round of 64, Heat 5. Live action, green, Yago having another look. Green and white, split peak. The camera's on green. I am watching white. And you knew he was going to go to the air at some point. There it was. And he likes it. Quick whip on that inside section off the chain. So 10 minutes and 50 seconds left, so not even halfway through the heat, and the action is heating up. Owen Moss was in first place, or still is in first place, but we've got scores to drop. We've still got scores from Yago, Titus, and Jacob. So here's a replay of that right-hander that Jacob got. Building up the speed, you know what he's looking for. Bang. And that's what he does. That's why you see him at Stab High, and a lot of social media of him above the lip. That's what he brings to this. Okay, we're looking for Jake Davis in the next heat. Jake, the beach marshal, is looking for Jake Davis. Please come check in for your round of 64 heat. All right, so judges are ironing out those scores. We had a lot of action at once, split peak and whatnot, so looks like green isn't going to wait. Yago's up and riding. Nope, that wasn't it.
Wow, so other than the runaway beginning from Owen Moss, a tight heat with the other three surfers right now. Advantage to Titus, although he's in third. He has that first wave of a 4.5 higher than both his competitors, even though they have a backup. So Titus needing a 3.10. And, but that may change. Jacob's AK comes unstuck. Uncharacteristic from Jacob.
Well, we've still got a score to drop in from him and from Titus.
So. Oh, I see. So I'm playing catch up.
Yeah.
Jumping the gun.
So this is that error that Jacob got on the replay. Still waiting for a score of it.
Well, that's going to be nice.
Blue, Titus, we're waiting for a couple scores to drop in, and we'll get you up to speed. Give us just a few seconds.
He's amped. There's 9 minutes to go.
Well, he got a good one. Here's the replay. He got a good one, so he wants to know where he stands. So watch this runner. He gets a lot of work done on it. Kind of sleepy at first, but you'll see he gets into here, and then it takes off.
Down into that, yeah, that little reform bowl area. He's been surfing waves like that every day at Seaside. Heat leader Owen Moss finding speed on this outside right.
Really drivey.
Yeah, I like how he tips onto the rails.
Mm-hmm. Well, live action. Jacob up and riding towards us. He's still waiting for that other score, but he's not going to wait. He's going to stay busy.
Well, he cuts out. Titus, your last wave, a 6.25. That put you into second place. Titus, you have a 4.5 and a 6.25. You're in second, and you have priority. Still waiting on Jacob's aerial reverse. That was a 6.2, Jacob. So you're in third now. And now we're waiting for your previous wave because you need a 4.56, but that might cover, and it does. Jacob ZK with those 2 waves into second. Now Titus back into third. Titus, now you need a 4.95. It's in fuego.
It's happening. It is all happening here at Morro Bay. Men's top 6 of the QS Tour. 2,000 points on the line. Win some money this weekend and go a long way for Christmas gift buying, I'd imagine. 'Tis the season.
Man, they're too young. They don't buy Christmas gifts. They just want Christmas gifts.
Yeah, well, if you got cool sponsors, you might be able to equip some of your family with some gear from one of your sponsors. You know, who knows?
Well, Yago Ramos making magic down the way on his Xanadu that he loves so much. He had a great heat yesterday.
Here's that replay from Owen's last wave.
Oh, that was DeCarmo. Got my yellow
shapers,
boards
yeah.
mixed up. Boards and shapers mixed up.
Blue Titus, you are in third place. You have a 6.25 and a 4.5. You need a 4.95 to advance, but you do have a priority, and there's 6 minutes and 20 seconds left. Owen Moss leads with a 6.9 and a 7. We're waiting for a score from Jacob to come in. So that dropped. Jacob is still in second place. He's got a 6.2 and a 5. Titus, you are in third. You have a 6.25, and you're looking to replace a 4.5. You need a 4.95 to advance. Yago is still waiting for a score right now, too. So we'll get you up to speed, Yago, in a minute here.
So Owen just bettered the situation. That last score that dropped in, nearly a 7, right? A 6.9 on that right.
So, Yago, your last wave was a 4. You are still in fourth place. You need a 7.1. Titus, you are still in third place. You need a 4.95. Priority is blue, red, white.
Wow, so that last exchange, everything happened. Titus got the score, went into second briefly, and then the 2 waves delivered from on Jacob. The 6.2 and the 5 put him back up into second. Titus needing a 4.95.
Jacob's ridden 7 waves in this heat, so he stayed pretty busy, whereas Owen Moss has ridden 4 and is out in the lead, so kind of a contrast of approaches there.
Well, and Titus only with the 2 waves.
Yeah.
So he had a brief glimpse at second place with just the 2 waves.
Titus is looking for that 4.95, so easily attainable, but there's 4 minutes and 30 seconds left, so...
You wonder if he's sitting over there thinking, okay, one of those lefts, one of these reforms from the outside bubbles through.
Yago, you are in fourth place. You need a 7.1, and you are also in fourth priority. So hearing that, it looks like he's breaking away from the guys a little bit. So 4 minutes left to go. Owen leading, Jacob in second, Titus looking for that 4.95, and Yago looking for a 7.1. Then White's on the paddle. There's Jacob with a nice finner, but just kind of sat down a little bit and the wave passed him by, but the intent was there. And
oh my gosh, red way down the way. And green coming at us. Okay, so a quick up and down for Yago. Titus somewhere out there wasn't in position for any of those. Here we go, Titus. I see him on the monitor, eyeing up this left. This is the wave he was waiting for with that priority, needing a 4.95. Titus It's going a little flat, so he's having to just stay patient with it, hoping it reforms for him. Oh, boy. Our heat leader, though, coming at us. What?
The heat leader just keeps on going. So I didn't see the end of Titus's wave, but the beginning set up like his high score. So I want to see the replay and see what kind of work he got done on the inside way up there at the north end. So, yeah, Titus way up there at the north end of the beach.
Well, hopefully we get a replay of what happened at the end of Titus's ride. It transferred over to Owen coming at us on the right.
So you can see it started off like as a good score, just kind of setting it up, biding his time. Right here, I thought it got a little quiet, but then you see him take a couple hops and that left comes at him. So let's see how he finished up. So he's found the groove.
So
had to go a long way to get that, though. Well, here's some inside.
Well, and this is the inside, so he did get a little – he got that almost vertical finish and pokes the nose. It's going to come in under the score needed, and then they switched over to this. Owen Moss surfing great, like really strong, rail to rail, little shove it.
1 minute and 40 seconds left. Owen and Jacob still in first and second place.
Needs something with spark. Needs a 4.95.
He's really been banking on those inside lefts up there, so let's see if this one stands up for him. It's got an end section.
This one, he's not going to make the mistake he did before. Riding out. There we go. Little fist pump from afar. Will this be the 4.95 Titus needs? And what will the last wave of – Jacob's wave came in at a 2.05. So down to 15 seconds. Will it be enough for young Titus?
All right, we're going to count you out here shortly. Ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And we'll see.
A 5.3 right on the bell. Titus to second. Gets the score he needed. Wow. So Owen Moss and Titus Santucci into the round of 32.
Exciting finish right there. Nail biter at the buzzer. And, yeah, I guess we're probably going to take a commercial break here shortly, and we'll count the next heat in.
With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network.
Online, it has been a fine day. We had a great day yesterday here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. As you can see, it's crisp 2 to 3 foot faces. The tide's drawing out right now, so the surfer's starting to sit a little bit further outside and the waves opening up. You're watching Jake Davis, who came through yesterday, winning his heat. And in the blue, Sam Reedy. Cannon Carr in the red, Tyrone Fominko in the green, who already has a wave, which we'll have to get some replays for. But finishing up there, Jake Davis. We just had an exciting finish to heat number 5, Owen Moss, one of the top-ranked surfers coming into this event. Had a nice win earlier this year in Virginia Beach. And Titus Santucci from down in Encinitas area, my way, battling up against Jacob ZK and came through in the end and found the wave he needed to advance in second. Darren Brilhart, welcome back. Thanks for tuning in and breaking us when we need it. How's everything out there? What's the vibe like?
Oh, the vibe is great out there. You know, I mean, it's cold in here, but it's super toasty out there. What a beautiful day. This is a replay action here from Sam. We saw Jake on the replay as well. But, you know, waves are tiny, but very rippable, very contestable.
Well, it's tiny, but as it's deceivingly tiny, you know, what we saw from the tide moving up this morning through the women's rounds and then the men's. Now we've passed that. You can see that it's mushy, 2 to 3 feet. And as the tide draws out, it's going to stand up a little more, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's kind of hitting that middle bank at the moment, as we saw Tyrone Flamenco on his second wave right there. His opener was a 2.25. We'll get to scores in a bit. But Tyrone, you know, I surfed with his dad, Andy Flamenco, back in the day.
So
I'm
did
sure
I.
you had a couple of heats with him as well.
Yes, I did. So shout out to Pops. I'm sure he's tuned in, or maybe he's just like most parents, too nervous. He's like, it's easier to compete myself than watch my son or my daughter, right?
Right.
It's harder to be involved. Jake, your first wave, a 5.5, puts you in first place at the moment. You have third priority. Sam, your opening wave, a 3.5. Tyrone, you have a 2.25 and a 2.75. And we're waiting for Cannon Carr to get into it.
Yeah, nervous being a dad or a mom, you know, whether you're watching on the broadcast or watching on the beach, you know, coaching or just on the sidelines there as support. It can be probably more nerve-wracking than being out in the heat yourself. I could imagine. My kids don't surf. They did when they're younger, but
my daughters don't. So it was different. It was team sports in soccer, and one of them dances competitively, and that's intense. But it's more you're watching her and the group perform, so you're more just overwhelmed in the beauty of what they're doing.
Right.
And I don't understand the scoring of these crazy huge dance tournaments, which is fine. I'm just ignorant, but I just appreciate it all.
Well, I think my granddaughters, they're going to be surfing.
Okay.
The 3-year-old has
skipped a generation.
Yep, they have a lot of interest. Or the 3-year-old, not the 1-year-old doesn't know yet, but the 3-year-old wants to start surfing. So
yeah, my daughters, they'll surf sometimes. They're ocean babies. They're in the ocean. One of them's a lifeguard. They can surf. They just don't do it often. And they're fair weathered, like so many. They want it to be warm. Look at these. So now, even though it's small, it's the tide dropping out is giving the opportunity to take off a little further out and ride through this reformed gutter that, like we saw Teo Granny get that 8.25 kind of, for him, saying it reminded him of a little rip bowl in Hawaii, which, sure. He said he safety surfed it because it surprised him so much. So if he had that wave again, maybe he would have even gotten more aggressive. All right, well, down on the beach with Owen Moss. Bud, take it away.
All right, I'm down here with the winner of the last heat, Owen Moss. As you can see, he's got the red jersey on. So he was the top seed coming into it, but you still have to perform, and you kind of dominated that heat. Did you feel like things were kind of flowing for you out there?
Yeah, I felt pretty good. Stoked to just get it rolling quick. You know, it's always nice to do that. You know, I'm just trying to have some fun and keep it pretty simple, you know, and just try to just keep surfing better and, you know, really just try to beat myself, you know, just fucking just keep pushing and getting better, building off that. So that's pretty much it.
Well, we were really digging how you were had a good bit of power to your surfing, but you were light on your feet. What surfboard is this you were riding? Because it seemed to really flow between turns and kind of over the flat sections.
Yeah, no, this is an Inferno 72. It feels pretty good. Been riding it for the past maybe a year or so. So yeah, it feels pretty good.
And I see you got a Dark Seas up there. Any other sponsors you want to shout out? They're pretty cool because they do the fishing and the surf lifestyle. Anybody else, sponsors or homies you want to thank you?
Yeah, for sure. Shout out Dark Seas, Tomati, Body Glove, and Sharp Eye, and South End Surf Shop, all the boys back home, my friends and family. And yeah, shout out to Goodrum down here at the beach. You know, we're getting dialed, so yeah, it feels pretty good.
All right, we'll go rest up, hydrate, get some fuel, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good luck to you.
All right, thank you.
See you soon.
All right. Well, congratulations, Owen. Moving on through, having a great year so far. Cannon, we are waiting on your score. It hasn't dropped in yet. So hold tight. We will give you the score when it comes in.
Yeah, judges having a really good hard look at this one. As we can see it on our replay screen, all the viewers at home here, judges are looking at the exact same screen as well.
So it's fun. All the surfers have made their way over down. They want that reform left. No one has found a wave like Teo Granny, but there we go. The score comes in, Darren.
Yep, 5.5. So Cannon, 5.5. And matched Jake Davis's 5.5 as well. So a pair of 5.5s for the San Clemente surfers. And here we go, Sam on his backhand. So he's on that, that mid bar where it's breaking on the outside, but it's really soft to kind of get through to the inside where it kind of steepens up once again.
Yeah, like you wonder if there's going to be another one like Teo Granny's 8.25 that just found and held the bar perfect. These last bunch of left have looked like they've had to bounce and struggle and really position their turn so perfect and stay back on the board.
Well, here we go. Sam, once again, on the way back out, picked this one off. That's a nice turn right there up into the lip. It's a smaller wave. His previous came in at a 2.8. Now we're going to wait for the score, and it dropped pretty quick, 3.5. So as it stands right now, Sam has 2 waves and is in the lead. So Sam Reedy in the lead with a pair of 3.5s. And then we have Cannon Carr in that second position at the moment with a 5.5, as well as Jake Davis.
Tyrone in and out on that one. Jake Davis with priority. Cannon Carr was second priority. I keep wondering, yeah, they're kind of in that middle if someone's going to paddle further out and really try to get into the wave right when it caps, or if from their surfer's eye, if it even has scoring potential because it's so flat. Cannon Carr up on the inside. They've got a good squad up here together.
Oh, he found himself a nice looking wave right here. This thing's just running down the bank.
So like Titus's wave that he made it over the hump in that last heat. Oh, look at this thing standing up for him again. So a series of chip shots there.
Yeah, and he is way to the north too. And
yeah.
Here we go.
They're taking off on the edge of the competition area and riding way out of it, but what are you going to do?
And live action here for Jake Davis. So on a kind of similar wave from the takeoff as far as positioning goes. Let's see if this thing has that inside track, but it doesn't. That one dies out for him, so he kicks out.
Still, though, Jake, that's going to be a mid-range score for him. A second, a backup. Cannon is going to get the better of those two, and he'll have his second wave as they both started with 5.5s.
Yeah, Cannon's wave just kept on giving.
Yeah, so the judges deliberating on Cannon's. Jake, your wave, they locked in quickly. It's a 3.9. You go to first momentarily. Sam, your last wave was a 3.5, puts you in second. That might all change when Cannon's last left comes in. Priority is with green, then with blue.
Well, we're watching the replay right here. This is the 5th turn. Not that the judges are counting turns here. It's all about the quality of the turns. But that's turn number 7, which was a nice connection into the lip there. 8. And Let's make it 9
So
turns.
he snaps with 9, and I'm thinking 3 of the 9 were the money turns.
Yeah,
That
quality.
the judges are going to weight the score against, because then in between that there was a bit of hop and wiggle. Unlike Teo's wave, where it was just rail engaged and fins the whole time. But that score comes in. Here we go. Tyrone racing down the line. Nice hammer jam. So he's got that. His style's similar to his dad.
Yeah, except he's a goofy footer. Because
At
his
the
dad's a
positioning on
regular.
his board.
And found himself a nice-looking wave here. Kicks out. And once again, score for Red, 6.75. So that puts Red in the lead. Cannon Carr, you're in the lead with a 6.75 and a 5.5. That means Jake Davis drops to second. You already delivered his second score, which is the 3.9. So, Jake, you're looking to better that 3.9 to take the lead off of Cannon. You're looking for a 6.75. Score in for Tyrone, a 4.5. So, Green, you sit in third, needing a 4.91. Once again, Green, 4.91. And Blue, a 5.9. And once again, we are commentating to the beach and to everyone at home. That's the reason why we kind of refer to the colors. It's a little bit easier when you're screaming out scores and you just hear your color. Sometimes it's kind of hard to hear your name call.
Yeah, sometimes we have to deliver so much information. So too many names, just color and score.
Color
and number.
and score, yeah. So we apologize to the viewers at home, yelling out obviously, yeah, of course that's the right color there. But 6 minutes remaining, 6 minutes to go. And we have basically a San Clemente heat in the water right now.
Yeah, all three, everyone. Well,
Except for
there's
Sam.
There's a lot of them, correct. Well, tight in angle for the viewers at home. Sometimes we get the beautiful drone shots that show the overview of all of Morro Bay. Right now, we're streaming down the line, Sam Reedy, the non-San Clementian in the heat. He needed a 5.9. He's looking for a 5.9. And now Jake Davis, if this wave opens up for him, riding that Proctor surfboard. He's been with Proctor for quite a while. One of the few San Clemente surfers not on. There we go, a little hand jive to himself. He's happy with that wave, feeling good on that last turn, real inverted.
Yeah, not on the Mayhems.
Yeah, not on the Mayhems.
All right, well, we got a couple of scores to come through. Jake looking to replace that 3.9. I think he's going to probably do that and make it a little bit tougher. As we see, up and riding is green, but on the screen here was the replay of Sam's score. And this is live right here. Just kind of digs a rail a little bit for Tyrone, and then he kicks out.
Well, he had some nice work done before that. He needs a 4.91. It'll be interesting right on the bubble. I was watching it live. You were watching it when they switched cameras over to him.
Well, here we go.
Mushy rollers.
Replay here of Sam for the viewers at home. And then we have White up and riding. Nice air rotation there for Jake Davis.
He has those on locks, and he's a big kid.
Yep.
Young man, excuse me.
And then right now another replay we're watching of Jake's previous that we haven't seen a score pop in yet. So we owe 2 scores for Jake.
And 1 score for Tyrone.
And Sam as well.
And Sam. So, yeah. It seems it's always like that, right? The 3rd and 4th place surfers get the waves that are going to maybe get them that score, and they'll go into second, but at the same time, the 2nd place surfer is bettering their scores, and so the average goes up.
Well, here we go. So Sam with a 5.0 moves into 3rd. Right now needs a 4.41. I think that's going to change once the scores come in for Jake. As we see, this is live action here for Sam, and it did. So another score just came in for Jake, and nice layback hack right there for Sam.
Well, he
Reedy.
he really ripped into that last one. But in the meantime, the scores did drop in for Jake. The left was a 5.75 and the right was a 6.1. So those two better his earlier scores. Jake, you're in second. Cannon still in first. Waiting on Blue's last score. Blue, you needed a 6.85. And Tyrone in green, your last two waves, a 4.5 and a 5. You're in third place, looking for a 6.85.
Yeah, so the only score we're waiting for right now is Sam, is that last right, and this is the replay here for the viewers at home. So a nice little wrap, and this is where it starts to steepen up a little bit, and he just jams it right here, lays it back, kicks the fins out, and still waiting for the score to come in, needing that 6.85. Just didn't have too much on the outside.
No.
But that finish turn was money. Score starting to drop.
I love that view for the viewers, looking out at Ragged Point in the distance, past all the surfers. Right when you get around that corner, then you head north towards Cambria and up towards Hearst Castle.
Real quick, so score in for Blue, 6.3. Not enough to get into second, but requirement now for Blue is a 5.55. Once again, Blue, 5.55. Green, 6.85. So didn't get the score, but it helped and cut the deficit down just a bit. Now it's needing just a 5.55. And here we go. Heading right towards us here. So blows the fins out there, just the one turn. And then going on the left here is our heat leader, Cannon. He's been a little quiet on the last 7-8 minutes in this heat. Only ridden the two waves in the beginning.
Well, he had that lead. Jake, you're in second. You have first priority. Your last two waves, the left was a 5.75. The right was a 6.1. We are waiting for Blue's last wave. I think it was an incomplete.
No, it was a completion, but it was just really the one turn on the inside right there. You see it
gotcha.
on the replay. Score hasn't come in yet. He needed a 5.55. Down to 30 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we're down to the dying seconds here. Jake in second, waiting on a score for red, waiting on a score for blue. Maybe they're going to come in after the heat finishes.
Yeah, I mean, the number right now, it's blue. So it's Sam Reedy as he's up again. So if he doesn't get the score the previous wave, this could be it here. So, and he slips off. We're counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Well, and just like that also, so those scores come in. It's a 4 for Sam's previous wave. This last wave, a throwaway. Cannon quietly down the beach by himself in the lead, got a 7.25, so gets the high score of the heat at the very end. And I think that's how it is. But we're waiting. The judges are deliberating something. Cannon car definitely out in the lead. Are we good? Are we good? Are the scores in? Hold on, because red caught the wave. Well, he won the heat anyway.
All right, so it looks like Cannon and Jake are going to make it through that heat.
There we go.
It is official.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
catching a wave. It never gets old. The Tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
All right, welcome back, everybody, here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. We are moving into heat number 7. We just saw the conclusion of Cannon Carr and Jake Davis moving on through into the next round. Congratulations to both those surfers. In the water now, Lucas Ostin in the red, Kai Kushner in the blue, Sage Ginaldo in the white, and Timothy Fandy in the green. What a day. Brillo, I'm going to take a break. Bud is going to step back in. I'll do a little interview with Cannon Carr when he gets over here.
All right, so once again, Jeff is going to step away. He'll get that interview. We're going to welcome back Bud. How you doing? Finally got a break, able to eat some lunch.
Yeah, got a nice little turkey sandwich, and I'll tell you what, it is officially a beach day now. You get out in the sun, and it is warm. There's people on the beach. We got some sunbathers. So if you are within the near vicinity, you should get down here for the last few hours of this day 2 of the World Surf League Qualifying Series 2000, stop number 6 for the men, and we call this the SLO CAL Open. So if you're in the nearby area, come on down.
And yeah, it even warmed up in the judges booth here. Starting to shed down a little bit. It was pretty cold this morning with those offshore winds, those northeast winds.
Well,
And,
that's one of the things we laugh about the Central Coast this time of year. You might have a puffer jacket on in the morning, and by mid-afternoon, you're wearing a sun hat and a T-shirt.
And then when that sun goes away, when that sun goes behind that rock in the afternoon, it feels like the temperature drops 10 degrees.
Yeah. It's a lot of variance in tide and weather, or at least temperature, over these couple days between the, like we said, crisp morning temperatures, warm midday, and then the king tide. Add that all in, and things are ever changing out here. But these surfers are doing a good job, and we are into heat 7 already, of round of 64 in this heat. And yeah, red, Lucas Ustin, Kai Kushner in blue, Sage Ginaldo in white, and Timothy Fandy in green. So no one's got a wave yet, but once they do, you can rest assured there's going to be some good surfing.
Well, this morning with the higher tide, the tide I think peaked around 10 o'clock. It was close to a 7-foot tide. It was crazy. Surfers were surfing where it's completely dry right now. There's so many different banks here. I think when it gets bigger, obviously it breaks further and further out, but also the tide has a lot to do with it as well. It's kind of hard to tell on screen because you're really just kind of looking at the ocean here, but when you're here live, you can see the positioning and where everybody sits during the high tide or low tide, or even when the swell's small or large.
All right, so just to add on to that, you talked about extreme tide changes, and I'm seeing that at 9:21 this morning, we had a 6.9 high tide. So yeah, a couple feet higher than average. And then at 4:47 today, it's a negative 1.7. So it'll be falling out all day. I mean, yeah, where these guys are surfing right now is going to be knee deep by the time the day's all said and done.
Yeah, exactly. Right where they're at right now, it's probably going to be dry sand, which is crazy to think because they're pretty far out to the eye that we can see right now.
Yeah, and that's thank you to Peak Wi-Fi for getting us the webcast, so then we can, get good replays for both you at home and for the judges, so they can make all their deliberations properly. So nearly 5 minutes gone and no waves ridden. This is the slowest start to a heat that we've had all day. Could be, like you said, because the waves are moving off that inner sandbar, kind of in between mid-tide. It hasn't quite hit the outer sandbar, so a little bit of downtime right now. So this heat starts slow, but that just means that the end is going to get pretty, action-packed.
Well, I mean, or it could be also the last heat had tons of waves. It was nonstop. And, yeah, the tide sucking out could have a little bit to do with it. But the last, I would say, the last 10 minutes had a flurry of waves that were breaking exactly where the competitors are right now as they wait very patiently. But it's crazy to think now everyone's mindset, okay, well, I have a 15-minute heat. Actually, it's more of like a 14-minute heat because we're ticking away here.
Yeah, it's a.
So you gotta try to, get those 2 waves and start building on those 2 waves as quickly as you can, because 14 minutes can go by pretty fast here. So here we go.
That looks like Timothy Fandy on the left-hander going backhand. Gets a setup snap, and he's getting to that inside section where Titus got that heat winner at the last minute, last minute advancement a couple heats ago. So that inside section has provided some thrills at the end of the heat, but he's gonna get started in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a score on the board, and we're going to drop it down to the last heat winner. Take it away, Jeff.
Yeah, and with Cannon Carr, that was almost a cruisy heat, but it was deceiving. You established first place right away with the 5, then went up to a 6-5, and then finished with a 7-2-5, kind of alone in your own world down there.
Yeah, I watched a lot of the heats before I went and free surfed, and then was watching, and I kind of identified that left is kind of where I wanted to go. I was like, hey, these long tapered lefts right here, like those are the best. The rights kind of die out, so identified that. Started off, picked the first wave, 5-5 was the goal, and then came back out again. Another one. Jake actually missed it, and then came back out again. It was just like kind of easy work. After starting off with that first one, kind of just led me for the rest of the heat, just to like make it easy and simple.
Well, you guys have a good posse up here. You're vibing with the Granny brothers who you're staying with. They were caddying your boards, big hammers there. Tenori, no doubt, backing you up.
Yeah, shout out Big 20. And, me, Jim, Hogan, Kai and Teo are staying together. And, all had the same heat plan and won the heat. So stoked. Jim's doing a good job.
Well, Jim's a super powerhouse coach. And you guys were all saying before we were talking that you're boiling. So this morning everybody's freezing, and I shake your hand, and it's toasty.
Yeah, this is the hottest I've ever felt it up here for sure. I went and free surfed in my thin suit earlier on accident, thought it was my thicker one, and then just put my thick suit on and went out. I was like, when I was paddling out, I was like, uh-oh, like something's off. So dying right now, but.
All right. Well, go cool down. Congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow. And moving into the round of 32. There you go, Cannon Carr. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Cannon Carr. The Carr family, no stranger to coming up here for events. And someone earlier talked about that. They wore their 3-2 out there, and it was plenty for the 20-minute heat. So he kind of went backwards. He went from being a little chilly to overheating. So maybe
by mistake,
he'll sort that out before his next heat.
Well, we did have a score come in for Timothy, 3.5. So once again, Timothy a 3.5, and Kai just a 0.5, and now score for Lucas a 3.15 as we're watching live action here for wave number 2 for Timothy. And this heat is already down to 11 minutes, bud.
Well, yeah,
Crazy.
for those of you who, I mean, everybody that's tuned in and watching pretty much knows surfing, and that's the way it happens a lot of times. You have a heat that's on, that's wave rich, and then you might have a heat that is slower afterwards. That's just how the ocean works. And for a quick announcement, Matten Bain, Mr. Bain, you're blue in the next heat, and the beach marshal is looking for you. So check in for your next heat.
Yeah, Jeremiah's on it. It's like still 11 minutes to go, so it's plenty of time to check in.
Yeah, Jeremiah and I used to lock horns once upon a time back in WSA. We're from the same beach, so it's cool to see him working here.
Well, here we go. So this is Sage, his opening wave right here, and a nice little whip right there on that backhand. So he's going to get his account started in this heat number 7. We're going all the way to the end of this round. Heat number 16, we should finish up somewhere around 3:45 this afternoon. And green, you have 2 scores, a 3.5 and a 1.5. You're currently in the lead, but just a couple of scores for the other surfers. So we'll wait until everyone gets 2 scores on the board. And red, your opener is a 3.15. Red, 3.15. And there it is. White's opener, a 4.0. So as it stands, green is in the lead, white in second. So green only with 2 waves there, Bud. Giving him just the nod over Sage. As Sage has the highest score.
Kind of like we said earlier, he's got the lead, but it's a soft lead when you have a 3.5 and a 1. Whereas here you go, Sage has that 4, and he's trying to back it up quickly. It seems like, the ocean's doing a little bit of it's in a little funk right now, like we said, between tides.
Yeah, I can see it because that we haven't seen a real set yet in this heat. Obviously, there's only been a few waves ridden, and we're under 10 minutes, or we're under the 10 minute. We're at 9 minutes.
So Sage, you have a 4 and you have a 0.8. You are in second place.
Blue, green, red.
Priority is blue, green, red.
Blue and red. Blue left, red right. Well, here we go. This is a little bit bigger of a wave there. Nice for Lucas Austin. So just the one hit, but nice little quality frontside snap.
Yeah, he only got 1, but he made it count. So he's right back out there. He had a 3.5 already. So here's the replay. Gets a little speed, kicks the tail up and over, redirects the board, and gets out of there and heads back out hunting for another wave. And then on the forehand in that white wetsuit and blue, Kai Kushner just came unstuck, a little bit of cold feet. Maybe. It's easier for the feet to numb up out here. Luckily, the sun came out, so this morning was really chilly, like we said. Right now, it's a little easier to warm up and stay loose, so he's right back out there.
Well, I noticed the majority of the competitors not wearing booties.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, when you don't wear booties, to put them on feels so awkward, It's,
it does. Well, scores in. So second of red, 3.7. Second of blue, 3.25. And here we go, Sage, wave number 3. A little quick snap there, getting that board speed up. Sets it up into the lip there, rebounds it.
That was nice stuff. It looks like he's just kind of free. He's taking it as it comes, you know what I mean? He went right, then swung back left. Louis, you have a 3.7 and a 3.15. You are in first place, but Sage has another wave to come in.
Yeah, it might be a little difficult to hear out there because the competitors are sitting so far to the north. But once again, 7 minutes remaining. And once last of white comes in, we'll give you guys a situation here. It could change things. As Sage was sitting in third, only needing a 1 to get into second. But, it was a pretty good wave, and he could take over the lead here.
Louis, you have a 3.7 and a 3.15, but we're waiting for a score to drop. You are in first right now, but we're waiting for one more score to really know where things stand. 6 minutes and 15 seconds left. Yeah, Red is still asking what's going on. Louis, you have a 3.7 and a 3.15. Green, you have a 3.5 and a 1.5. You need a 3.36 to get to first. You are currently in second place.
Okay, is the priority board working? We good? You see it on the thing? Yeah, it's on. All right, so score coming in for white. So we'll get the score in, and we'll give you out a situation. There it is. Last to white, 4.4. So white to the lead. So once again, white, you're in the lead, looking to replace a 4. Red, you're in second. You have a 3.7 and a 3.15. To take the lead, you're looking for a 4.7. Green, you're in third. You need a 3.35. Your high score is a 3.5. Blue, you're in fourth. You need a 3.61. So hopefully the surfers took on that information. It's hard to tell. The winds have definitely kicked onshore.
Yeah, you hear some people saying they can. they do know what we're saying, and some people are saying it's a little difficult, so I think it depends on the set. But we'll do our best. So green, Timothy on the way towards us on his forehand in green. That's who the camera's on, so that's who I'm going to talk about. Setting it up, trying to get to the inside, just searching for some steepness, and he found a section to bank off at the end. Maybe one more micro bonus to the very inside, and he found it. So did a lot of work, went a long ways. In green, Timothy Fandy will get you a score here in a minute. 4 minutes left. We're at 4 minutes. White, Sage, you are in first place. You have a 4.4, and you have a 4. Lucas, you are in second place. You have a 3.7 and a 3.15. But blue and green still have waves to settle in. We're waiting on those scores. And we're looking at a replay of blue on the screen right now for Kai Kushner. And I have to imagine he's improved on that low score of the 0.5, so things are going to shuffle up when we get that score. So the judges are working out that score, and one for now it's just all right. Kai Kushner goes to first place with a 6.75 on that last wave. That drops Sage in the second. And then in third place, green, Timothy, you are looking for a 4.45. And Lucas, you have dropped to fourth. You need a 4.7, and you have priority, and there are 3 minutes left.
So, yes, all scores are in. We're down to 3 minutes, as you mentioned. And Kai Kushner gets the high score so far of this heat, 6.75, goes straight to the lead. And then here we go, Sage currently in second. So heading right towards us here.
I like how he kept the board moving the whole way. He never gave it a chance to slow down, because out there, once you stop, because it's a little bit mushy. You hit one of those chops, you can really slow down. So Sage did a nice job of gliding across that section. He's currently in second, and we'll see if he improved. Blue, you are in first. You have a 6.75 and a 3.25. You are in second priority, and there are 2 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Yeah, to the viewers at home, we apologize for yelling into the mic, but the surfers are sitting so far outside or inside, but out of the boundary area here, as we see Kai Kushner as our heat leader, pretty much heading to Cayucas. He might be over the border already, but here he goes. Trying to make this connection here, looking to replace the 3.25. As we see, this is live action here. That was a nice hit there by Lucas Ostin. 1 minute, 30 seconds. And Lucas needing 4.7. We didn't see, or at least I wasn't looking live on what he did prior to that last turn. Here we go. The viewers are home on the replay. So he did get a nice snap and another vertical hit there into the lip and a third turn, and then finished here. So I'd have to say that's going to be Lucas's best wave. And we're down to a minute to go.
Yeah, Lucas did that finger snap on the kick out, and then once we saw the replay, we really understood why. So
exactly, yeah. We just, picked up that last maneuver, but he's going to be very happy with this score coming in. It's going to put him most likely in the lead. 40 seconds remaining.
Yeah, he got bumped down to last place, and you can tell it wasn't sitting right with him. So he got that wave right there in a preliminary. All right, here you go. What do you see?
Yeah, 7.75. Lucas to first. So red first, blue second. And blue up and riding right now. This is Kai Kushner. Two-turn combo, and it looks like the completion there. So down to 15 seconds. White needing a 6.31. Green needing a 6.75. 10 seconds. Counting down. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And just like that, that's going to be it. Well, Kai, with the 4.9 last wave, goes into first. So it looks like Kai and Lucas going to make it through.
Nice job, guys. We'll see you tomorrow, and we're going to probably cut to a commercial break. Next heat, hold on, and we'll count you in.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Back, we are into Heat 7 of round 64 in this SLO CAL Open from Morro Bay. You see the beautiful view of the power plant and Morro Bay proper, and then behind it the estuary, but we're here for the surfing. So in this heat we have in red, Cade Madsen, in blue, Matten Bain, in white, Makai Bray, and in green, Shane Frontino. The graphics were incorrect on the screen, but we know where we're at. So here's the first wave of Cade Madsen. A lot of you might recognize that name from on the Big League Tour a couple years back. He's looking to get back there, and he's off to a good start here. So Cade Madsen, top seed in red, opening up the affair in this Heat 8 of round of 64. Welcome back, Jeff.
Well, thanks, man. Well, exciting finish to that last heat, right? A complete flip in the standings with Kai, Kushner, and Lucas getting the scores they needed and coming in first and second. Cade Madsen opens up, and he's quick again on the inside on this little left. He was talking with Cannon Carr after Cannon's heat, saying, yeah, it looks like the bank is right there as the tide's shifting.
Well, those two are sparring partners down there in that San Clemente crew, so they not only do they surf together, but they share some info with each other up until they face each other.
Up until then. Well, Cade, no doubt, here, wanting to, continue to establish his rankings regardless of the Challenger Series, double safeguard, so to speak. Cade, your first wave, a 5. Your right was a 5. That last wave is a 2. No one else has ridden a wave. And what was it, a few heats ago, you were interviewing the surfer from Mexico who's going to be featuring in pipe. Well, Cade will be in the pipe event also, but he surfed there quite a bit.
Yeah, Cade has a little more experience because he got to the top tier and he was there. And, he just was a victim of the lower seeds faced the upper seeds in the early rounds, and he surfed amazing heats, but heats that would have beaten anybody else in that first round, but he just came up against people that were on fire a lot. But he showed what he had, and I think he's more than capable of getting back there. So I know everybody in San Clemente is rooting for that.
Well, yeah, looking at him, he looks like he's leaned up a bit.
Yeah, he's a big kid, and he did bulk up a little bit, so maybe he's looking to get a little more limber. Who knows? If he wins, we'll ask him.
Here we go. Makai Bray.
One board quiver.
One board quiver. He's down to the one, so you can see he's got that foot on the front of the board, just that wind coming into him, that oncoming wind with the bumps.
Yeah, it looked like kind of not a complete stubby, but it looked like that board had a little bit of meat to it and a quad setup, so could help him shoot down the line on some of these flatter faces.
Oh, was it a quad setup today?
I thought it might have been. I could be mistaken.
Oh, okay.
Ultimately, though, the board had a little extra. It wasn't a blade. It was had some foam.
Yeah, I forget which model, the Mayhems. There's a lot of models. He did tell me about it. Here we go, Shane Frontino. So this one a little more cupped out than we saw with Makai's wave. Not having to hop the sequence through. Nice complete ride there for Shane.
All right, I got to go track down Kai Kushner and see what he has to say. I'll be back.
Okay. Cade, you have first priority in the red. You opened with a 5, backed it up with a 2. Well settled in for another long, beautiful day here in the Central Coast. It's like summertime out there. You could be in your board shorts on a towel in the sand. The surfer saying how hot it is out in the water. And this is Cade Madsen. He had his thin full suit, preheat. Ripping through. He's going to get rid of that too quickly on that left. And I like the strategy of staying busy early. Get the lead and hold the lead. Always a good plan. Shane, your opening wave, a 4.25. Mackay, your first wave, a 2.75. Does Beach Marshal, did Blue check in? No, he did not. So Maton, it's a 3-man heat. There we go. Now we know why we couldn't find the surfer in blue. Waiting on that score for Cade, the last left. Here's a nice replay. Cade always looking comfortable. Such a powerful surfer. Here we go, Shane. They are really all looking for these lefts, but it's the feature wave right now with the tide drawing out, and it will be drawing out until later this afternoon, until the contest is over. That is the sandbar that they are all going to be riding. 6 for Cade on your last wave. So Cade Madsen, you have a 5, and your last wave, a 6. Out in first place. Shane, your last wave, a 3.1, and you're in second. Mackay, you need a 4.6. Mackay, your first wave, your one wave was a 2.75. There's just under 13 minutes. You're in third place, and you need a 4.60. So throwing it down to our last heat winner, Kai Kushner. Take it away.
Kai Kushner, slow start to that heat, but you found the rhythm. You got that long left in the middle and went for a long way. Just kind of kept giving you double ups. That had to have been real nice to see.
Yeah, the first part of the heat was super slow, so when I got that wave, I knew how to surf it and make that wave. It was important.
Kind of a dream wave because, yeah, it gave you a couple sections. You kind of hopped through a middle section, then kept going. So I assume that's what you're looking for, the ones that hopefully have something down the line out there?
Yeah, trying to sneak a couple out there. It's small and soft, but yeah, I actually got that wave with 4th priority, so stoked to sneak a long left.
Yeah, you never know. Priority is really neat, but sometimes it just gets in the way. So tell us about this surfboard. What model? It looks like you got a little wider tail block on it. What is that?
Yeah, it's a better every day. I mean, yesterday I was riding my PU. It's way bigger, but super stoked to switch to this. I ride this every day.
And I see the Rivia projects on your nose as well. I assume that's a fun sponsor. Anybody else, sponsor or family friends you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to Rivia, CI, all my sponsors, and my dad for coming down. Stoked to keep going. Let's go.
Oh, cool. Anything you're thinking about for tomorrow, or just go out there and see what it shows you?
Yeah, hopefully get a better start at the beginning of the heat, but yeah,
keep going.
Well, at least now you know you can sit if you have to and get it done at the end. So good luck to you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank
you, Kai Kushner. Moving on through. Waiting on that last score for Mackay. Well, summertime in Morro Bay in the early parts of December. Mackay, your last wave, a 5.25, puts you in second. Cade in first. Mackay in second and Shane in third. Shane, you now need a 3.76. And we are cutting the rug halfway through. This heat is the 8th heat. We have 16 heats today. In this round, we started off with the women's round of 32. Now we know who's going to be featured tomorrow in the round of 16 on the women's side. And as we whittle through, half the field cut every heat.
Getting towards what they call the pointy end of the draw. As you know, like anytime there's a tournament bracket, you start with a lot of names and it narrows down. And we're, like you said, we're about a third of the way through right now. And we'll have a clearer picture of who's going to be joining everybody tomorrow, and we'll know more soon. So this heat, it looks like Blue has yet to get going. And what's
no, he's not. He didn't check in.
Oh, Blue is not here.
We figured that out after you had stepped out to do the interview. So thanks for joining us, everyone online here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Stop number 6 out of 8 events. On the men's side,
fighting for points to try to advance on to the next tier, which is the Challenger Series, and beyond that, the Championship Tour. So, yeah, these are the building blocks for future top-tier pros.
Well, and Cade Matson in the water right now leading the heat is one of those surfers who, over the years, coming up here to this event and Pismo, along with the others, you know, doing jacks and going to Virginia Beach, and then there's the Barbados event. They've made their way onto the Challenger, and then Cade made himself onto the Championship Tour, back relegated into the Challenger Series, but safeguarding his position, doing these qualifying events. Plus, they love competing, you know.
Oh, yeah, it's in their blood. They can't go too long without it. It's just part of what they do. It's who they are. They're athletes. They train for it. They prepare for it, and that's why they put the work in.
Well, and some of them, too, you know, along the way have experienced injuries, and then they're out of the water for quite a while, so they want to get that repetitive. Even if maybe they're not looking for the points as much, they just want to get that sharpened end of it, refining their focus, their heat acumen, back in line, you know.
Yeah, stay in the groove. Because it is, I mean, a lot of people can go out on a fun day and do some ripping at your home break, but it's when you can go somewhere else, put on a jersey, have 20 minutes to do it, and have us talking about it and judges assigning scores. It's a different deal. These guys really are talented. Yeah, something about putting on that jersey just makes you feel so nervous, but the more repetition and, like you said, acumen, it just, for these guys, we mentioned it's second nature. It's just a matter of going out and doing the job. They've done the hard work ahead of time.
And, you know, consistency. It's a challenge to stay consistent event to event.
Well, yeah, in individual sports like that, you figure golf, surfing, those kind of individual sports, you can run real hot for a while or you can run real cold for a while. So consistency is a big thing, finding a way to keep it consistent and then slowly raise that consistent level.
Well, as we watch Mackay get into this, he wants to get rid of the 275. That wave's not going to do it. Shane doesn't get in it. Cade using his higher priority. Again, he's identified these lefts as what he wants. Clicks into a nice finish there.
So he's sitting on a 6 and a 5. We'll see if that replaces his low score and then stretches his lead out even further. So Cade, before that wave was in first. We're waiting for a score from Mackay as well. So
Yeah, you're talking about, surfing is an individual sport. Even things like baseball, it's a team sport, but the pitcher, or the hitters are deemed excellent if they're not failing more than 30 or 70% of the time, right? A 300 batting average or above is amazing, but it's failing 70% of the time. Pitching, it's the same kind of thing.
Well, we're cutting to Makai Bray right there on his backside. He just did a reverse in that section before they cut to him, so we'll see a replay here in a minute. But you are right. Surfing in individual sports, you tend to lose more than you win, so that's also an added mental bit of it. Here we go. The replay of Kai got himself a little kicktail reverse on that backhand, left-hander. We'll see where that goes, but live action, here's Green, Shane out there on that black deck with the white railed surfboard. Finishing it off, he found that double up on the inside and just kind of went over the heel edge, but he got some work done before that.
So there's a little bit of that crosswind. I was standing out there. I couldn't tell if it was onshore or side shore. It's hard to feel where the wind, because it swirls off of the Morro rock right here. It kind of eddies around.
It feels like the middle of the beach, it's kind of blowing into the left, which can push against you if you're trying to go down the line on it. But you're right. It gets over, it hits this rock, and it does swirl. So the wind direction by the rock is different than. Okay, Cade, you have a 6 and you have a 5.5. There are 3 minutes and 40 seconds left. You have priority.
Yeah, that last left, Cade, got you a 5.5, so you bettered your first left, which was a 5. Shane moves up into second now after that last one with a 3.85. All scores in. Makai, you have second priority. You need a 2.85. So slim scores needed, but Makai, even though he's in third, has a little advantage with that 5.25 in his back pocket.
So that's where we stand with 3 minutes left. Priority is red, white, green.
And right in front of us, we see Ventura's own Dimitri Puyos running down. He's going to paddle out here up closer by the rock.
Yeah, that's
what a run he has had over the last few years. He won an event this year recently.
Yeah, he won the Pismo a couple years ago. He got the call up at Trestles on the big leagues.
That was really cool too.
Yeah.
That was fun to call.
I have to admit, I am a fan. I really like what he's doing. I mean, I'm a fan of all of them, but we all have to have our little crushes, I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I dig his style. He won the recent event down in Puerto Rico, the QS 4000, La Marginal Surfing in Puerto Rico. So a big, it's always good to tuck a victory in your back pocket. Even, I'm sure he wants it to happen. He's had some great results on the Challenger Series, getting into the quarters a couple times this year. His rankings are high. He'll be going to Pipe 2.
So, yeah, he's battling out on the Challenger, but he's also backing it up here. That way he's insured. He's not going anywhere from the Challenger season.
No.
Watching white.
Okay, here we go. Makai Bray, one board quiver on the forehand. Glides over that, looking for the steepness, and gets a nice kind of tail free, kicked the tail over. He liked it, a little bit of hand jive. He likes the way that felt. He was looking for a 2.85, and he did get a couple turns, so judges are looking at that right now. 1 minute and 20 seconds left, so yeah, Makai needs that 2.85 to leapfrog Shane, and here's the replay.
So medium-sized wave, that down-carved check, and then this nice finish, very explosive, got his foot way back on the tail.
And even with the finish, he got that little glide out of it and a little bounce off the white water. So every little point helps when you're trying to leapfrog someone into an advancing position.
Well, it looks like early indications two judges have their scores locked in. Makai, the score will be yours, just what it is. 4.6 for Makai Bray goes into second, 45 seconds left. Shane, you need a 5.6 now. Cade with first priority.
So, yeah, Shane has got second priority and 30 seconds to find a 5.6. Are there any waves going to come in and offer an opportunity?
All the surfers paddling around. We know that score is out there. Cade has a 6 and a 5.5, and Mackay has that 5.25. We're getting really close to the end. 10 seconds left, and nobody's going to get this wave. I'm going to count it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So Mackay gets the job done towards the end of the heat, gets the score he needs. Cade Matson and Mackay Bray moving on through. There we go. Cade doing a little victory lap. He would have liked that one in the heat.
Yeah, everybody today would have liked that score in the heat.
Nice layback jam.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just vibe one time for your mind.
Welcome back, everybody. SLO CAL Open here in Morro Bay. Jeff Baldwin and Bud Aquino calling all the action. Look at that beautiful overview of Morro Rock. The surfers are tucked right down there against the shadow in the green water. As we look across the bay, we have a small 2 to 3 foot west swell and pretty clean conditions. Slight onshore, side shore puff. We are into Heat 9, round of 64, and we just saw Cade Matson and Mackay Bray advancing into tomorrow, round of 32.
So, yeah, we've got the ratings leader in this heat in the red jersey, Dimitri Polos of Ventura. We've got red, Milo Ferre in blue. We've got Rex Hennings in white, and we've got Shane McNulty in green. We do have a score waiting to drop from Shane McNulty. Rex Hennings did get a 3 on his first wave. Here's a replay of Shane's first wave. And I saw spray from up there, so this replay could be very telling.
Yeah, all the surfers have been tucked together over there on the left. Now they started with a lot of separation.
But I saw Rex and Dimitri over here on this end by the rock, which we haven't seen in quite a while, but now they're making their way down.
Well, it worked out for Rex. Got that left unimpeded over here and opened with a 3. Green, Shane, your score just dropped in, a 6.5, a great opener for our surfer in green. And here we go, Dimitri Poyos ripping down the line, comes unstuck a little bit aggro.
He's always got such an explosion and kind of tweak in the lip right there, so it just one of those little bumps caught the nose of his board, so it happens, but it's early in the heat.
I'll meet Cade for an interview.
Okay. So, yeah, Shane, your first wave came in at a 6.5. Rex, your first wave came in at a 3. Dimitri, 1.75. And Milo, you have priority, and we're waiting for you to get your first wave. So, 17-minute point. Nice score for Shane McNulty on that left double up at the north end of the beach. It allowed him to get his board vertical for a 6.5. And as we mentioned, Rex Hennings in second with a 3, and Dimitri had that little bit more than up and down, just a 1.75. 16 minutes, 33 seconds. Priority is blue, green, white. Blue, green, white. All right, and I think we're going to go down and talk to last heat winner, Cade Matson.
yeah, here with Cade Madsen, a nice win there, moving into the next round. You got to kind of play your own game. You weren't really worried about the other surfers so much.
Yeah, I kind of went out there. I mean, it's pretty hard to surf out there, so I was just thought I'd go out there and just ride waves and kind of like throw it at the wall and see what sticks, and yeah, worked out.
So been a good year. You're preparing for pipe. You've surfed there quite a few times, unlike some of the other Challenger surfers, so going in feeling confident.
Yeah, it's definitely pays off. Like all the years I've spent out there, it'll definitely come in clutch there. I mean, it's definitely such a hard wave to like compete at, so I'm pretty lucky to have some heats out there, and yeah, looking forward to that.
All right, well, doing your double duty, keeping the qualifying searing points, going, so the Challenger's covered, but the main goal is to get back on the championship tour, especially with the non-mid-year cut.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, next year looks super exciting, so that'd be super cool to get back on with my friends, and yeah, just doing this event just to keep busy, keep the feet in the wax.
Well, thanks, Cade. We'll see you tomorrow. Congratulations. You keep your pin. You want to say hi to everyone? Do you?
Yeah, shout out to my sponsors, friends, family. Yeah, everyone watching.
Right on. Cade, no stranger to this game. Back to you guys.
All right. He's got his heat win, and we'll see him tomorrow. And I always forget how tall he is, and it's so impressive to see how he can do so well in these smaller waves with such a big stature. But Matt Biolis and those lost surfboards have a lot to do with that too, so good on you, Cade. 14 minutes and 25 seconds. Shane McNulty still in the lead, and here he's going on the backhand. And the rich get richer. He already had a big score, and he's on his way to another nice-looking score already. So, yeah, Shane looking to build on that 6.5, and now we got Dimitri. Starts it with the slash, finds that second slash. Looks like he's riding maybe some epoxy equipment for the glide, and it seems to be working. So after that 1.75 he started with, he should have something better now. So we're waiting for scores from Shane and Dimitri, and welcome back, Jeff.
Yeah, thanks. Well, we saw Shane McNulty coming through yesterday and just squeaking in at the end of the heat, kind of a buzzer beater. Good job, and look at that. That must have fired him up, because straight away, back-to-back 6.5s. Shane, your last wave, a 6.5. So out in the lead, Dimitri, his last wave, a 5.5.
So then in third place, Rex has a priority, and he's looking for a 4.26, and Milo is yet to get going, so he needs a 7.25 at this stage in this round of 64, heat number 9.
Can you believe it? Round of 64, heat 9.
Green, yeah. Shane, you have two 6.5s. Both of your waves were a 6.5. You have a 13-point total. You are in third priority, and there are 12 minutes and 55 seconds left.
Man, and in the scheme of the day so far, and we saw the points start going into that mid-5 range and around there as the tide started to drop. So he's got to be feeling really comfortable at the moment with so much time on the clock and a nice, healthy 2-wave total in the lead. It's hard to give it away. There's not a lot of those scores out there and not a lot of excellent or high scores, but he just keeps himself surfing.
So while we were talking about that, Milo got it started, had a one-turn backhander. He is chasing a 7.25. I don't think he got it there, but at least he's off and running now, so maybe he can find the groove and bring up the rear. But as of right now, it's still Shane and Dimitri. Priority is white-red.
Well, the score drops in quickly for Milo, a 2.5. Now, Milo, you need a 4.76. Dimitri with that last left, a complete wave through a ton of spray, as always. Gets a 5.5. That's one of the things that I've always appreciated about from when I was introduced to his surfing. The way he's so deep in his rail always, which sets him up for high impact turns, and he's always gaining speed out of everything.
He hurls himself into the lip.
And the power that the placement creates the power at the same time as he's just a powerful surfer. His low center of gravity in through his turns, the way he spring loads in and out of everything really fast.
Now, not to fan out on him too hard, but do you see a little bit of Shane Herring in his back
like
end, the way
that.
he sets into it real deep and low on that back end, and he slingshots. He doesn't just direct, he slingshots.
He slingshots, yeah.
I noticed that about him a couple years ago. Shane Herring, rest in peace. But the way that he used to drive himself in and out of turns, I see that in that little, compact, stocky build of Dimitri, especially when he sits on the back end. I've noticed that for a while.
Well, and he's got that great relationship like a lot of Timmy Patterson's riders, but those boards have taken him to great places.
But you know what? He's chasing this guy right now. This is Shane McNulty, the current heat leader. He's got a 13-point heat total, and he's looking to improve on one of his matching 6.5s.
Wow, so he comes to play today. He is fired up he doesn't want to waste that opportunity that getting through yesterday right on the buzzer. And he's stamping his authority in this one. Will he better one of his 6.5s with that last wave?
Yeah, you get that momentum rolling, and you just want to keep it rolling. You want to keep that mindset. And, some people think it means don't shave or eat the same thing for breakfast. So if he wins the heat, we'll have to ask him if he's got mechanisms to keep that flow going.
What are his picadillos and superstitions? Don't change your socks?
Nope.
What is it? There's some crazy ones out there.
Yeah.
You see, there's some horrifying ones from sports stars.
Baseball.
Baseball in the locker rooms. And, yeah, what are the surf ones?
All right, so 9 minutes and 30 seconds left. I guess surf ones would be some people don't like to change their wax during an event or whatnot.
They might do it before, right?
Sure, or some want to do it every heat. So Milo, up and riding, coming towards us on the forehand. Sets it up with that little cutback and setup snaps, just waiting for it to give him an opportunity. And this wave on the screen. Oh, he gets to the inside and got it done. Nice job, Milo. Meanwhile, Rex. We hadn't mentioned him much, and he's letting us know that he's still here.
Yeah, he's putting together a nice-looking sequence of powerful turns off the top on that left, and then Milo with a really strong finish. It'll be nice to get the close-up replay.
Shane, you still have 2 6.5s. You did not improve.
Yeah, your last wave was a 4.5. This is the replay of Rex Hennings down the beach, so he found a gem of a wave and just keeps tacking it right in the corner, right in the power source of a not very powerful wave. We got Dimitri now live, flying down the line. He's looking for birds to spray.
Apologies for my size, but when you're seeing that much spray from this far away, yeah. Red heard us talking about him, and he wants to prove us right. So, yeah, we're going to get a replay here of Dimitri because while we were watching that last replay, but first, here's Milo's last wave. Slow at the beginning, but he did all the work to keep it going. So he had these little snaps, and he's just waiting for about this moment so he can get some speed and finish it off nicely.
So he did get the nice finish. It was sticky through the middle. Here we go with Dimitri. Ooh, I like that little stand tall check knee. Set himself up. So much whip and tempo. Well, beautiful surfing there from Dimitri. Where will the score go? Milo, your last wave, a 4.0. You are in fourth with second priority. You need a 6.36.
So here's Shane looking to get rid of one of those 6.5s, and he's getting some work done. And he's going to have to get rid of those 6.5s if he wants to go to the lead because Dimitri Polos' last wave comes in at an 8. Flat 8 for Dimitri. 8-point ride. So Dimitri in red, you're in first place with 13.5. We're waiting for a score from Shane. Rex, your last wave was a 7.35. Your last wave, Rex, was a 7.35. You're in second priority. Right now you're in third, but we are waiting for one more score. Or actually, you are in third. You're in third. You need a 5.65 as of right now, but that may change. We're waiting for Shane to get a score, and then we'll tell you exactly where you are.
Well, beautiful surfing again from both Dimitri and Rex. Rex getting the second highest score of this heat, but due to the 3 he's still holding in his score line, that's the separation.
All right, Rex, your last wave came in at a 7.35. So first place, Dimitri. Second place, Shane. Rex, you're in third. You need a 5.65 to advance. And Milo, you're in fourth. You need a 9 to advance. Milo, you have priority. And there's 5 minutes and 30 seconds left.
So a lot of time, a lot of waves. And yeah, Dimitri getting himself up into one of the few excellent waves of the day.
Yes.
There haven't been many.
Well, he had that real deep bottom turns into those top turns, and then straight into another bottom turn. There was no downtime. It was just rapid fire, and from here, it was just spray after spray. So that's how you get a big score right there for those of you at home. 4 minutes and 50 seconds left. Priority, blue, white, red. White is looking for a 5.65 to advance, and blue is looking for a 9 to advance. So Milo sitting on a 4 and a 2.5, so he wants to increase his total. And I think he's doing a good job of getting rid of that 2.5. Kind of comes unstuck on the last one, but yeah, he just wanted to replace a 2.5. He is chasing a 9 to get into advancing position, but that should cut into it and make his need a little bit lighter.
So with just under 4 minutes, Shane in second, Rex with the higher priority in third, needing the 5.65, has a little advantage in his 7.35 wave. But Shane putting on a clinic with his 2.65s. Here we go. This is Rex's shot as we see our surfer in white. Use that priority. 3 turns, he bangs off, looking for a 5.65.
Yeah, he had that
Touch and go there.
7.35, so yeah, he's very capable of jumping up to where he needs to be. But
yeah, it's that 3 that's just haunting him at the moment. But
I believe it's going to be gone.
The 3 will be gone. Will it go over the 6.5, the 5.65 needed?
Well,
drum roll, please. It's a 5.2, so it comes under, I would say, in the scheme of things, because it had a real flat lip and the finish section was very soft. Didn't really get to punctuate and express himself at the end, so he'll get back out there, reboot. Priority is with red, then green. Green, you're in second still. You have 2 6.5s. Dimitri has a 5.5 and an 8.
And Rex isn't going to waste any time with that
gets
delayed. Yeah.
Just got hung out on his toes.
Well, that won't change anything. But, yeah, you're right. When that last score came in, I think we both knew it was in the area, but we weren't convinced. So, and that's what you need to do. You really need to convince the judges. So 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Priority is red, green, blue. Rex is still looking for that 5.65, and Milo is still looking for that 9-point ride. So Dimitri out in front with 13.5, and Shane McNulty in second with 13. So those two at the top are pretty tight, but it's up to Rex and Milo to see if they can't change the way the standings look as of right now.
All right, well, the next heat coming up, Wheeler Hashberg, Cole McCaffrey, Wesley Santos, and Remy Jabori.
Rex You are looking for a 5.65. You have 1 minute and about 5 seconds left, and you're in fourth priority. So, pressure time right here.
Not for Dimitri.
Not for Dimitri, no.
And not for Shane, because they're sitting there with the two high priorities and 43 seconds to go.
Well, the pressure's on Rex if he can break away and find something for a 5.65, but it looks like Shane is going to make that all the harder with the higher priority. So 5 seconds left. There, he's going for the breakaway right here. All right, we are down to 10 seconds. I'm going to count you out real soon here. 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So the top seed exercises his top-seededness and shows why. Flexes his muscles a little bit.
I like that. The top-seededness.
Yep.
It's the red, the flaming red jersey.
Yes.
The honor of holding down the red jersey. Well, we'll go to a quick commercial break here, and we will come back with heat number 10.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Weston away, but she comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
we're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Hey there, good afternoon and welcome back. Wherever you're joining us from for this beautiful SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay, we're halfway through the men's round, or actually more. This is Heat 10, round of 64 in the water. In the red, Wheeler Hashberg. In the blue, Cole McCaffrey. Wesley Santos in the white, and Remy Jabori in the green right away. Cole McCaffrey from down in Cardiff. Ella McCaffrey's brother ripping into this. He's really come into form. He was such a grom when he started doing these events, and now he's making his mark.
He kind of had that like lanky, slinky thing going on where he was able to get it in the lip and really absorb it and then kind of slink out of it.
Yeah.
Flexible young knees.
Well, and it's cool because so many of these young surfers have come through not only these events and all the primes and the U.S. training and the national team stuff, but the board riders clubs that then they get that hyper pressure. So just more reps. And Cole's been a star for the Encinitas board riders down our way. Nice opening wave.
Yeah.
It's like he's riding a river rapid, but making the most of it.
You could see why you'd want him on your board riders team. And that board riders gig is interesting because there's a lot of pressure when there's on just you, but there's a lot of pressure when your whole like local crew is rooting
Everyone's
for you,
there.
pulling for you.
Yeah, and the time's ticking, and you only have so much space. All right, a 5.75 for Cole's opener. Now we have Wesley Santos, who we were vibing with yesterday out of Huntington Beach, Brazilian, but he's lived in HP for a long time.
He's kind of like the joyous Ripper, always in a good mood, smiling, high-fiving. Yeah, he, like you said, he was a vibe.
Okay, watch here.
So Red really wanted that one, and he made a point to get that away from the other competitors. So he's got 2 turns done, and now on to the third. So he's making a lot of work on this little left-hander. He wanted that wave, and I can see why.
Yeah, well, Wheeler, another one of Brad's longtime students there for Wave Key. High heat acumen, and he has been doing all these events. He had a nice victory last year I forget if it was Puerto Rico. Maybe I think it was Puerto Rico, somewhere like that. But yeah.
And is his brother here too this time?
I don't know.
Okay. Because I feel like there's a couple. There's Tyler and Wheeler, correct?
I'm not sure if Tyler is his brother, but I could be wrong. 4.5 Wheeler on your opening wave. Cole, your first wave, a 5.75. Wesley, your first wave, a 2.5. And man, you really see that onshore, side shore puff now. Here we go, Remy Jabori. Digging through the lumps just to get himself into the game with one turn.
Yeah, just to bring that down through all those almost a riptide and a wind bump over there, and he fought his way through it. There's Wesley on the backhand, that chartreuse wetsuit, highly visible even from this distance. He's way up the beach, almost to Atascadero State Beach up there. Halfway to Cayucas. Blue. Cole, you have a 5.75, and you're in first place. You also have priority. So Cole, first place with a 5.75, and you have priority. Wesley, you're in second place. You have a 4.6 and a 2.1. Wheeler, your first wave was a 4.5. You need a 0.1 to advance, and Remy, your first wave was a 2.5. So green up and riding on the backhand. Kind of a nose pick on the face right there, but got a maneuver done where it didn't look like there was much room to do one, and he's back out there. Wheeler Hasberg, excuse me. In and out. Decides that that's not going to improve on anything, especially not his position in regards to priority, so he decided to get out of that wave and look for another one. Here's a replay of Remy. He does this little kicky little kicky reverse.
Well, he had a little ramp to do it off of. If the wave was glassy, it wouldn't have been there for him.
Yeah, it was a side chop came at him.
Cole McCaffrey up and riding now. Down the line on another one of these sticky lefts. Will it open up for him?
It doesn't look sticky the way he's going across it.
No, just in general, they are
sure.
sticky.
Sticky for me, but not for thee.
Not for them.
Yeah. Here we go, red. Wheeler. Backside attack. He liked it. A little finger snap on the way out. Feeling good. He had a 4.5 already, so now he's building on his total. 14 minutes left. Round of 64, heat 10. We got 3 scores to drop from blue, red, and green, so we'll get that to you in a minute here. For the moment, we have 2 more scores to drop. Here's a replay. Cole.
Ooh, layback. So this is where live we couldn't really tell because he was so far away. Great to have the replay. Thank you to the cameraman. That is going to be a nice second wave for Cole McCaffrey.
Yeah, Cole is sitting on that single wave score of 5.75. So
I see his sister walking on the beach. Maybe she just got a coffee. Yeah, Ella. So I was thinking about Wesley, and you keep saying that chartreuse wetsuit. He definitely doesn't want to change in this parking lot.
No, not with that wetsuit. Not unless you have a piece of plastic. I guess you can jump in the back of someone's truck just to keep it clean.
All right, Cole, your last wave came in at a 4.5. Blue, a 4.5 on your last wave. Wesley, your last wave, a 3.85. Wheeler, your last wave, a 5. So all scores just dropped in. Cole in first. Wheeler in second. Wesley, you're in third. You need a 5.65. Remy, you have priority, and you need a 6.25. Your last wave was a 3.25. Ton of information all at once. 12 and a half minutes left. Priority is green, blue, red, white. So Remy not going to waste time with that priority. Clicks one, finds a little bit of speed. I didn't expect him to. Wow. All right, little reverse there, and now we've got a split peak on the outside. Wheeler Hashberg on his forehand, opening up, carving through these little green sections. Nice finish. Rare does this young man ever fall. Very consistent competitor. Now Wesley with his priority. They have to do this kind of hop to get across the section, and that one doesn't work out for him. Blue with first priority. So right there, this replay where Remy got that pop on the first wave, set him up for that, man. He came out of that thing with much more speed than he had anywhere on the wave. Cole, you have first priority. You're still in the lead, waiting on the last wave of Wheelers. Remy, your last wave comes in at a 5.5. You go to third. We're currently in third, needing a 4. Here's this replay that we're watching online of Wheeler. Had to connect a lot of dots to really finish strong. So interesting to see where the score will go. Hold on, bud. We got a few people riding at the moment. I'm waiting for Wheeler's last score.
Man, it's crazy how far the tide dropped.
All right, Red, your last wave comes in at a 4.95. You replacing your low of a 4.5. You're still in second place. Remy, your last wave comes in a 3.8. Third place, Remy, you need a 4.45. Wesley, you have second priority, and you need a 6.10, just under 10 minutes. And I'm going to toss it down to Dimitri with Bud for the post-heat interview.
All right, I'm here with the winner of the last heat, Dimitri. So you kind of waited all day to surf, and they waited till the wind came up, but you made the most out of it. What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was a little tricky. It's kind of just standard, I guess. Normal little wind swell afternoon heat. Earlier looked tricky. Whenever it gets high tide and soft and offshore, I think that's single-handedly the most challenging conditions you can surf in. So, yeah, I honestly was happy the wind switched.
Well, you've been coming up here since you were an amateur. You've done a lot of stuff with the Still Frothy. You've won at Pismo, so pretty second nature to you. I assume you feel pretty comfortable when you're up here. Do you have some friends and stuff you stay with?
Yeah, it's kind of just everyone I travel with, all the events, we're all just kind of rolling a crew and have a bunch of fun. And yeah, I've been coming up here a lot, so real familiar, and it's kind of nice having my car at a contest. It makes it feel like I'm at home, so.
Very nice. Now, it looks like you went for the alternative construction. A little bit of bump out there, but you went with that. What was your choice, and what made you make that decision?
Yeah, this is an epoxy synthetic 84 from T. Patterson, and this is kind of my go-to board when it's a little smaller or soft, and I just figured whatever I could do to make it as easy for myself as I could, so that's why I grabbed this thing.
Well, you went out there and hung a giant score on it. Any shout-outs or anybody you'd like to say hello to at home?
Yeah, just any friends and family watching. Thank you guys, and stoked.
We'll see you tomorrow. Keep the ball rolling.
Sounds good.
Nice job.
Thank you so much, gentlemen.
All right, thank you, Dimitri. Congrats and ripping it up. In the meantime, during that interview, we had a few waves. It looks like Wheeler, he just went to town on this one. Kid has got a lot of power and punch. So that's going to be a nice score. Give himself a little click down at the waist with his fingers.
Watch green to the north. Green up.
Looked like Remy had something going, but a kind of a soft wave. Wheeler, what I was witnessing from far away, then in the replay, meriting a massive score, jumps into the lead, a 7.5 for the young man who comes in wearing the red jersey. So now Wheeler in first, Cole in second, Wesley finishing a wave. Well, that was the replay. So White, he needs a 6.4 to go into second.
6.4 is what Wesley needs, and on the replay, it looked nice, and scores are dropping in, but it didn't quite get there. Wesley, your last wave came in at a 5.75, so Wesley, you're still looking for a 4.5.
So Cole McCaffrey now in the driver's seat thinking, all right, I've got second place, but I need to gain a little bit more because both Wesley and Remy are knocking on the door.
Yeah, Wesley just came up a little bit short of what he needed, but look, he's found himself. He's looking at another one of these double ups. So we got him on the quick rebate up the beach. The camera is on Wesley on the white jersey, getting 2 nice turns. And this one's got a double up line to it that keeps allowing him to throw some spray.
Well, he paddled hard, knowing that on the inside it was going to double up for him and give him vertical face opportunity. Also knowing that his requirement's way less, a 4.5. This, we'll see where this goes, massaging it into that range. All 4 surfers have waves to be scored.
Yeah, so it's hard to really know what the situation is at the moment. Once these scores settle in, we'll get everybody back up to speed. 5 minutes, 30 seconds left.
All right, Blue back out first with first priority. So he gets a wave that we haven't got the score for yet.
And that replay is on the screen right now. Yeah, we got a lot of work done. A lot of variety was what I noticed for. In small waves, it's harder to get that much variety, but he's found a way to do it.
Yeah, he's a lively surfer, light and fast. And then sneaky power, too. That's the thing, is he's been, getting more experience. Sneaky power, where Wesley's just raw power.
Yeah, Wesley, man, he did so well just to rip the bag out of that. And you can see right here, he likes his effort. He's like, I did what I could. I like it. Give it to me.
So what happened? Cole got that left. The judges dropped the score in quickly. It was a 5.85 Cole. Wesley's last wave comes in at a 4.3, so not enough to go up into second. So a lot was changing quickly. Wesley ripped that tiny wave, right, Bud? But it was just so small the judges could only kind of go so far.
And Cole improved. So yeah,
So as it is, there's just over 4 minutes. Wheeler in first, Cole in second. Wesley, you're in third place. You need a 5.86. And Remy, you need a 6.10. Your last wave comes in at a 4.5, Remy. And I think that's it. Wheeler has a wave to be scored, but I think it might be a throwaway.
Either way, he's the only one waiting to be scored, and he's in first place. So Wheeler, he remains in first place. He's got that 14.65. That's a nice total.
Okay, well, here it is. No, he had his last wave was the throwaway. It was the wave prior to that he goes and gets another 7, a 7.5. So Wheeler running away with the heat at the moment. A strong 2-wave total, 14.65 on his 2 waves towards the end of the heat. And now Cole in second because he bettered. Wesley and Remy now playing catch-up.
Yeah, Wesley had thought he got there, but Cole just improved at the same time. So even though you can do your best, someone else can make it harder at the same time. So here goes Cole looking to kick out and get out back. He knew he wasn't going to get more than that 5.75. So Remy's got some speed and throws can't quite get it down. Wheeler finishes off a wave and White out back. So Wesley's really been sticking to these left-handers. He's once again getting a lot of work done. Nice ender. He likes it. He likes it.
Double praise. Hands up in the sky. So Remy has a wave that's not going to factor in. Cole's has a wave that's not. Cole, you're currently in second place. Your last wave not in yet, but it's a throwaway. You have a 5.75 and a 5.85. Wheeler is in first at the moment and has a wave to score. Wesley has a wave to score. There's 2 minutes left. You have first priority. Well, Wesley took off on that wave, needing a 5.86. Will it be enough? And then Wheeler just toying with this wave. Big layback jam, blows the fins out, extra stylish.
Yeah, that was nice stuff.
He's got a lot of variety, a lot of great technique.
Yeah, he's a hammer, and those lefts he's got, he just kept hammering away on the back end. It's nice to see. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. We're still waiting for scores from Wheeler, Wesley, and Remy.
Well, Cole's just going to keep busy surfing. This is the replay on screen of Remy, who
Wheeler paddled again, and if you notice, his last wave, Wheeler's last two-turn frontside wave, did improve. He got a 7.9 on it, so
he is just growing strength to strength. He's throwing away a 7.15. Cole McCaffrey chucks it into the flats, and he spins around on that replay.
And then Remy chucks the tail around and pulls it off. So,
all right, but I can't keep up. There's 30 seconds left. There's a ton of scores that are backlogged, and we're at 20-something seconds.
Here's that replay from Remy on the screen. Getting involved with the front side air reverse.
Cole has a front side reverse. We have Wesley's backside. We're under 10 seconds. I'm going to watch the clock, count it out, and we're going to have a lot of catch up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And thankfully, we can take a break and let the judges catch up. Yeah, we're on hold.
Well,
all the surfers out there wanting those scores because there's some critical ones.
So many things happening at once. Like you said, it's rapid fire, and the judges, once again, have to break it all down. They've got the replay. Next heat, hold on tight because we have to finish up 3 scores. So hold tight, and we'll let you know.
Man, and we thought high tide had a lot of waves being ridden. Low tide. Here we go. Here's the replay of Cole. That was expressive. I love how he held his arms out to balance where he was going, landed in the flats, clean rotation. Well, there's a beautiful view, bud, right?
Yeah, 3 stacks in a rock. That's one of the slang terms for Morro Bay. 3 stacks in a rock. So that's that old power plant.
And this is what the judges have really been deliberating on, this last left of Wesley's, that when he finished, he put his 2 hands up because he was super psyched. Smaller wave, tapering shoulder, clean 3 solid turns.
Yeah, I liked it. The judges like it.
So interesting, Cole on his reverse, the score comes in at a 5.55. Doesn't better his situation.
Looks like Wesley's score came in. Wesley just not quite enough. Wesley needed a 5.86, and he got a 5.5. So one more score from Remy to come in, and then we'll have the final picture.
Well, we know Wheeler running away with it with a 7.5 and a 7.9. Nonchalant.
So Cole and Remy both biting their fingernails, wondering, and it seems that Remy did not get it. So final results, Wheeler and then Cole. Those two will be moving on. So see you in the next round. We're headed to a commercial.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Discover the beauty of Morro Bay. With its stunning coastline, hiking trails, and wide open spaces, you'll find plenty of outdoor activities to enjoy. Take a stroll along the beach, rent a kayak and explore the bay, or take in the beauty of the iconic Morro Rock. With so much to see and do, Morro Bay is the perfect destination for your next outdoor adventure. Experience the magic of Morro Bay and book your trip now at morrobay.org.
Welcome back to you at home. We are here in Morro Bay for the SLO CAL Open qualifying series 2000 event of the World Surf League. This is the 6th event for the men, and we are in the round of 64, heat 11 of 16. In this heat, we have Taj Lindblad in the red, former winner. We have Kepa Medina in blue. We have Hagen Johnson in white, and we have Cooper Jewell in green. So one wave ridden by Kepa Medina, a small score at 2.5, but it sounds like former winner Taj is up and riding on the backhand, and that's why he's a former winner right there. Spends a lot of time up here, and yeah, he starts his heat strong.
Strong surfing up and down the ranks. I mean, we just saw some amazing stuff there. Wheeler Hashberg throwing away a 7.15, coming in, gets a 7.5 on a left and a 7.9 on a two-turn right.
Yeah, that two-turn right was nice, especially considering he already had a couple scores that allowed him to loosen up, and he kicked the tail up and over.
Yeah, he was gaining momentum throughout the heat from the beginning. But the two young men moving on through into the next round, Wheeler and Cole.
And then on the screen, you just saw the replay of Taj's first wave. Once again, former winner here. You may remember he got brought up to the award ceremony on horseback because his family has a couple horses that they stable up here. They got some family up here, so they spend a good amount of time in the Morro Bay region.
I'll go hit up Wheeler.
All right. We're going to send Jeff down for a minute here to talk to Wheeler Hasberg, the winner of the last heat. And, yeah, he hung a really nice score out there. Yeah, he started strong, he finished strong, and Wheeler Hasberg's in on the next round. Here we go. Up and down for Taj Lindblad out of San Clemente, but as mentioned, he spends a lot of time up here, a family up here. Him and his sister, who is featured on the championship tour, both very familiar with this area. And he's off to a strong start. So first place, Taj, you've got a 7 and a 0.2. Second place, Kepa, you got a 2.5. 16 minutes and 40 seconds left to go. Open priority between green and white. Kepa is in third priority and Taj is in fourth. Looks like red making a move. We got him on screen. He's heading back towards the north. Excuse me, heading back south towards the rock. Everybody's kind of settled in the middle of the beach. In the morning, we had him close to the rock. In the afternoon, farther away. And here goes Cooper Jewell up and out. That was his first wave, but didn't see any potential on there. Hagen Johnson up and riding. No stranger to the cold waters up here. And Hagen Johnson is light and fast and finishes off right there in the shadow of the rock. All right, we're going to take it down to last heat winner, Wheeler Hasberg with Jeff.
Yeah, I'm here with Wheeler, the winner who just blitzed that last heat. You were saying it was hard to hear what we were talking about. I understand with the wind, but, you know, throwing away a 7.15, you had a 7.5 on one left, the 7.9 on a powerful two-turn combo. It felt like you just found your strength from wave to wave.
Yeah, I'll definitely have that heat in my backpack to learn from. Like, what's it called? I couldn't really hear anything, and then first wave my leash came undone, and instead of grabbing another leash, I was like, okay, no leash. We're just gonna, you know, calm down and get centered, and yeah, have some fun.
So wait, in the cold and the wind, and you couldn't hear anything, lost at sea. You didn't have a leash going?
Yeah, no, I just like, I don't know. I made kind of a weird decision to switch to a thinner leash because my other one was thick, and of course this one just broke right away. And I don't know, like 2 years ago I broke my leash out here too in the quarters, so I don't know what's going on, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna never have that happen to me again. That was pretty funny.
I remember that. And then you had to swim in. Well, the board looks amazing. You're more committed with the wave key training than ever, you were saying. So give a shout out to that.
Yeah, I definitely want to shout out my coach, Wave Key, Brad. He's been helping me so much. Xanadu's been making me amazing boards. My dad's here for an event. He hasn't been with me for an event in a while, so I'm super stoked to have him. But I do want to shout out my mom and my sister and all the family and friends. And yeah, I'm feeling really good. I want to win.
Well, what a way to move into the next round. Thanks for the show, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Cheers. Back to you guys.
So it sounds like he's probably going to show up to his next Morro Bay event with a couple brand new leashes, probably 2 or 3 of each size, maybe use a new one for each round. But right now on screen, we got the replay of Hagen Johnson on that right, heading towards the shadow of the rock. We're waiting for a score to drop on it. And another replay, and that's Taj Lindblad. He is a former winner here and the heat leader as of right now, prior to that wave and likely after that wave. So a little bit of action while you're away. Now Wheeler's a pretty cool young man, it seems like, and lighthearted. He had a couple hiccups and buckled down and got the win, so we'll see him tomorrow. Yeah, leashless. I mean, leashless in the morning when it was a little glassier is one thing, but in this afternoon when the wind's blowing around and the chop is in play, it's a little sketchier. I mean, even the wind could blow the wave away from you if you kicked out wrong. So, all right, Taj, your last score is in. That was a 4. So, first place, Taj with a 7 and a 4. Second place, Hagen with a 4.75. Third place, Keppa with a 2.5, and Keppa's got priority. And in fourth place, Cooper with a 0.5, and Cooper is in second priority. 12 minutes and 30 seconds left. So we're almost getting to the halfway point of this heat. Cooper looking to get going. He's got second priority, and Keppa with that 2.5 in first priority. So they'll be both looking to get a little better score. Hagen's got that mid-range 4.75, and he is in third priority. But as of right now, setting the pace, former event winner and part-time local Taj Lindblad, with the strength of that 7-point first wave that he got right off the horn. And it's 11 minutes and 45 seconds left. A little bit of wind this afternoon, a lot less tide. In that interview with Dimitri, we were talking about how the surfers were only about 50 yards away from the beach in the morning, you know, from right here from the parking lot, and now they're a good 400, 500 yards away. The tide swing went from nearly a 7-point high to, I believe, nearly a negative 2-point low, and that's going to be later this afternoon, so it's falling out all day. So they are going to keep falling out with the tide further and further out into the Pacific, and Jeff is back.
Man, yeah, winter hit again. It went from summertime 3 heats ago and the boys complaining about being too warm in their 3.2s to, keep the jacket back, keep the jacket on.
Yeah, we had about a half hour of beach weather, and now it's back to bundle up weather.
Hagen Johnson finishing a nice one, and now here we go, whipping it to this. Oh, it looked like he regained control there. Kepa Medina. Well, that was a cool interview with Wheeler. He's such a rad young man, and I felt bad that he said with the whole leash debacle, that's like the coach watching going, what?
Yeah.
How can you possibly do that? But hilarious.
I would imagine there was a little fin cut or something that was the culprit on that leash break.
Maybe, yeah. So it was a couple of years ago, either in the quarters or the semis, that it was big, and his leash messed up, and he had to swim in, and that ended up being why he didn't have the chance to advance.
Did he have one good score prior to that
happening?
Yeah,
he was in the hunt.
He was on his way.
And then he had a fall and a leash break and a 300-yard swim.
Well, the nice thing is when he got out there and that happened again, he didn't let it short circuit him. You know, bad memories can short circuit you when they pop. You know, again.
Yeah.
And he fought through it. So good on him.
Well, sometimes, and like he was indicating, it hyper focused him.
Yes.
And I know I did that for years. I loved surfing leashless because you can't make a mistake.
Yes.
When you choose your turns and you place yourself, there's no laziness.
There's a real satisfaction to where you've kind of got it going and you go out on maybe a chest, head high day, and don't lose your board once.
Super confident.
And you feel it's just cooler. You come in and you feel pretty cool about yourself. But conversely, you feel pretty awful about yourself
If you lose your board
if you
in the
keep
heat.
swimming after it, yeah. Or even in a free surf. If you're going to go out with no leash, you don't want to be dropping it and losing it all the time. It's
No.
just not good for anybody.
I think it tunes your focus. Yeah,
Yes.
it keeps your frequency high. All right, we did have, I think Hagen's last wave came in at a 5, and Kepa's last wave a 1.15, Cooper's a 1.0 or 1.10. Taj out in the lead with those 2 scores that you already delivered, and it looks like he is up and staying busy, our high seed, finding little magic moments between the crumble. I mean, even with that, he's toying with that in section, drifting his tail.
He's got a lot of confidence. You can see it. I mean, from that first wave right after the horn, he was up and going, and that's it reflects in his scores. Will that replace a 4-point ride, though? His low right now is a 4, so we'll see if that betters it. So here's a replay. We'll see if we think this is better than a flat 4. So starts a little glide, gets over that, finds the end. The end turn was nice. We'll see if it's better than a 4, though. Either way, he's in first place, so everybody's chasing him. We'll see if he made it tougher on him. So it was better. Taj, your last wave was a 5.75, so Taj now has a heat total of 12.75, followed by Hagen with that 5-point ride and the 4.75. And they're up and riding right now, so Kepa gets over that lump and finds a 2-turn combo on the double up.
Well, even though I would call the waves shredded and tattered at the moment, it's actually offering vertical little lip sections, so the guys are kind of scooping in between that rib.
If you find where those ribs meet, you're going to get a punchy little section, and that's where they seem to be identifying. So here we go again. Like you said, hops over it, finds the rib, boom, and then here's another one. That one stood up for him, so impactful. So Kepa likely will improve over that 2.5, which is his high score thus far. And Hagen Johnson, he's looking loose. Yeah, he is.
Always.
So Hagen Johnson was already in second place, looking to replace a 4.75. And we're waiting for Kepa's score. Then we'll get Hagen's score.
So did you have you looked at the surf forecast? Does this wind indicate anything kind of coming, consistency of swells, or is this just pure top wind swell?
I will dial up the Surfline report for Morro Bay tomorrow.
Buoys, though.
Oh,
right?
buoys.
Yeah, not what they're predicting. Like the difference between yesterday and today, and the buoys changed so much.
Okay, we'll have to look that up tonight.
Okay.
I'm not going to dive too into that right now.
No deep buoy. I didn't know if you already looked.
I would just
Brillo, though.
Yeah,
he's
Brillo
the
knows
master
that
of
stuff.
buoy search. Mm. Like a.
So I'm over here in some wisdom. The buoy reader, Darren Brilhart. For those of you in the local area, long before surf forecast, PJ Wall was the buoy master. If you showed up anywhere for 100 miles on the Central Coast and PJ Wall was there, you knew you were in the right spot.
Situation blue and red.
All right. Blue, Kepa, your last wave was 5.25, but you're in third place. You need a 6.26. You have second priority. Just over 5 minutes left. Taj, you're in the lead. You have a 7 and a 5.75. You have third priority.
5 minutes left. I saw someone looking at their watch. 5 minutes. So, yeah, Taj leading the way, followed by Hagen. Kepa needs a 6.25, and Cooper needs a combined score of 11.5. So, a lot of work cut out for Cooper. Kepa, very accessible, but he's got to get the right wave. He's sitting on a 2.5. He needs a 6.26 to get into advancement. Taj, you're out front with that 7 and a 5.75. Priority green, blue, red.
So, yeah, Hagen went up into second with that last wave, the 6.5, and then that's what bumped Kepa down into third. Now Kepa needing the 6.25.
Yeah, Kepa's got that 5.25, which isn't bad, but he's got to shake that 2.5.
Like a bad rash. Kepa, you're in third. You need a 6.26. There's just 4 minutes left.
Yeah, we know it's hard for the competitors to hear out there. We're going to continue to repeat it when you ask. But for you guys in the coming up heats, please realize that you might not be able to hear out there. We're going to do our best to announce it, but there's a lot of wind now, so that's fighting the sound waves we're trying to project out there. But we're going to continue to deliver it, and hopefully we can relay it cleanly to you. So we're just about the 3-minute mark. Red is still in first, white in second. Blue looking for a 6.26, and green is in unfortunate combo land, meaning he needs 2 scores. There goes Taj in red looking to improve on his 5.75. Had he brought that last maneuver down, I think it might have been there, but
surfing with a lot of spark.
Yeah, he is. He is. It just, you got to complete the wave to get over that mid-range right now. So Hagen up and riding. Oh, and he whips it on the backhand and brings it down, tail high, fast. So he was sitting in second place. He needs a 6.26 to jump to the lead. Here's Cooper. He needs a combined wave score of 11.5, so he's still going to be in that same region. Here's a replay of Red's last wave. Gets that second snap was the money snap, and then this last one just, I think the wave bent in a weird direction. And then here is the whip that Hagen got. Real fast, tail high. That's pretty acrobatic stuff. He's comfortably in second, so we'll see if that pushes him to first. 1 minute and 25 seconds left. Looks like Cooper up and riding again. Got a pretty tall mountain to climb, but that's going to be his best score.
Well, he's going to feel good that he just finally found a way. He was lost at sea, so to speak, like the ship with no sail until right then.
Well, he's got a minute.
He's got a minute, but I mean, he's had 3 waves all around the ones, and finally he's going to get himself a comfortable score, 2.9, small wave.
Well, he looks like he's a good 40 yards away from the other guys, so we could sneak one more in if he's lucky.
If it's an 8.6 or better, it's good for him.
Opportunity. You just want the chance. Just give me a chance.
Glass half full, right?
Yeah. So 30 seconds left. Kepa, you need that 6.26 to overtake Hagen. And Hagen's going to stay busy. Try to make that need even higher.
All right, boys, we are down 10 seconds in closing. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So past champion holds on to get the victory, and we'll see him again. Well, we are waiting for a score to come in. Let's just be sure and button it up properly. Okay, that is it. Taj takes it down, Hagen in second, and we'll see them tomorrow in the next round.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Catching a wave. It never gets old. No matter how many times you've done it, the tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western Hotels in California and Hawaii. Our coastal locations make every getaway unforgettable. So go ahead, binge the beach. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Okay, guys, get ready. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, they might not be able to hear the audio, but I'm sure they can hear the horn.
Yeah.
So welcome back, everyone joining us on the webcast. It's been a long day, a beautiful day. We are here in heat number 12, round of 64 at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Bud Aquino and Jeff Baldwin calling the action. We have Luke Ginaldo in the red, Luke Weiler in the blue, David Ducarmo in the white, and Grant Parsons in the green.
No waves ridden yet, so those of you coming back from commercial in Web World, you haven't missed any action yet in this Heat 12 in the round of 64. So
if you tuned in earlier and were watching it be high tide and offshore, now it is low tide and a pretty stiff westerly breeze or northwesterly breeze.
yeah, we're starting to get some shadows coming off the rock right there. You can see the drone. The surfers are in the sun, but if they go right, which would be to the left of your screen, heading to the left of your screen, they're going to go into the shadow of the Morro Rock.
And it's 20 degrees colder.
Yes.
You get in the shadows and it's cold.
This rock is so big, and the way the wind blows into it, it creates its own little microclimate right here. The wind comes from the north, hits it, kind of swirls in here, and blows right in our booth.
Well, that's why the birds love being up on there. There's falcons and those what is it? The buzzards.
We're both drawing a blank. It's been a long day.
I saw them earlier.
Vulture?
The vultures.
The turkey vulture.
The turkey vultures. They
Turkeys.
sit up there, and I think it's 561 feet to the top. And they just hang out and dive bomb the prey. We have a surfer up, our surfer in red, Luke Ginaldo.
Nice. Laid back into it, brought it back down. For a moment, it looked like the section was going to hang him up, but he powered through it. So, yeah, only one red wave ridden, Luke Ginaldo. He's got the red jersey on. That indicates that he is the highest seed in the heat, so he gets an early start, and that's why he's got that high ranking. Gets that front side layback jam and brings it back down. Gets the nose out front of the whitewater to let the judges know it is complete. And, yeah, so heat number 12 is off and running. Luke, your first wave was a 3.75. 3.75 for that first wave. And in a minute here, when we get last heat winner Taj to show up, I will go down and ask him about this afternoon kind of double up wind bump.
Well, they're continuing to find little moments out there. It almost looks like it's easier to be out there and find it than from the beach. We look and can't identify much. Beautiful second wave for Luke Ginaldo.
Yes. Oh, and Grant Parsons just got something done. We cut over to it on the camera view, and I'm looking forward to see the replay because He came out of it backwards and sideways. But as of right now, the surfer in red is setting the pace with 2 waves.
There we go. Well, here's that replay. Luke ripping into these wild and woolly sections. Looks back either at the judges or at his mates. Waiting for that. There we go. Luke, a 6.75. Red, your last wave is 6.75. Luke out to a quick start with the 2 waves. And here we go. David DeCarmo flowing down the line, finding section to section. Good rhythm there between everything. Connects the dots. Anything can happen in these conditions. Priority is with blue. Second priority with green. David, your first wave, white, 5.0. White, 5.0. Green, 3.25. Red in first, white in second, green in third. Okay, let's hear what Taj Lindblad has to say about the wild ocean right now.
Yeah, I'm here with the winner of the last heat and kind of part-time local up here. You're pretty familiar. Former winner, Taj. You got an early start out there. Was that your plan? I mean, you're familiar with this beach break and you know it can get kind of wonky. So you had a good idea that's what you wanted to do going out there, I assume?
Yeah, I always want to start with a quick wave a 7 is great. I'm stoked on that. It's always trying to get better than like a 4 or 5. Just want to start off with. But yeah, I know it could go pretty flat out here just randomly and you just get caught sitting. So yeah, I want to just catch waves. And the conditions, it's so hard. It's kind of ripped to shreds out there, but yeah.
But you've surfed here before and you did seem to identify those lefts that you kind of have to look down the line and see a little bit of wall to it. So do you feel like maybe you got a little advantage over people that haven't spent as much time here?
Maybe. I mean, all these surfers in this contest adapt really quick, but I do probably surf here more than T Street, so yeah, maybe.
and you've got family up here, correct? Is that with the horses and whatnot?
Yeah, they're family now, but yeah, not blood related, but yeah, got my own room at their house, and yeah, shout out to the Whites.
So you've almost got like an at-home feel while you're here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm up here every other week if I'm not traveling. So yeah.
Good deal. Any of your sponsors or friends you want to thank or shout out?
Yeah, Hurley Lost Surfboards. Shout out to my grandparents and my parents for coming up today, and yeah.
All right. Well, good deal. You've won it before, and we know you're capable of doing it again. So good luck to you.
Thank you.
All right, take care.
All right, well, what a way to live, right? Travel, come home to San Clemente, come up here to the Central Coast, surf these open beach breaks and reef breaks, less crowded, and then hang out with your horses. Luke, your first wave was a 3.75. Your better wave was a 6.75. You're in first place. Your last wave, a non-factor. Luke Weiler finally getting himself his opener. I'm not sure what happened right there. Okay. David, your first wave, a 5.0. Your first wave you rode was a 5.0. You have priority. There's 12 minutes left. Shout out to the lifeguards. Thank you very much. I hope you don't have to swim out there and save someone right now. All right, Luke, scores finally coming in for you. Your opening wave blew a 5.1. Your backup wave a 4.5. So with that, Luke, you are in second place. Grant, you have a 3.25 and a 2.9. You're in third place. You need a 6.35. David, you have priority. One wave scored, and you need a 4.61. It definitely got chilly.
So you mentioned that lifeguard. She said she was up the beach earlier surfing. She had a bigger board. She said for bigger boards, it was real fun up there earlier in the day. So.
Oh, the lifeguard's off the point?
Yeah, well, no. There was a lifeguard gal walking around right here, and she said she was up there earlier and got some fun waves a little further up the beach. So everybody enjoying it.
Blue, you have a 5.1 and a 4.5. You're in second place. There's 10 and a half minutes left.
We got a little paddle interest going right here. It looks like white with priority. DeCarmo on the forehand. And unfortunately, that was probably not the best use of his priority. But there's 9 minutes and 55 seconds left. David had a 5-point ride prior to that, and that last up and down was a 0.75. So he is still in the rear, looking to improve on that low score of a 0.75. Luke still in first with a high score of 6.75 and a low of 3. Luke, you're in first. You have a 6.75 and a 3.75. You have priority, and there are 9 minutes and 25 seconds left. Green, you have a 4.5 and a 3.5. You are in third place. You need a 5.1 to advance. Blue, you are in second place. You have a 5.1 and a 4.5. To get to first place, you need a 5.41. Priority is red, green, blue. So now that everybody's up to speed, we know who needs what with the last 8 minutes and 45 seconds in heat number 12, round of 64.
Well, we really hope so. We know that the surfers are having a hard time hearing us with the wind whipping the way it is.
Yeah,
the good news, I guess, Bud, is that they can look in, they can check their priority, so they know where they are because there's the light box on top.
They can check the priority and they can wear a watch, so that's 2 bits of information they can control themselves. We will try to tell them what the scores are and what they need, but the northwest wind is fighting the sound waves. Northwest wind and you figure there's a lot of little bumps out there in Whitecap, so a lot of little crackling water making noise out there all around them, and they're sitting right in the middle of it.
When are the QS events going to get those little Apple Watches that have the scores on them real time? Like the WSL, like the Championship Tour has, you know?
That would be really nice. You could start.
I mean, yeah, we don't need them all the time, but this last hour, all of a sudden with the wind coming up, it would be helpful. Woo, David DeCarmo.
Nice ender on that. Put a lot of strength into that, and I heard the crowd cheer too, so DeCarmo's got a cheering squad on the beach, and he's got a score to come. He's looking for a 4.61 to get into advancing position. Here's a replay. He saw something that no one else did, so he gets his float for speed, holds that speed, and bam. A lot of spray right there. And
Punching the finish.
Oh, that was live. Luke. Mr. Guinaldo in red, the top seed. Here's a replay of that wave he just got. Cuts it back, slides it around. 2-turn, 3-turn, okay. Nice. Now I know why he had that reaction. You could tell he liked it, and for good reason. So we're waiting for a score for DeCarmo and for Red Luke. David, your score is almost there. Actually, okay, they both locked in. Luke, your last wave was a flat 6. David, your last wave was a 6. David, you now jumped into second place. So first place, red. Second place, white. Third place, Luke, in blue, you're looking for a 5.91. And in fourth place, Grant Parsons, you're looking for a 6.5. You have priority, and there are 5 minutes and 45 seconds left. Yeah, Luke, your last wave was a 6.85. Luke, your last wave was a 6.85. So 5 minutes and 20 seconds left. Luke in first, David in second. Luke Ginaldo in red in first. Just to be clear, red, you're in first. You have a 6.85 and a 6.75. Second place, white, you have a 6 and a 5. Third place, blue, you have a 5.1 and a 4.5. You need a 5.91 to advance. Green, you are in fourth. You need a 6.5 and you have first priority.
Down to under 5 minutes, surfers. Less than 5 minutes. Priority is green, blue, red, white. Well, David did the work. He got himself up into second, and healthy two-wave total for him and the heat leader. Both third and fourth place, searching for something pretty strong, pretty healthy. Not a lot of those waves out there.
Yeah, they've got 4 minutes and 10 seconds to find it. And in fourth place, Grant, he's got priority. And in third place, Weiler has got second priority. So they need the scores, and they're at least first and second in line to try to get them. But Mother Nature's got to offer something up first. You can see Mr. Weiler standing up, looking out there, trying to see what's coming on the horizon. Looking for the set wave. Both of those two guys on screen right there looking to find their way into advancing positions. Luke Weiler needs a 5.91. Grant Parsons needs a 6.5. And we're at the 3 minute and 20 second mark. So they're going to start scratching around and mining for gold out there to try to get the score.
They might even be mining for copper right now. They're just mining for anything.
Sure.
Like, give me a chance. Grant Parsons up and riding, looking for the 6.5. That wave fades away on him. Not enough juice in it.
So that shouldn't really change anything. They had nothing doing on that one. The situation remains the same. Priority, blue, red, white. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left. This is where it gets really grindy. You get down to the end of the heat, you need a... Well, both those scores are decent scores that they're going to have to try to get. They're very capable. It's just, can we get a low tide Morro Bay double up for them to try and get it done? Meanwhile, DeCarmo and Ginaldo will keep an eye on them and try to keep that from happening. So once again, the top seed in red is leading the heat. We've seen that as a bit of a trend today, but that's why they're the top seeds. And then in second place in this heat, the battler, who's done it at every level, Mr. DeCarmo. Won his heat yesterday, but right now he's looking up at Luke Ginaldo.
Yeah, he'll take advancing in these conditions with second if that's what it comes down to, right?
Yeah.
Advancing is advancing.
Yeah, winning is nice. I mean, when it gets to man-on-man, you got to win to advance. But right here, you can get first or second and still move on. Just got to beat 2 people. But there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. Sounds like Mr. Weiler up and riding on his backhand. Nice start. Will it continue? Oh, he gets up in the air, brings it around. Not quite. So Mr. Weiler was looking for a 5.91. Here goes heat leader Luke Ginaldo in red. And wow, that's why he's leading the heat with turns like that.
Yeah, the funny thing is he'll probably come in and say, man, it was so fun out there. Yeah, it was weird, but I had a great time.
Well,
because he's finding the good waves.
Yeah.
You know what, though? These we see a lot of the competitors going out for free surfs right now. It looks daunting, but once you're out there amongst it, it's better than it looks from the beach for sure because there's open little pockets. Down to 30 seconds, and Luke Ginaldo, he's calling it quits. He's coming in. He didn't want to paddle back out.
Well, he's sitting pretty as of right now, so he gets to take a little bit of an early break.
And that last wave scores a 6.2. Doesn't go into his 2-wave total. We're down to 10 seconds, surfers. I'm going to count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No rides. Luke Ginaldo and David Ducarmo advancing through till tomorrow. We'll go to a quick commercial. Then we'll come back, Bud, and
Sounds
introduce
good to me.
Heat 14.
All right.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a round of 64 for the men's. On the screen right there, up and riding in red, Hayden Rogers. In blue, we got Tyler Gunter. In white, Kian Yang. And in green, Mason O'Toole. As mentioned, this is Heat 13 in the round of 64. We're running 16 heats today, so we are getting down to the last few heats. You can tell the ocean has changed a bit. That mid-afternoon northwestern wind that we're known for in Central California has come up, but it's still very contestable, and these guys are making the best of it. So, Tyler, your first wave came in at a 4.5. Tyler, 4.5. So, with 18 minutes and 10 seconds left, Tyler Gunter is the only one who's ridden a wave. Oh, no, here we go. No, that's Green up and riding. Green, Mason O'Toole. So I think that replay was from the last heat for those of you at home. I'm joined by Darren Brillhart again, the boss, the guy that makes this all happen for these surfers. So welcome back, Darren.
Well, thank you. And yeah, modest. As you mentioned, the conditions have changed a little bit since this morning. They changed quite a bit. It has a northwest wind is really kicking in, but this is a normal affair here usually in the afternoon. We've been blessed with some really nice conditions. The first opening day, and maybe this weekend might have some clean conditions throughout the day. But you know, it's I was just looking at the winds, and it does show offshores in the morning for the weekend. It does show some new energy hitting the water, mid-period swell hitting the water in the Sunday morning into the afternoon, and the winds look pretty light. So we got some scores that they're coming through. You already mentioned Tyler Gunter started off early with a 4.5. This is live action here for Hayden Rogers.
Yeah, Hayden Rogers has that loose approach right there. Gets the board up over the lip real easily, as you can see, and he's back out there.
So these were the conditions that we were wondering what was going to happen later this afternoon when we're plagued with the 7-foot high tide.
Yes, very extreme tide swings from a 7-point high to, I believe, like at a -2 low. So, yeah, if the tide will continue to fall out after we leave today. So that's just what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. The waves will continue to break farther and farther away from where we are sitting. Thankfully, we've got peak Wi-Fi helping us out, and we've got an amazing camera crew. So they bring the action to you, and they help the judges and us in the commentary booth be able to see it and break it down as well. So good work to the entire crew.
Without a doubt. And we have second score in for Hayden Rogers, a 4.25. So once again, 4.25 for Hayden. And then so far the high score of the heat is Mason O'Toole with a 6.5 for his opener. So that was a pretty solid wave right there. And, you know, I think Jeff mentioned last heat, you know, it from what you see on the screen there and you know, looking at it, it looks pretty junky. But once you're out there, you know, there are little chippy little waves that you can find yourself on, and there's quite a few of them. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities. It's just a bit different from what we've seen so far from this event.
Well, with the low tide, it does create a little more punch, and whereas this morning was super high tide, so some waves that looked like they were going to break wouldn't. At least out there, you know, you can find a little pocket of speed. You know, you just got to get in at the right time. Oh, Red, you are in first, or excuse me, you are in second. You have a 4.25 and a 1.5.
So he's still holding his arms up. Hopefully you can hear. I know he's sitting pretty far north. So once again, Red, 4.25. Your last score of 4.25. So we're down 14 minutes remaining. I think he might have heard that one.
It looked like it. We can kind of judge their reactions when they give us the camera view on them.
And there could be somebody up and
here
right
we go.
in there. Yes. Somebody on the inside there. The camera didn't capture it, and I didn't see it live.
It looks like green. It looks like Mason got another wave, and I thought I saw some spray come off. So he had that 6.5. He's looking to add to his total. Looks like Tyler had another up and down.
He did, yeah. And then Mason, you know, it was a 1.1, so it must have been just a quick wave.
He must not have pulled off what he was going for. So, but he's still in the lead. He's got a 6.5, so that's a Hayden, you have a 4.25 and a 1.5. You are in second place. There are 13 minutes and 20 seconds left.
So we are informing the surfers before they paddle out that you can't really hear out there, especially when you're sitting far to the north.
And Mr. David DeCarmo is just letting us know that it's hard to hear. So
yeah, he confirmed that one with a shaka.
Well, he has surfed so many heats, so he could probably do it with his eyes closed. But he's just being friendly and saying, hey, we can't hear you. We'll do our best, but we will repeat ourselves, and hopefully the wind dies down so they can hear us. But we're doing double duty. We have to let the people in the water and the people at home know what's going on.
Well, I mean, these competitors are used to it. You know, it's not always perfect.
No.
Sometimes, you know, you'll get conditions like this, or, you know, the wave will break much further away from where the speakers are placed. And it's not that we, you know, can place the speakers any closer. If they would be closer, it'd be in the water. We can maybe put them remotely on a boat or something. But they are as close to the surfers as we possibly can get. Well, everyone at home can certainly hear what's going on. As we see up and riding, this is Mason, so currently leading this heat with the high score of a 6.5. He's going to back that up, throw away that 1.1. Came undone on that second turn, but was able to squeeze off at least a maneuver there.
Yeah, he's in the lead as of right now. You figure white, Cayenne hasn't even got going. Blue, you have a 4.5 and a 0.5. You need a 1.25 to advance. There are 11 minutes and 40 seconds left. You are in third priority.
Well, Cayenne has been patient, sitting, holding down priority without a wave with 11 and a half minutes remaining. Tyler started this heat really fast, and here he is now. He got the wave in the opening minute, and that was the 4.5. So he's looking to back that up on this wave right here. He found himself a nice little reform and finishes strong on the inside. So good first turn to start. Went through the motions, to get to that end section.
Yeah, he had that 4.5. He did a nice turn. I think his second turn is going to be the money turn, and then, he got to the end and buttoned it up nicely. So he's going to back up that 4.5, if not go above it. Either way, he's going to have 2 scores. Here's the replay. So cuts it back. I think this is a little, so that was a nice turn. Then just a bank. And then here he goes, builds up speed for the ender. So the second and the last turn both had a bit of impact, and we'll see where the judges go.
Yeah, he just stuck with it. It's kind of like just a normal day in Newport. Oh, well, it looks like we're going to drop it down to Jeff Baldwin, the last heat winner. Take it away.
Yeah, I'm here with Luke and Aldo after a wild and woolly heat. It looks weird from here, but it looks like you guys are having fun out there.
I mean, I was having a lot of fun. I got a lot of good waves, but that's typically what the guy winning says.
We were talking about that in the booth. I said, he's going to come in and say, yeah, I'd be free surfing this. This is great. Well, so you came away with some high sixes, a 6.7, 6.5, 6.75, and a 6.9, I think, in the end.
Oh, I didn't even know the scores. They're so, windy out there, but I got a 6.7, huh?
Yeah.
Pretty sick.
Yeah, so you had high sixes. You didn't even know that, but you were ripping. You had a watch on since you couldn't tell the time or hear the time from us. We're doing our best.
Yeah. Shout out to Ryan Huckabee. Let me use his watch just last second. Yeah, it's hard to hear out there, but, I mean, we're all surfers. We've been doing this for a long time. We kind of know sort of what we have, and you just make a play based off what you think is right.
Well, that was a solid heat for you, a confidence builder rolling into tomorrow, of which the men are early, so you'll get the offshore with the full tide maybe, depending on which, where you land in the draw tomorrow. But congrats, and hope to see you then ripping it up.
Thank you. Great catch. Shout out to Brad Gerlach, my coach. He has been helping me a lot, so I can't go an interview without mentioning his name because he's just such a pivotal part of my surfing. Shout out to my sponsors, Hurley and Costa Coffee. Not a lot of good brands out there right now supporting surfers, so shout out to you guys because you guys are awesome. And everyone, my whole family also, and shout out to God and, all my friends, anyone else watching.
Well, thank you. There we go, Luke, Brad. Yeah, the team. You got a big group here, giving Ger shout outs, and that coffee seems like it's firing you up. So good. All right, tomorrow back to you guys.
All right, that's a refreshing attitude. He's mentioned that despite not being able to get the information, he knows that everybody here is experienced, and that's just part of what they have to deal with. So he used his brain, borrowed a watch, and got a heat win for it. So nice job. And while we were away, we had a couple waves ridden. White got it going. He locked in a 3.5. We're waiting for a score from Red as of right now. But 7 minutes and 50 seconds left in the heat. Waiting for one more score for Red to lock in, and I'll bring you up to speed, guys.
Yeah, and then also Tyler Gunter with a 5.5 for his last. And there's the replay there of the wave that we're waiting to see for Hayden Rogers. So before that wave gets settled in, Mason was in the lead, Tyler in second. But let's see where Hayden and Cayenne's last wave comes in at, and we'll give out a situation. So we're waiting, surfers, we're waiting for last of red and last of white. Prior to those scores, green's in first, blue's in second. So green, you have a 6.5 and a 6.25. And blue, you have a 5.5 and a 4.5. Standing by for last of red and last of white.
So we just saw a replay of Red's wave, and Red's wave locks in at a 5.35. Hayden, your last wave was a 5.35. Kian, your last wave was a 4.35, so he's up and riding. As of right now, first place, Mason, with a heat total of 12.75. Second place, Tyler, with a heat total of 10. Third place, Hayden. You are looking to replace a 4.25. You need a 4.66 to advance. And Kian, your last wave was a 4.2. You're looking for a 5.65. Priority is blue, green, red, and we have 6 minutes and 10 seconds left.
Well, and all scores are now in, too. So once again, I know you just went through the scoring. Looks like surfers are kind of settled in. So once again, green, you're in the lead. Your low score, 6.25. Blue, you're in second. You're looking to replace a 4.5. Red, you're in third. You need a 4.66. And white, you're looking for a 5.65. And a pretty classic interview right there with our last heat winner. And I think Baldy called it. He said he's going to come in and he said he's going to say, I had a blast out there. It's fun out there.
Yeah.
Exactly what he just said.
He hit the nail on the head. And us as surfers, we know that sometimes it doesn't look pretty. But, yeah, you go out there with a little bit of breeze. It'll send a side chop at you, make a section bowl up in front of you. It's fun. It's all in your attitude. He went out there with a good attitude. He had a good time and came in with a good attitude because he got the win.
Well, now down to 5 minutes.
5 minutes, and we have Hayden looking for a 4.66 and Kian looking for a 5.65. Let's see here.
Yeah, I was just going to say a lot of waves ridden in this heat. So everyone's getting opportunity. And then here we go. So this is Tyler. Nice, good first turn. And then throws the tail on the second, looking to replace a 4.5. I have a feeling at the end of this heat, he's going to need that. He's going to need to replace that score.
I think so, too.
Because Hayden only needs a 4.66 and Cayenne only needs a 5.65.
So here's that wave again. Is it better than a 4.5? 2 turns back to back, no wasted time between. So he put in a good effort. This must be live. This is Hayden. Nice spray and another nice 2-turn combo. He's looking for the 4.66.
Yeah, I mean I kind of knew that was going to happen. Hayden was going to put on a display on his next wave. So it appears that Tyler is going to make a slight improvement. And there it is. Last of blue, 5.3. So now Hayden looking for a 5.46. And we're waiting for the score to drop. And Cayenne Yang needs a 6.45. But here's the replay here of Hayden Rogers. So great first turn. So a 2-turn combo. He liked it.
I liked it too. Both were done well. It wasn't like one was okay and the other one's me. Both were done well.
Score in for red, 6.0 red. So red into second. Blue, you're in third. You now require a 5.86. So once again, red, your last score, a 6. You're in second. Blue, you're in third. You need a 5.86. And white, you're in fourth. You now need a 7. So things have changed at the 5-minute mark. We're down to 2:30 on the clock. And just like that, Tyler, who started off pretty strong in the very beginning, the very first seconds of this heat, was leading the heat for a little bit, and then Mason got his 6.5 and then the 6.25, and then he took the lead over. Tyler was sitting in second comfortably until Hayden did some damage on that last wave and got that 6-point ride.
Well, you mentioned sitting in second comfortably. I guess the story here is you're never that comfortable if you're on the bubble. You know,
right.
People have gone from worst to first a few times today. We've had a bunch of buzzer beaters. So you're never really that safe unless you hang a 15-point heat total. I think you're still going to be grinding it out. I mean, a few people have really ran away with the heats, but most of the heats have been pretty tightly contested for that second advancing spot.
Yeah, we've seen that throughout the day. Again, as you mentioned, there's been a few excellent scores and some, 14 to 15 point totals. But most of the numbers have been around, between 10 and 12. So blue, you need a 5.86. Once again, blue, 5.86. White, you need a 7.0. 1 minute, 10 seconds. 1:10 on the clock. And here we go. Hayden throws it up.
He's got those on lock.
No, he does. I mean, that was no speed, and he still went up into the lip and able to kind of lift out of that.
Just that muscle memory, yeah. Take off, throw it to the beach, hold on to it, catch it, whip it around. Ooh, snappy.
Yeah, important wave.
He likes it.
Of course.
Was that the 7-point wave? The way he came out of it, he was feeling good about himself. I'm looking forward to the replay so we can break it down.
40 seconds remaining. Doesn't look like Hayden's going to improve his situation.
Here's the replay of White.
So looking for that 7-point ride.
It was crispy. Was it a 7?
We're down to 25 seconds. 20 seconds. Will there be more opportunity? 15 seconds.
Yeah, why don't you count it out for us here, Darren?
Yeah, we're down under 10. So here we go with the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So Mason O'Toole.
And score in for White, not enough, 5.35. So it looks like Mason and Hayden are going to advance on.
We'll see them tomorrow.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
In the 805,
We're fueled by the pursuit of the path less traveled.
We're artists,
Shapers and creators.
and we love every minute of it.
It's more than a beer.
It's a way of life.
Straight back out priority and into this wave.
Oh my! Deep one for Western Web. She comes out. She comes out. She needs a 10.
There's the drone's eye view of the lineup at Morro Rock. We're here for the SLO CAL Open qualifying series 2000. WSL puts this event on, and we are into round of 64, heat number 14. In red, Jacob Sorkaki. In blue, Manuel Selman. In white, Jet Mahan. And in green, Sebastian Mendez. So we are in heat 14 of 16, and Jeff Baldwin is back in the booth, and here we are.
Happy to be back in the booth. It's warmer in here than it was outside. It's definitely turned. It's chilly out there. Man, yeah, it is cold in the shade.
It is. So, Jet, your first wave was a 2.25. So, White Jet gets it started with a small score, but at least he's got his feet in the wax. Here's Jabe, no stranger to these waters. Throws a lot of spray, he does. Man, he throws a lot of spray. And does he get a bonus on the inside? No, but got a lot of work done on the outside, so I have to imagine that Jabe has the best wave of the heat so far, but we'll see when the judges give us a score. Yeah, it's coming in looking nice. Jabe, your first wave, 7.25. Red, 7.25. Second place, White, 2.25. So nice start for Red.
Beautiful start. When I was talking to Luke in the interview saying, yeah, it's so fun out there. And before that, I ran into Mike Parsons with his son Grant Parsons, who Grant didn't advance, but he was saying it is so fun out there. So it doesn't look fun from here, but big scores and really rippable pockets.
Yeah, Darren and I talked about that. How sometimes the double ups can be more fun from the wind than the mushy high tide was the morning. It's just all in how you look at it.
The perspective. Go in with a wide open, good perspective, and good things happen. Just like for our surfer in red, starts off with a 7.25. Up and riding again. A little floaty into a lump. That wave's going to be a throwaway in the end. Coming up in the next heat, Blair Barton, Johnny Corzo, Alex Lima, and Quade Ferrion. That is the next heat, Heat 15. Jabe gets a 2.05 on that last wave. So a shout out to Ryan Simmons and the whole team for USA that is down in Peru. He sent us a nice little text saying that the team is tuned in, listening to the event. They might be tomorrow. I'm not sure if, they're quite a few hours ahead. So after their day is done, they can tune in and catch the last few heats of the day. We just see now Jet Mahan, he's up and down. And so straight away, we are ready for this interview with our last heat leader. Take it away.
Hey there. So you're telling us you couldn't hear us out there. You were kind of flying blind?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I got my first wave. It was pretty sick, and I felt confident, but I couldn't hear anything. So I was just pretty much basing it off of what I felt was good.
Well, that's what I wanted to talk about. Was you got a 6.5 right off the bat. I don't know if you heard that. So you started strong, but then you kind of were lost for a little bit and got a good one at the end. Were you starting to get nervous, or were you holding your nerves together?
I held my nerves together. I started off strong, and then I kind of just wanted to get a backup just to keep the rhythm going, but I couldn't find anything. And then that 1-2 turn left came, and I felt very confident on that. And then I saw Kyan get a couple good ones, and I was like, oh, did he take me in the end? But I was stoked to make it through.
Yeah, you started looking over your shoulder and wondering, and like you said, kind of interesting not being able to hear the scores, but good job on you. So you got this, did you plan the green board with the green jersey? It's kind of nice and coordinated.
No, I actually didn't. I ordered this board strictly for Tahiti, and it worked good out there, and I was like, shoot, I got to keep it going into Morro Bay for the contest, and it's working.
So winning heats at Morro Bay in 2-foot blown-out slop on a board that's made for Tahiti, huh? Pretty wild. So sponsors, homies, anybody you want to give a shout-out to?
I want to thank my family back home, all the boys at Asylum. I want to thank the compound boys at Cal Poly for letting me crash on the couch this weekend. And, yeah. Oh, I want to shout out my little bro, Uriah, if he's watching. Hope he's watching. Want to shout him out.
Right on, Uriah. We hope you're watching, and we'll see you tomorrow. Good luck. Go get warmed up.
Thank you.
Yeah, keep it warm. Mason O'Toole. A nice victory there on that Paizel that he had crafted for Tahiti, but found out that, hey, it works in wind chop Morro Bay too. A good board's a good board no matter what. And when they're magic under your feet, go with it. 13 and a half minutes left here in heat number 14. Jabe Schwerkowski out in the lead with a 7.25 and a 2.05. Manuel Selman got his first wave, a 3. Blue, your first wave was a 3. And here we go. Sebastian Mendez down the line on this little dreamy left. Bangs off 2 turns, and it runs out on him. Well, all the surfers challenged to hear what we're saying out there. We'll do our best. At least the priority light box shows them where they are in the rotation. Some of them might be wearing watches, and that might be helpful too. Jet, your last wave, a 2.35. Jet, a 2.35 and a 2.3. Manuel, you have a 3 and a 2.75. Sebastian, your last wave, a 4. So, red in first, green in second, blue in third. Blue, you need a 3.71. White in fourth. Jet, you need a 4.35. Jabe still holding down the lead with that opening 7.25. So we know where they're out there. If you can get a taller wave that the wind-swept lumps and bumps kind of line up for you, you can really tee off on those oncoming sections. Here we go, Manuel Selman, excuse me. Big, powerful surfer from down in Peru. Or Chile, excuse me. Dominican Republic. Why was I saying that?
Well, yeah, he is a big, strong surfer, and he's got the glide, too, because you saw what he was able to do and the spray he was able to throw on that little wave right there. I mean, good-sized wave for today, but ultimately a pretty little wave, so. Looks like he got a 5.5 manual.
No.
No, I got it. Never mind. Sorry. Manual, your last wave came in at a 5.5. First place, Jabe. Second place, Manuel. Third place, Sebastian. Sebastian, you are looking for a 4.51. And in fourth place, Jet, you're looking for a 6.15. We're at the 10-minute and 55-second mark. So as of right now, Jabe is kind of being carried by that early 7.25, much like Mason started that last heat with the 6.5 and then gives you a little freedom and time to find that backup. Here we go. Here goes Red, heat leader, looking to stretch the lead out. Gets a little two-turn. That should, well, he's got a 2.5 as his backup right now, so he's looking to get rid of that.
And Manuel Selman gets the 5.5 on his last wave, securing that spot in second place, or he jumped up over Sebastian, who had just gone into second. I was saying Manuel surfs for Chile, born in Chile, but lives in Dominican Republic. That's why he's surfing in the North American region. I remember meeting him originally down in El Salvador or down in Costa Rica at the World Games. He was surfing for Chile under Joey Baran at the time, who was the coach for Chile.
The California kid.
Yeah. So that was years ago, and he has been a part of a lot of those World Games.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him a lot in those international competitions. So now he's brought his talents to the West Coast and Morro Bay, SLO CAL Open. Here he is getting a 5.5, and he's in second place right now. Blue. All right, Manuel, you have a 5.5, and you're looking to replace a 3. So you have a 5.5 and a 3. You are in third priority. There are 9 minutes left. Jabe, you have a 7.25 and a 4.5.
Yeah, the score just dropped in for your last wave, Jabe, a 4.5. Extending your first place position. Manuel, you are in second place. Blue, you're in second place with second priority.
It looks like blue and green kind of right next to each other, becoming friends out there. Second and third place, kind of hanging out in the same vicinity. Here goes blue again, Manuel. We just ironed out where he was born and who he's surfing from, so we know a little more about him now.
Well, he's been coming to these events up here in the Central Coast pretty much since maybe the second one. So he's been to quite a few of them, and he has been grinding it out on the qualifying series for a long time. You're right, he does go to a lot of the international events for Team Chile.
So on the replay, we just saw a wave of white for Jet. We're waiting for that score to drop in, and the score, okay. Jet, your last wave was a 4.75. That puts you, 4.7. 4.7, Jet. You are in third place. You need a 3.81 to advance. First place, Jabe, looking to replace a 4.5. Second place, Manuel, and we got a score coming in for you still. Manuel, yeah, I should probably say it properly. Lo siento, Manuel.
Blue, your last wave was a 3.5. A 3.5 on your last wave, Blue. You have a 5.5 and a 3.5. Still sitting in second place with third priority. 6 minutes and 40 seconds left, surfers. And I encourage you to look up also on the light box for where you are in the priority rotation.
While you were bringing us up to speed, Sebastian in green just got a nice little wave. He's looking for a 5.01. And it looks like he got it. So jumping into second place, green jumps to second place. Your last wave was a 5.6. Jabe, you are still in first. You're looking to replace a 4.5. You have priority. Sebastian, you are in second. Your low score is a 4. Manuel, you are in third. You need a 4.11. And Jet, you are in fourth. You need a 4.91 to advance. 5 minutes and 50 seconds left. Priority is red, white, blue. Manuel, you are in third. You need a 4.11 to advance. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. So Jabe holding on to that lead. Sebastian jumping up there with that left-hander he got on his last wave. And we're almost to the 5-minute warning.
You know what this reminds me of or makes me think of? You know, they're out there. They're kind of lost at sea because they're so used to being able to hear the updates, the live updates with scores, priority, time, all those things, right? They're used to it. All of a sudden they're thrown into an environment where they're just surfing and they hear the wind and they hear us barely. It reminds me of when the teams practice for huge bowl games and they pipe in the noise so that the team is used to not being able to hear what's going on. So they place themselves in that uncomfortable situation. What can surfers do to get comfortable not knowing what's happening? It'd be like us when we used to compete. No one was telling us anything.
No. So yeah, they're silent snap counts out there.
Yeah.
Red, Jabe, you're in first place still. You have a 7.25 and your low score is a 4.5. You are in priority. There are 4 minutes and 10 seconds left. Sebastian is in second. Ooh. Sebastian has a 5.6 and a 4.
Well, nice wave there. We see Manuel snap his fingers at the end of that one, knowing he needs a 4.1. He's in third, and that wave looked pretty solid for Manuel. Jet, you're in fourth place. You need a 4.91. You have second priority. 3 minutes and 40 seconds left.
And while you were mentioning that, we got the replay of Manuel. He's looking for a 4.11, and he got a lot of work done. So things have changed. Manuel, your last wave came in at a 6. Manuel is in second place. First place, Jabe. Second place, Manuel. Manuel's last wave was a 6. Third place, Sebastian. You need a 5.91. Fourth place, Jet. You need a 6.8. Priority, red, white, green. So 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Green just bumped down to fourth priority, so priority now is red, white, blue. Up and riding the heat leader. Jabe on the backhand smack.
Well, all the surfers finding a lot of pop and explosion off the lip now that the tide's so low. Even though it's knee high, waist high, it's cupped out on the bottom, and they're carrying a ton of board speed, giving him a lot of opportunity if the section presents itself.
Yeah, that low tide, when the wave decides to break, it's going to be a bit more abrupt, whereas this morning it was kind of a slow process of the lip starting to fall down.
Lulling them to sleep. Sebastian Mendez up and riding, needs a 5.9. That is not going to do it for him. Priority white, second priority blue. Manuel sitting in second place. Jabe in first place.
Jet, you need a 6.8, and you have priority with 1 minute and 45 seconds. You need a 6.8 to advance. And as soon as I said that, he paddles right into a left-hand double up. Ooh, so Jet. Well, that could very well replace his low score of a 2.35, which would make his what he needs a lot less.
We hope so for him. Yeah, it was a solid turn on a taller wave. Lots of good, solid rail work.
Yeah, but still out front, Red on the strength of that 7.25 right off the bat. Set him up for first place, at least until this point. 1 minute left, so that can still change, but as of right now, he is in the driver's seat. Manuel, who crawled up in a second, is looking to overtake the lead. So Manuel Selman showing the experience he's got. And Jabe looking to improve. Ooh, nice. Spins out of that backside reverse. Does he get it back out front? Yeah, I'm not sure.
Not really.
Not particularly. All right, 30 seconds left. Manuel just got another wave. We'll give you that score. Jabe got another wave, but I think it's going to be inconsequential, so it's really up to Manuel right now if he can leapfrog in the first.
Well, a solid wave on his backhand. Again, surfing as he does. We're counting it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The heat is over. Manuel got that right, like you were saying at the end. Possibly goes into first. We'll see.
So next heat, hold on. We're waiting for a couple scores. All right, it looks like that is it. We're locked in. Jabe in first place, Manuel in second. Manuel remains in second advancing position, and we're going to go to a commercial break.
All right, surfers, I'll count in the next heat.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
We start each day with one goal. With our state-of-the-art network, we provide reliable, high-speed internet to the Central Coast with no contracts and no limits. Visit peakwifi.com for plans and coverage of our rapidly expanding network. We start each...
All right, we're here in Morro Bay. You see the rock right there and the lineup and beautiful Taro Bay in the background. So we're back from commercial, and we're into Heat 15, round 64 of the men in red, Blair Barton in blue, Johnny Corzo in white, Alex Lima, and in green, Quade Ferrion. So no waves ridden yet. We got this heat and one more to go today. As mentioned, this is the round of 64, so we have some of the seeded surfers showing up, and you see Blair Barton in the red jersey. That indicates that he is the top seed in this heat, so thus far he's performed the best on the tour of everybody in this heat, but there's this stop and, what, 2 more?
Well, there's this heat and 1 more. 16 rounds out the day. So Johnny Corzo was the most famous surfer in Mexico with the ISA gold medal until recently.
Mr. Cleland.
Alan Cleland Jr. took the helm and won the U.S. Open and then went on and, had that incredible performance in Tahiti during the Olympics and then has become a fan favorite on the tour.
He is a bit of a breath of fresh air on the tour because he really dances to the beat of his own drum.
Yeah. And a threat in all conditions for sure.
Well,
Up and riding Quade Farion. I like how they switched the drone angle.
Nice.
Yeah, it's funny how the camera angle, right? It looks so windswept and really hard, and all of a sudden that drone pops in, and you're like, wait a second. These waves are very surfable, super fun.
Certainly, and these guys are showing it. I mean, that's why we're getting, some good score lines. Better than expected, maybe, at a glance. But, yeah, the guys are out there, and they're ripping. We were talking about Johnny Corzo from Mexico, and this is the replay of his opening wave on the backhand, low, compact, bottom turn, and gets into the lip right there. So we're waiting for a score for him, and I believe we're waiting for a score for – no, this is live. This is Blair Barton on the forehand with the black surfboard. Nice ender. The way that backlit sun lights up the spray. So then here we go, Johnny Corzo now live. So this is going to be 2 scores for Johnny again. Now we've got Quade up and riding, so rapid, fast-paced action in the first 4 minutes of this Heat 15, round of 64. Like we mentioned, we're doing 16 heats today. We've been here since 7:30 this morning. We've got this one and 1 more. For those of you who are staying in town, the city of Morro Bay is doing their tree lighting ceremony, so let's get festive. If you want to check out the tree lighting ceremony, head over to the Morro Bay City Park, and I believe about 5:30 they're going to light up that tree, so get in the Christmas spirit. The city of Morro Bay was kind enough to welcome us here, so for those of you visiting, you can get out and do a little Christmas time stuff. So still waiting for some scores to drop in. The judges are deliberating. All right, so while we've got a little downtime, we're going to cut down to Jeff with Jabe, the last heat winner.
Yeah, Jabe, what a way to start the heat. You go out there in this windswept mess, and we keep saying it looks fun for free surfing, but in a heat, and you start off with a 7.5.
Yeah, it's a good way to start. It's definitely, like you said, it's tricky, but there is a lot of opportunity, so just a good start to find a wave that was able to do a couple turns on.
Well, and everyone's coming in saying, yeah, it's actually really rippable. Obviously, it doesn't look like that, but you guys, you in particular, were getting so much spark off the bottom, through the lip, even on the waves that maybe you didn't complete. Still, there was a lot of life.
Yeah, shout out to my Channel Islands epoxy. This thing's definitely helping through the chop, but like we were saying before, the onshore definitely kind of creates little moments where if you get it in the right spot, there is energy to push a little bit. So despite it being pretty small, there's definitely opportunity to connect.
So even though it's really windy, because it's bowly and pockety, you go with the epoxy. That's an epoxy with the wood stringer.
Yep. Yeah, it's yeah, for sure. No, it's said just has that little bit more spark. I don't really mind it with the chop. If you find those little smooth pockets that do exist out there, just the feeling of kind of that explosiveness out of this board kind of feels like you're cheating. So it's my go-to right now.
So it's a long year where it stopped 6 out of 8. Things going pretty well so far this year. You're in the red jersey, the high seed for the heat, into the round of 32 tomorrow, which could be better again.
For sure. Yeah, no, I'm just stoked. I'm happy to be here. It's always fun to compete close to home and
I'm just excited to go and live another day and surf another heat tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. Until tomorrow, thanks for showing us a good time out there and another 7.5. All right, cheers. Back to you guys.
Nice job, Jabe. He's no stranger to these waters up here, and also another scholar, another academic. I know he's working on some school right now. Blue, so we'll get you back up to speed. Blue, your first wave was a 5.75. We were waiting for your second score. As of right now, red is in first with a 6.75, but we're waiting for more scores to drop in. 12 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock. We're waiting for scores from Johnny, Quaid, and Alex. So I'll get you 12 minutes and 40 seconds. 12 minutes and 40 seconds. Got 2 more scores to drop. So Johnny, your last wave was an 8.5. So Johnny's got an 8.5 and a 5.75 for a nice total of 14.25. So yeah, excellent. Johnny Corzo has gone into excellence. Still waiting for a score from Quaid and Alex. Here we go. Okay, Johnny, first place. Your low score is a 5.75. Quaid, you're in second. Your low score is a 4.5. Blair, you're in third. You have a single score of 6.75. You need a 2.65 to advance. And Alex, you have a heat total of 6.3. You need to get a 4-point ride to advance.
Interesting. We keep talking about the contrast of what it looks like and what the surfers are doing, out there. Blair Barton looking to back up his 6.75. So a lot of healthy scores across the score line here for all the surfers.
Yeah, pretty interesting that epoxy with the wood stringer.
Yeah, it threw me off.
Yeah, I picked up on that. But it's different. It's just something different. And he said he really likes it despite the bump. And like he said, if you do get it in that pocket, you're on the tail anyway, so it doesn't matter quite as much.
Well, and that's what I think yesterday we were talking about. I had a bunch of Maurice Coles that were PU blanks glassed with epoxy. So they had the wood stringer. Maybe that's what that is, just PU blank with epoxy, cloth and epoxy resin.
I guess with that thumb or the little pintail too, if it is epoxy, at least you can get that back third in the water to kind of bite and hold when you need it.
Bite and hold, yeah.
So you get the float in the front going over sections of the epoxy, but when you get it in the pocket, you jam that pintail into it and it sticks. So I kind of best of both worlds.
And I know Jordy Smith had a few of those, that construction for the lowers event this last year, the WSL, when it was down in summer, early summer, or whenever it was.
So
they
here
all
goes
blend together.
Here goes our heat leader with a 8.5 for a high score. Johnny Corzo looking to replace a 5.75, and he's looking like he's getting some work done. So,
well, looking very switched on, Johnny.
Yeah,
Johnny Corzo opens with a 5.75, gets a mid excellent 8.5.
Alex is asking, Alex, you have a 5.4 and a 0.90. You need a flat 4 to advance. There are 9 minutes and 40 seconds left.
Well, you can just imagine if he finds a wave, that compact, goofy foot riding that Magic Xanadu of his, he's going to go to town the way he yesterday he had similar conditions because he was in the late afternoon in the second round, and he blitzed that heat, won the heat. And Johnny, that last wave, a 5.9 for Blue. Blue, your last wave, a 5.9. So he is surfing switched on, Johnny Corzo.
9 minutes left. So, yeah, Johnny in first, Quaid in second, Blair in third, looking for a 2.65. And Alex, you are in fourth. You need a flat 4. And up and riding again, the heat leader just going to town on these little left-hander double-ups. He seems to have found the groove. And here's Blair Barton. He has a nice 6.75 that he wants to back up. So He's doing it right here.
Man, just punching that left in the face over and over.
Well, we'll see where that score comes in. The judges are all working on that right now as we speak. You can see on the screen 805. That's one of our sponsors. So if you're thirsty tonight, grab yourself some 805 and properly chill. I believe that's their one of their taglines.
Well, local-ish, right? Down there
Yes.
in Santa Barbara area.
Well, we have a Firestone brewery up here in Paso too, so they're kind of in both places. Like I think there's one in Solvang or what is that, Buellton, and one up here.
So owning the Central Coast now?
Well, that beer went from just a local thing to a phenomenon. Actually, Hoagie's and Pismo used to have a beer they brewed called Honey Blonde. They changed one ingredient, named it 805, and then it took off like wildfire. So a little bit of backstory.
I love it.
Yeah. My friend Nick owns Hoagie's, and he had that as a house beer. It was pretty cool. But we got to get back to the action because Blair Barton's trying to, back up his 6.75 on this wave that we're seeing on screen.
Well, the judges have a lot to chew on. He just kept ripping that thing. It's going to be a great backup for him. It's going to put a lot of pressure on the other surfers once that score drops in. It's a 6.4. Blair goes to second now. Red, you're in second place. Your last wave, a 6.4. Quaid, you're in third. You need an 8.25. Your last wave didn't factor in to your top two. Alex Lima, you need a 7.75. You have first priority. 6 minutes and 45 seconds left. So Alex being very choosy or very patient out there.
Well, he's got priorities, so he can afford to be. It's just how long do you want to wait before you engage? I guess that's the crux of the argument. But he's got a 5.4, so he's not that far away. He does need a 7.75, which is a healthy score, but there's 6 minutes and 10 seconds left. So if Green, you are in third, you need an 8.25 to advance. So yeah, both Quaid and Alex with needing some solid scores to get into those positions, but there's plenty of time to get two waves if need be. Blair, you are in second place. Your low score is a 6.4. You have a 6.75 and a 6.4. You're in second priority. Five and a half minutes left.
So at the end of the day, we will have a 8:05 post show, little wrap up package of the top waves of the day. We'll usher you into that, and then you can enjoy freely. Our second place surfer, will he get around it? No. So with 5 minutes left, priority with white, Alex Lima needing a 7.75. Seemingly up against the rope, but what we saw from his surfing yesterday, the board under his feet, how confident he is, how good he feels, he just needs that opportunity.
Yeah, Quaid is looking for that 8.25, and Alex is looking for that 7.75. So got 4.5 minutes left to find him. Priority is white, green, blue. 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Well, and coming up next, Taro Watanabe, Nick Marshall, Juliano Uzelli, and Johnny Johnny Herwin.
It's a little tricky, that one.
Yeah. I thought I was seeing a Q, not a U, not an O.
Well, it's been a long day. We've been reading names and numbers since 7:30 this morning, so you're allowed a little bit of
leeway.
Yeah, a little leeway. We both are. The only person that doesn't get leeway are the judges, and that's why they are so incredible at what they do. And again, I thank them. I thank them for the work they do, the camera people that bring all this to you, Darren for overseeing it all and putting it together, so tabulators. Well, actually, I guess we got a computer for that now. So nonetheless, the guys behind the scenes are they're truly the backbone of this operation, and we thank them.
And the camera crew, the lifeguards, and everybody that keeps the area safe and clean and tidy. And thanks to the locals for letting us be here. Mostly thanks to the whole SLO CAL region for constantly supporting these events.
And thanks to Jeremiah Blackwell, our beach marshal.
Yeah, he's putting in the long days, the cold days in the shade. There's never sun on him.
No. He likes it, though. We were talking. It's just fun to be in the mix and watching good surfing and seeing where it's going. Johnny Corzo, heat leader, just continuing his run. Wow. Okay, that one turn kind of explains why he's in the lead.
Yeah, you don't get a gold medal for surfing slack.
Is he calling it?
Yeah, well, there's 2.5 minutes left. He's coming in. He's done the work. He has a 8.5, a 5.9, and we'll see if this score increases his lead. I just keep waiting to see Alex Lima get his shot.
Yeah.
White with priority. 2.5 minutes left. Needs a 7.75.
So, yeah, there was that replay of Johnny's last wave. We're waiting to see if that improves on his low score of the 5.9, and so far it's looking nice.
Well, he is going to better his situation. 6.9 for Blue. He's coming in, extending his lead, walking up. He's got about, a couple hundred yards to make his way back up to us.
So Quaid trying to get into that second place spot, really working hard, but an 8.25 is a big ask. Perhaps he increased upon one of his previous waves right there, but it doesn't appear so. 1 minute and 25 seconds. 1 minute and now 20 seconds. White, you need a 7.75. You have priority, and there's 1 minute and 10 seconds left.
It's like a situation of he didn't keep surfing, and he sat for so long with that priority, and it's such a random pick in the lineup out there. You just got to be moving around. It's hard to sit and say, I got priority, and this is where the wave's coming to.
Yeah, it's a lot different on a reef break or a point break where there's a defined takeoff spot where you can say, I'm holding court. But on a beach break, it's a risky strategy to
drop anchor.
Yeah, to employ.
30 seconds left. Like, everyone's catching waves.
Yeah, the theme of the day for the most part has been stay busy. There's been a couple people that have had efficient heats, and we've actually called them out for that or mentioned it in the past heat interview. But for the most part, it's been stay busy.
All right, there's just over 10 seconds. Lima has not long to try and find any lump, but I'm calling it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And so ends the journey. But moving on through, Johnny Corzo in the blue, Blair Barton. Johnny Corzo with an 8.5 and a 6.9, stamping his authority into tomorrow. We'll go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with the final heat of the day here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Heat 16. Surfers, I'm counting you in now.
Cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
catching a wave. It never gets old. The Tide is meant for surfing, and your vacation is meant for memories. You'll enjoy both at Best Western hotels in California and Hawaii. After all, life is just better when there's another wave and another vacay on the horizon.
Welcome back to the SLO CAL Open at Morro Bay, California. This is a WSL qualifying series 2000 event. We are into heat 16, the last heat in the round of 64. And in red, we have Taro, Watanabe. In blue, Nick Marshall. In white, Juliano Uzueli. And in green, Johnny Heron. So here we are. We made it through the day. We've got 20 more minutes of surf action. And yeah, thanks for joining us.
So in this heat, Taro Watanabe in the red, Nick Marshall in the blue. He waiting on a score for Nick. We might get a replay. I like that drone angle. Beautiful view of Morro City proper and the bay behind us. But there we pan to Nick Marshall, who just finished up his first ride. Nick gets a 3 on his opener, and white Juliano gets a 2.5. Well, we'll get a replay there of Taro's opener. Caught it at the very end section. So there we go. Taro had the higher priority because he hadn't had a wave yet, so Juliano had to get out of the way. Wow, Nick Marshall straight into a second one, so that was live right there. Yeah, Nick Marshall has been surfing spectacular down in my area. Here we go. Goofy foot from Seaside. That is a tiny wave, and it doesn't affect him at all. So there we go. That's going to back up his 3-point ride. We got the score came in for red. Taro, your first wave, a 3.75. Nick, your first wave, a 3.0. Here we go. Johnny Heron on his opener. Healthy score coming in for blue. Nick Marshall on that second wave that we saw the replay of. Nick Marshall, second wave, 5.75. Blue into first. White is in second with a 2.5 and a 2.6. Taro has a 3.75. Johnny now in the books with a 4. Red with first priority. White, second priority. Taro Watanabe up to his feet on his backhand. Chips off 2 quick turns there. We were talking about it in the last heat. Staying in a rhythm. Taro looks like he's staying in the rhythm. Uses that priority earlier in the heat just to keep himself flowing. We'll give you that score in a minute. It's a 4.2 red. 4.2. And we're going to take it away. Johnny Corzo winning that last heat.
Yes, I am here with one of Mexico's favorite sons, Johnny Corzo. Bienvenidos a Morro Bay. Nice job out there. 8.5. I believe that to be the high mark of the day. How does that feel?
Oh yeah, it always feels nice to be back in Morro Bay. This is my 3rd year here, and actually I remember I think my first year I got a 9. I did like 10 turns too, so I got good memories of that left and the spot. So yeah, pretty stoked on gaining momentum this first heat, and yeah, stoked with the waves.
So you are no stranger to hanging big scores out here at the Rock. Small wave stuff, man. You're really getting into those backside turns, and it looked good. What are you riding? This is some JS. Is it a carbo tune?
Yeah, it's a carbo tune I've been liking. I've been with them. This is my first year on JSS. Really liking their system and their production. So stoked to be a part of the team, and yeah, gaining momentum with them and getting good results lately.
Well, having good equipment on your feet definitely gives the surfer confidence, and you look confident out there. So, yeah, you had that high score, and you're on till tomorrow. Any strategies, or you just kind of go out and surf, run off the good memories you've had here before?
Yeah, totally. Just going to keep that good attitude, good positive vibes for tomorrow, stay calm, and, yeah, just let the surfing do the talking, and, yeah, going to go get some rest and stay ready for tomorrow.
Okay, besides the JS guys, any other sponsors or people that you want to shout out?
Yeah, for sure. All my team. Un saludo a toda la gente de México, mi equipo de trabajo que me está apoyando, mi familia, mis amigos y todos los que están detrás de esta gran carrera, y vamos para lo que sigue. Viva México y seguimos adelante.
Órale pues, see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Johnny. Congratulations. Good result there. Waiting on a score for green. Nick Marshall, you're in first place. Taro, you are in second place. Twelve and a half minutes left. Priority is white, blue, green. There we go. With that last wave of green, he goes into second. Johnny in second with the 4.5 on your last wave. Taro, you're in third. You need a 4.31. Red, you need a 4.31. 12 minutes left.
Four's back on green.
Johnny, your last wave was a 4.5. Green, last wave 4.5. You're in second place now. White, Giuliano, you're in fourth. You need a 5.9 to go up into second place.
It looks like anybody's heat right now because first, second, and third are all what?
Yeah, they're within
point.
less than a point.
Yeah. So it's anybody's ball game right now with 11 minutes and 10 seconds left. Even White, Giuliano, he's not far out of it. I mean, he's got a lot of time, and nobody's got that far ahead, so he's right there. Ooh. Nick Marshall going for that front side rotator, kind of comes unstuck on the way down. He was looking to replace that 3-point wave of his low, but it doesn't look like it. So that's just a throwaway. Nothing changes. Still Nick. He's still in first place, followed by Johnny and Taro. So that wave really didn't affect anything, except for priority, which stands with white, green, red is the priority order. I doubt they can hear me, but now the people at home know.
Yeah, but they can fortunately look up.
Sure.
Check what part of the rotation they're in, what priority they have. Nick Marshall just taking off on anything, thinking, hey, it might work. And look at that. From the start of that wave, it didn't look like it was offer much, and it really did. White, this is the wave that Giuliano needed.
Oh, yeah.
Can't ride out, though. And then Taro got something down the beach, which maybe they'll have to we'll have to go back to a replay. Yeah. Taro needs a 4.31 to go back up into advancing, and Giuliano, who had that larger wave, needs that almost 6, but came unstuck at the end.
Yeah, Giuliano had the larger face, whereas Taro and Nick kind of saw the double up down the line, and that was so two different ways. I mean, the double up has kind of been the score, but if Giuliano sees that big face, he can't deny it. He's got to go for it. Meanwhile, Johnny's finishing up a wave right there. He kind of had the same little left double up on his backhand too. So,
well, it's going to come down to a close shave for whoever ends up advancing, it seems, unless someone really opens it up. So Nick, the way that he worked his way across that funky first section and then found all these little chips.
That's cool, man.
yeah, he saw it looking good at the end, so he found his way around it. And then there's Juliano. He had to go for it. He had that big face. It stood up, but just the whitewater reverberation took him out on the last maneuver. And here's Taro's that we didn't see the whole thing, so he's eyeing the double up as well.
Wow, so he took off on a scrappy wave, just going, I'm going to grind through this. He wants to get rid of that low 3.75. Mostly he's looking for the 4.31, or maybe he doesn't know what he's looking for, because I know it's difficult for the surfers to hear us out there. All those scores haven't come in. White is up and riding again, staying busy. That, again, is not going to be a 5.5.
I doubt it, but he's staying busy. I mean, he's active. He's not just going to sit out there. He saw, ooh, someone just did something. I'm looking out at live action. Nick Marshall just got pretty free on that maneuver, and he's about to finish it up with another. Oh, wow.
He's giving the judges fits. They can't even get his third wave ago locked in, and he's got a few more. Taro, we are waiting for your last score. We don't have your score yet. You're in third place at the moment. Just under 8 minutes to go. You have first priority. Red, first priority.
Yeah, we got to see that replay of Nick's wave. And meanwhile, it looks like the judges are starting to iron out Taro's score, so we'll have that in a minute.
Well, it's critical because he's in third. There we go. Score in. Taro, you are in second place now. Your last wave was a 4.9, and you have first priority.
So we're watching Nick Marshall's replay. He does a nose pick on the first maneuver, then did that last-minute tail whip reverse. We'll see where the judges go with that. The end was a little questionable, so we'll let them break that down. Meanwhile, Taro working sprays it out on the left. He's looking for that inside runner, and he seems to have located some room to move and got a lot of turns done. He was already in second, wants to improve on a 4.9. Giuliano, your last wave was a 3.7. You need a 5.4 to advance. There are 6 minutes and 30 seconds left. You have priority.
So you wonder if that last wave of Taro's is going to be similar to his 4.9. Where will it fold in? Will it better the 4.2? And if it does, we'll let the surfers know in third and fourth if they need a bigger score than we've told them before.
And Nick has that nose pick.
Yeah, he might just be running away with the lead more, replacing the 4.5.
Nick, we're waiting for your last score. Right now, your low score is a 4.5. We'll let you know if that replaces it. There's that replay. See, the little nose pick. Left it backwards for a bit.
And then somehow regains and finds enough speed to this inside to widen his stance and fly to the flats. Pretty incredible pop on a 1 foot face.
So the judges, I think, are still looking at that replay and seeing where they want to go with it. So we're waiting for a score from Nick, Taro, and Johnny. 5 minutes and 30 seconds. We'll get you up to speed once those scores drop.
Well, and then Taro is so sneaky, kind of like how I was thinking about Dimitri in his heat before. Where he places these turns, he gets so much quick whip.
Yes, and spray.
And, boom. Sharp, impactful turns, although small wave.
Still waiting for a score from, okay, they're starting to fall in.
Well, a mirror image, Taro. Your last wave, a 4.9. He's up and riding. So, or he got that wave right in between. So Taro in second. What that means now that he has two 4.90s is that Johnny in third, waiting on his score, but it looks like it's going to be a throwaway. Green, you're going to still need a 5.75, and White, you are going to need a 6.55. Taro goes to first after that last right that he got. He gets a 5.55. A 5.55.
Symmetry, yeah.
Yeah. Nick, you're in second place now. Your last wave was a 4. Taro is in first place now. 4 minutes left. Whew.
Lot of info to relay to these guys, and it's constantly changing, so we got to keep them up to speed all the time as best we can. I'm just glad they're starting to be able to hear us. Look on the webcast, it looks like we got a fishing boat out there, or potentially some surf fans just viewing from a distance.
I don't know. Would you want to be out on that fishing boat right now?
Not particularly. One year at the Still Frothy, one of the guys' dads had a fishing boat and came in about 50 yards outside the break and was watching it. So he had his own little like aquatic fan base.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
Maybe it was classy and calm,
It
but
was a
that
little
fishing
calmer.
boat, they're out there in the wind chop, in the cold.
No, they're getting beat up. At least they're coming south, which will be downwind, downhill. So anyway, we're surfing a contest. We're not worried about that boat. And here goes White. White has priority. So Green gets out of the way. Ooh, White gets loose, and he likes it. He likes it.
Bow and arrow to the sky right there. Juliano looking for a 6.55 full make. I'm sure the judges will go back to a few different angles of replay.
Here's our replay. So he gets going. Yeah, finds the speed. Oh, yeah, up and over, spins it around, clean, likes it.
So he did one. Nick Marshall on the wave before had a couple, but there was a smaller wave, and
All
2.5 minutes left. Priority is with blue. Second priority with red. 4.75 is the score for White. Juliano still looking for a 5.51. So it was a little messy on the finish, I guess you would say, right?
Yeah, and it was a little bit flat if I were to get real critical.
Yeah.
Man, Nick Marshall is just so loose and like free form on those little lefts. A lot of variety, a lot of whip.
Yeah, well, where he's placing his arms in between his turns and the torque he's getting out, he's not missing a beat.
Yeah. Constant wind up, kind of coming out of
Yeah.
something, winding into the next. So it's neat to see. Body kinetics.
Red, you have first priority. You're in first place.
Oh, something
Nick,
changed.
Now Nick's in first. Nick, your last wave, blue, a 4.9. Nick Marshall in first. Taro in second.
Juliano, you're looking for a 5.7 to advance. You are in third priority, and there is 1 minute left.
Well, it really has changed how much they rely on the beach announcing, right?
Yeah, it's for some of these guys, it might be a little bit of a lesson to remind themselves they can do it. They don't need the help. It's nice to have, but they're all capable. And some people earlier talked about shutting everything out and put on the horse blinders, and that's how they surf their heat. So some people,
yeah, Grayson Grant.
Yeah, some people really depend on the
He's
information,
like,
and some don't.
Did I advance? Well, Juliano giving everything he can. Green up, going the opposite way on the right. We're down to 20 seconds.
Well, Johnny in green was looking for a 5.95, and Juliano was looking for a 5.7. So
it was a battle between Nick and Taro. We're 10 seconds, lads. And final countdown of the day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the heat is over. Nick Marshall and Taro Watanabe into the round of 32 tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, Bud, and when we come back, we'll just sort of usher in the highlight package for the day. And
and that's where we're at.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
The world has changed, and the workplace has evolved. The option to live free of the commute and busy work life is here. Midstate Containers specializes in custom remote offices ready for your new journey. Customizable in every way. Our team is ready to reimagine remote working with your specific needs. We are excited to help create the new workplace so you can embrace more of life.
Welcome to the land of big-time natural beauty and intermittent cell service. Here, cowboys drink Cabernet, farmers surf the breaks, and everyone breaks for roosters. It's a wide open and welcoming place. But that's not to say we don't have any hidden secrets. Welcome to the land of truly living, with a million things to do. Or not. SLO CAL, where life's too beautiful to rush.
Just vibe one time for your mind. Just vibe one time for your mind.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for joining us all day long. It's been a fine day here at the SLO CAL Open in Morro Bay. Stop 6 of 8. We just concluded the men's round of 64, and what a day it's been, bud. We are moving into the 805 post-show. We've got a little highlight reel that we'll be featuring here shortly. Congratulations to Nick Marshall and Taro Watanabe moving into the next round, which will come tomorrow. I think the men are up first. Round of 32, and then we're going to go into the women. 7:30 start, unless I'm told different, but I'm sure they'll be here early for the Dawn Patrol. Once again, we're going to go into the 805 highlight package, the post-show, and here we go.